I'm in another world, out of body. No one around, but I'm not lonely. My heart's racing, I don't know how to feel calm. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Ignorance is bliss, I live like this, so what a mistake. I guess it was better to feel numb than to be wide awake. Wide awake. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive.
I'm Jackie Jing with the EWC, and right now I am with DarkZero, chatting with Bolo, NJR, and Ponbazoo. Really excited to be chatting. Putting you in the hot seat first.
Okay.
How are you feeling about the EWC?
Super excited. Yeah, I don't know. We've been improving a lot as a team, so I'm just excited to show where we're at. I think we have a good shot at this. So.
That's a great answer. Okay, feeling confident. Let's go down the line. Same vibes?
Yeah. I mean, like, the hype around this event is like crazy, and just hearing stories about this event from like past years and other teams, I'm excited to experience myself.
Yeah, kind of going off of that. This is all of the team's first time in Saudi Arabia. This is my third time, second time competing in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, I know. Sorry. But I'm excited to be back. We've improved a lot since SI especially, and we're ready to show it in EWC and hopefully win.
Yeah, let's talk about your trajectory a little bit. Top 6 at SI, top 4 at Manchester. I mean, y'all are on an upward trajectory, I would say. What's happening? What are y'all doing right?
Basically, I think the biggest thing with our current roster is we know our problems. Like, we instantly know when something needs to get better. And honestly, I think that, I think a lot from Nafe and Troy especially, that just instantly, it just keeps us on a good path. We just know what we're doing wrong, constantly gonna get better. So all we need is time. Okay,
well, what about you, NJR? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think Rob said it best. Like, we have so much experience on the team and like knowledge of the game that identifying our problems kind of comes fairly easy to us. And yeah, we're just working hard at that.
Yeah, I think it's a roster that, has players that can obviously be at the top, have proven that they're at the top. And we're, I think, kind of going off of Rob's statement about Nafe and Troy, is just like we're constantly in check. We're constantly getting put into our place and knowing what is wrong, what is right, and top 6, top 4. The trajectory is pointing. Don't want to jinx it, but we're confident. We're confident.
I like that. Also, you said that this at the top of the interview. Bolo's back. We'd love to see it. How do you think you're gelling? How is everything feeling?
I mean, I was only on TSM for my whole pro league career until I retired, so it's definitely a different scenario. But I'm loving it here. The boys are great, and I think we can definitely get some dubs under our belt.
Did you feel any pressure returning and like coming on a new squad, or were you kind of just like excited to get back?
Yeah, of course. It was a year off. I definitely had some rust, and it took a little bit of time to kind of chisel away at it bit by bit. But I'm feeling good, and I think I'm ready to get back to the glory with these guys.
Oh, I like that. NJR, how do you feel about the status of the team right now?
This is the most comfortable I've been with a roster, like, ever. It's very comforting.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was a huge statement.
I mean, it's very comforting knowing like the experience your team has with like big game environments, and knowing that we can handle like whatever comes at us pretty much.
Yeah, I think basically every player on the team has been, in a grand final major winning point, right? So it's like there's no pressure to be had at that point.
I do want to ask each of you about your individual journey. You both, or all three of you, have very different journeys. So talk to me about, how you started, how you've evolved, and where you're at now. Hot seat. You sat close to me. They told me you were the quiet one, so we're just gonna keep on asking you first.
Rephrase it.
Okay, how have you evolved as a player? Like, tell me kind of like where you started and where you're at now.
Story.
My story.
Yes.
So I'd say when I first joined, I think I was in a very lucky spot. Definitely pretty confident in myself as a player, but I did not have as much experience as anyone on the team, any other pros that were currently making at the time. I think I just happened to like do good in one season and then get picked up. So I think when I first joined, it was very rough for me. Like individually, like I felt like I was getting smoked in scrims. I didn't quite feel that confident, but as time went on, and especially with Troy, I think I've grown a lot as a player. Like I was pretty one-dimensional, I'd say, but now I could play a lot more roles. I'd say I'm a very vocal player, so I think I've grown a lot. Yeah.
Vocal player?
I'm a pretty vocal player.
Well, I can tell from this interview, so no, I'm kidding. No, you're doing great. He told me he was a little nervous at first, but
yeah, contrary to how Rob sounds right now, he definitely, the most I've ever heard him talk is in a game lobby.
Really?
Yeah.
NJR, you've had a really interesting journey too. Talk to me a little bit about that.
I mean, I'll start with Disrupt. I had Nick's like asked me to try out in a ranked game I played with him.
The goat Knicks.
And
Shout out Knicks.
And so I was on DG for a stage, I believe. 2 stages, I think, actually. And then I always knew in the back of my head that DarkZero was interested in me, just because we would always scrim them and they would always like type to me and like we chatted up. So I'm like, if someone gets dropped, I'm getting picked up. But I actually had really big confidence issues in the beginning of my career. Like, I don't know why, but I think I kind of just developed that through my hard work, because I know I work harder than anyone else. And so I think that got me to the point where I am now. I feel very secure with myself and as a player, and I fully believe that I'm the best player in the world. But at the start of DarkZero, I was still pretty bad with that. I think I got out of my own head after Mexico, because I had a pretty good event there. But after, I actually thought I was gonna get dropped from DZ after the Invitational in Paris, because I played bad, the whole team played bad, and I'm like, well, damn, I might be gone. But I mean, in reality, it's just the whole team was in a bad spot. Things weren't working out before I was even there. And so I think just everything after that, me working hard and performing good consistently in events as a player and as a team, kind of led me to where I am now.
I like loved the honesty there. Seriously, like just the vulnerability and then just like talking about where you're at now and the confidence you feel. Like, thank you for sharing that. Bolo, I mean, you've had a roller coaster ride of a career, I would say.
Yeah.
So, I mean, take us through that a little bit.
I mean, yeah, I guess starting from the beginning, you know, wannabe comp player turned YouTuber streamer turned pro player turned YouTuber streamer turned pro player again, right? With a lot of stuff in between that we won't go into, right? There's a lot of stuff if you want to really get into the nooks and crannies of it. But yeah, I mean, it's just, Siege has been a wild ride. I've been playing for 9-ish years at this point, and I'm not planning on stopping anytime soon. And I mean, had some ups, had some downs, as Nick was saying. Every pro player goes through the bads and the goods that a lot of people in the whole community, basically, you don't understand it if you're not a pro player. It's just like any other, I guess, athletic career that anybody goes through, that it's very heavily performance-based and it takes a toll on your mental. And it's all about trying to get to the green at the end of the day.
I'm loving the confidence I'm getting from all 3 of you. I want to ask, what makes a solid squad? Like, what makes a team truly be the best of the best, in your opinion?
I think the main thing is just like openness, right? It's like every single player out of the 5 is there to win. They're not here to have friendships, you know, have a good time. It's all about performance and winning. Everything else is secondary. And I think the backbone of that is just good support. You could have 5 great players, but if you don't have a good support system surrounding them, it's, you know, they're destined to fail. Destined to fail. It's the environment that makes the player.
Experience is a big part of the team, and I think that helps a lot. Like, naturally, it helps your communication, it helps everything.
I think confidence, which also I think goes hand in hand with both of their points. You look at all the top teams recently in this game, and I think they all radiate confidence. Like, I think immediately of Furia and the old G2 roster. Like I look at those teams and I think like nothing can break them or get in their heads.
Okay, I love that answer. I want to ask now, what do you think opponents think of your team? So you kind of talked about like, this is what I think when I think of these other teams. What do teams think when they see DarkZero pop up?
I think, I don't know. I guess we're like a force to not be reckoned with, but at the same time, it's like they kind of doubt us at times, which is probably a strong suit, right? It's like you would rather be hailed as like somebody that can be beat very easily in some situations, rather than like picturing a team as like a god team, an immovable force, right? Like that's the bad stuff, and I think we can be doubted, and we can prove the doubters wrong, and kind of sweep in and take a win.
Let's get into some more personal questions. What has been your best moment in Siege?
Well, I mean, for me, that's easy, right? I think anybody that has ever been in my position is going to say the same thing, is winning SI, 6 Invitational 2022 with TSM. That was probably, the most glorious day in my Siege career. I've been playing Siege for 9 years. I'm 23. That's a big chunk of my life. It might be one of the best days of my life, right? Like I was working up to that for a long, long time. And like a lot of my real, mature thoughts has been leading up to SI, and definitely that. Hopefully another one is going to be overtaken at soon enough, and I'll have another good memory to cherish, but definitely SI 2022.
Do you remember the emotions you felt that day?
Yeah, I knew leading up into it, like it was grand final day, I was like, I'm gonna cry. I was just like, if it happens, I'm gonna cry. And we won, and I stepped aside, and I was just a little baby on the stage.
Aww. It's a huge moment.
Yeah,
I think anybody would be, right?
For sure. I'm even getting like kind of tingles right now, just like kind of reminiscing. That's like the one sacred thing I have in my my brain scrapbook.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, hopefully it'll be replaced.
Yeah, new page soon. New page.
Yeah, I like that. What about for you two?
I think it probably have to be winning. I mean, it's only happened once so far. It's gonna happen more, so yeah, it's probably gonna be replaced. But I don't know, and I honestly don't even remember how I felt, honestly.
Really?
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember being that excited, but I'm sure it was. I'm just like, I don't really display emotion.
Your answers are
Rob is to the naked eye very emotionless.
Yeah,
he's
I don't
just
really
kind
show
of
emotion.
Rob Pambazoo. He's just kind of there. He's just there having a good time.
I'm just
he's having a good time,
Yeah.
but it might not look like he's having a good time.
I felt like maybe in a way, like, did you like black out? It was just like crazy, or do you think you were just so in the moment?
Honestly, I wouldn't even say if it was so in the moment, because I just naturally, I don't yell. It's just not my thing. I don't really show that much emotion, so I'm sure I was happy, though. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sure I was happy.
I'm sure I was happy. Okay, we'll lock that in. And JR, how about for you? Best moment?
I mean, mine's Charlotte, too. That day was the best day of my life, for sure.
Yeah, nothing beats winning.
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit about how you remember feeling, or was there a particular moment or memory that's kind of locked in your brain?
I mean, there's a lot. I actually remember a lot about that game, and I typically do kind of black out during games and have a hard time remembering. But yeah, at the end, I could have teared up if I wanted to.
Aww. Let's wrap with this one. Is there anything that you want to say to the fans watching at home? I mean, you have diehards who, just venerate and praise y'all so much. So if you could say anything back to them, what would you want to say?
I mean, just as always, right? Thank you so much for the undying support through, as we've talked about a lot, is the ups and downs, going through the downs with DZ, going through the ups with DZ. You guys are here to stay no matter what. And bottom of my heart, as I'm sure the other guys, we appreciate you. All right, we'll just no sugarcoating. We really appreciate you guys. You guys are the lifeblood of everything that is DZ, and it is not unnoticed. So thank you.
Aww, that was a great answer. Okay, and JR?
Yeah, I mean, the fans have always been great with DarkZero, and with bringing Bo on, we got even more.
Yeah, extended the family a little bit.
Aww.
And so it's been amazing, and we always appreciate it very much, and I can't wait to see more of you all.
Aww.
Yeah, hopefully we make you a little bit more happier.
Yeah, I like that. You want to wrap us up?
Thank you for the support. I know after Charlotte, especially, for the fans that have been here since then, a little rough. Immediately after, didn't qualify for the next 2 events. Bad 2 events after that, but we're good now.
That's the past.
Yeah, that's the past. We got a new roster now, and we'll have a few more wins, I think.
On paper, y'all are looking fantastic, so hopefully, continue to be up and up, right?
Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you both, or thank all 3 of you for doing this fantastic interview. You're all awesome. I'm so honored to be chatting with y'all, and good luck with the tournament.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yay!
The way I live, the way you do it.
Ready, set, go.
We're back at the sizzling hot strip here at the Boulevard in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for some more Esports World Cup action. It is siege time. We've got high stakes, high skill, high drama, big money. $2 million prize pool. Who's going to take the lion's share of it? The playoffs start right now.
It is day 3 of Rainbow Six Siege at the Esports World Cup. Hello everyone and welcome to the quarterfinals. I'm your host Jeannie and I didn't think I would be saying this so soon, but Jack, we are 3 days in and the quarterfinals are upon us.
True, Ginny, and it's been excellent siege so far. I think that's the one thing. These teams have been going at it non-stop, high pressure environments, the keys getting crushed, and I absolutely love it.
It's been great. I mean, of course, going to the top 8 is what most teams really care about in regards to the club championship as well. We're down to that now, the top 8. The games are going to be very tense. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think the high-pressure environment is definitely something to touch up on here because, again, even though it's the quarterfinals, there is no lower bracket. So these games, again, today count so heavily to make sure you keep getting those championship points, but also just qualify and go and play tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like you win, you are through, you lose, you are out. So there's everything on the line. There's no lower bracket, there's no points, there's no nothing. So, you know, like you say, for the club championship, obviously everyone wants to do well for their orgs. There are organizations that can get into the top 8 of the club championship today. We'll go on to that. But there are also, for the individual teams, there's a lot of money and that trophy on the line as well.
It is considered one of the biggest tournaments. I mean, every Siege player that you ask, this is a tournament they really want to show up on and perform on as well. And these teams have faced some difficult challenges as well so far in the last few days that we had at the Esports World Cup. So it is indeed the top 8, the best teams that we've had so far.
Yeah, and when we're looking at the teams that are competing here today, we've seen them on the international stage in different majors at SI throughout the entirety of the year. But this is a little bit of a different one because we have the prize pool that you can get by winning Rainbow Six Siege. You also have the trophy, but you also have the club championship point for every single organization that is competing here at EWC in different titles. And if you're wondering what that entails, well, let's head over and check out.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the club championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
$20 million on the line, $7 million particularly for that first team place. And I think what's really important to highlight as well is, and I think that's already kind of something we touched upon, is how quick these tournaments are going. We're day 3, it's quarterfinals, you snooze, you lose, you're out, and your share of that prize spot just reduces so heavily. But it's not just for Siege that's the case, it's for games that are happening this week here as well. HOK, Apex, they count as well, and every single week, 3 more games they can compete in.
That's another issue, I guess, that you add to it. I mean, if you're competing right here, right now in this game, there's still other games going on at the same time that might have other organizations that you're competing with running in that game. There might be games going on later in the Esports World Cup that are also competing in other games, but same organization. So it's a very tough fight.
As much as we think that we are the big dog,
yeah,
we are just a very, very small slice of the overall cake here at EWC. And it's actually crazy, you know, there's going to be orgs that are currently sat in that top 10. Let's say G2, for example, currently in 10th place. They're going to be hoping that Liquid lose, that Furia lose, that some of the teams that they're, or organizations that they're competing with across every game actually end up exiting this Rainbow Six tournament quite early.
Or they could have just made it, you know, that could have also been a possibility, but they didn't. I'm dying to know exactly which teams right now are top of the standings. So if you want to check in with us to see with the headquarters who is standing where, let's head over because they have a great explanation and also just a little bit of an insight.
Now, some very big news for all fans of Furia, FaZe Clan, and Space Station Gaming. By reaching the top 8 in Rainbow Six, now all 3 clubs have achieved at least 2 top 8 finishes and are now eligible for the Esports World Cup Club Championship, thus becoming eligible for a portion of that $20 million prize money. The bracket is right behind me, and obviously teams that advance further will accrue more points towards that club championship. Looking at the overall standings, it is Team Liquid who's leaving their mark in the Rainbow Six tournament. They've reached the quarterfinals, and they're looking to create a larger gap between themselves and their opponents behind them. We, of course, will keep you up to date on the impacts of the club championship based on the results from Rainbow Six Siege right here at EWC Central. Our broadcast runs Thursday to Sunday, 4 p.m. till 8 p.m. over at twitch.tv/EWC, youtube.com/EWC. My name's been Quickshot. This has been your next edition of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by STC.
Thank Thank you so much, Quick Shot, for a very quick update in terms of where the teams are currently standing. And we have the Athletic and R6 manager for Team Liquid joining us here today to touch upon a little bit of what that means for your organization. Because looking at the standings, you guys are just behind Falcons.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for the invitation. They have a lot of games, Team Falcons, you know. They also have been on top 1 for a while right now. So the fight now for the 2nd place, but of course there's still a lot of games to compete. We have the Rainbow Six, we have Apex, EAFC, StarCraft, a lot of 2 games ahead. But we're confident, yeah.
Because Falcons is not even here.
Exactly, so we have a chance.
Absolutely, you guys are looking great. I want to talk about your title as well, particularly when it comes to Athletic Manager for the Team Liquid. What exactly does that entail?
You mean for my role in Team Liquid? Okay, so basically I am the athletics manager for Team Liquid in Brazil. So all the games in Brazil, I'm kind of responsible for those games. Like we have the Valorant Game Changers team, we have Fortnite players, we have the PUBG mobile team, and of course we have the Rainbow Six team. So all of those teams, I'm kind of in charge of managing the managers as well. So I love this job. I love to be also the Rainbow Six manager. I get to be here. I get to be with the team. I love, we've seen each other for many tournaments for these past years. And yeah, it's a pretty nice, tiring job sometimes, stressful, but I love it.
What is the push for you behind getting so many different rosters on so many different games and growing the esports scene for Team Liquid, particularly in Brazil?
I mean, it's kind of hard for me because I'm the kind of rookie in this position, but I'm glad that I have very skilled, experienced people around me. Tefus, Victor, I have Rafa back in Brazil. So those people, even like the athletics team in Team Liquid, Stuart, Brittany, all of them like help each other to make all of those scouting for new teams, for new rosters to be possible, especially in Brazil, you know?
A team effort then.
Yes, exactly.
You currently have 2 games going on. As you said, you have Siege, you have Apex going on for Liquid as well. Is that stressful? Is it exciting to have so many teams competing for that same club championship?
Yes, of course. It's very exciting. Actually, it's one of the, you know, every team, every organization wants to be in EWC. I mean, it's one of the most important tournaments in the year, and it has become one of the majors, so I can say.
Yep.
So it's, yeah, I mean, it's very exciting to actually cross with other Team Liquid players at the hotel, because we are so used to encounter Rainbow Six players, but now here you can encounter with the Mobile Legends people, we can encounter with Honor of Kings, Apex, you know, all of those players, so it's pretty nice to see other folks wearing Team Liquid jersey as well.
How much do you interact with the players in terms of letting them know that this is a big thing for the organization? You know, do you tell them that they need to, I guess, get results when they're here? I suppose across the board as a Team Liquid, I suppose, strategy, because maybe that might create a little bit more pressure for them to not just perform in their own tournament, but perform for the overall organization.
Well, I mean, champions are built on pressure. They understand the situation. They understand that EWC is a big thing. We don't need to actually keep telling them. They already know by themselves, because it's been in social media like, hey, you have to win the club championship because it awards $7 million for the champion organization.
Yep.
So they want to be, especially that Team Liquid doesn't have a win right now. So all Team Liquid teams, they want to be the heroes to actually have the victory for their organization. But yeah, it's amazing. They also love to be here. Pro players love the pressure.
Yeah.
You know, like it's one of their jobs. So yeah, pretty nice.
No, I mean, talk about pressure. We have DZ going up against Liquid as the first game for us here today. Do you want to give a prediction?
I don't want to jinx it.
Okay, fair.
Okay, so, but DarkZero is a very strong team. So yeah, hopefully to put on a very good show.
All right, I'm excited. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you everyone.
I do appreciate it, and good luck to you guys on the game against DarkZero, because yesterday we did send a couple of teams home as well, and unfortunately for them, they got eliminated, starting off with Luminosity going up against W7M.
Indeed, yes, that was a very good game that we saw yesterday. I think some teams or some players or people were expecting W7M to come out victorious out of that game. It was an exciting game, of course, to watch. Luminosity so far in their journey at Esports World Cup and even prior to it are kind of like the wildcard team maybe from NA. Not everyone was expecting them to be here. They made it relatively far, as you could say, but for W7M, it's very exciting. This roster, in my opinion, is looking really good, and I hope they get further.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I did a little bit of media with the W7M guys yesterday.
Because you're close like that.
Because we're close like that. They are so confident going into this. They know they're underdogs from Brazil, but yeah, moving through onto your screen, we saw DarkZero against Scars. Now, we saw a lot of Troy, particularly Canadian, if you know him like that, playing a lot of Blitz. DarkZero in a very aggressive manner, and they got that job done to get through to today.
Yeah, FaZe Clan against ITB, and I think this was the match that the first map shocked quite a few of us.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, most people, if you look at FaZe Clan going against Into the Breach, FaZe, of course, getting second at SI, you'd expect FaZe Clan to just easy peasy.
Lemon squeezy.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it wasn't really like that on the very first map. Luckily for them, they were able to bounce back, but simultaneously, of course, we also had Blizz going up against SSG. Now, unfortunately, or fortunately for Blizz, they were finally able to play on a main stage. However, their dream at getting a higher place in this Esports World Cup was cut short yesterday with a loss against SSG.
I actually think Blizz will go away from this tournament thinking they left some cards on the table. I think they will be happy of where they got to, but a bit disappointed in their overall performance because they knew they had more. Yeah. For SSG, they seem to be going through the gears. It was a pretty mediocre day one. They stepped it up into day two, and they can go even higher. Now they're into day three in the quarterfinals day.
And every single one of the teams that got a W under their belt also added a key into their collection, a key of the team that they defeated along the way. And we're going to be seeing some more key crushes here today as well, something to keep in mind, because we do have 2 streams happening simultaneously, so 4 more are going home. And it's like the number of teams is dwindling so incredibly fast, it's a little scary.
Yeah, no, quarterfinals today into semifinals tomorrow. We're going to cut it by half again. Absolutely crazy, considering we started with 16 teams just this time 2 days ago.
Yeah, and as well the prize pool, which is when these games really start to matter, because the difference when you're looking at 9th to 10th place and you're looking at 5th to 8th, that one game could genuinely mean $40,000.
Yeah, but here as well, I mean, if you do end up losing today, in comparison to when you win today, that's about half of what you were getting. So basically, by winning today, you're doubling the prize money that you're getting for your team, essentially. You've had that from yesterday going into today, but also for today going into tomorrow. So a lot is on the line.
When I was in teams, I never got anywhere close to that kind of prize pool.
That's why you're on the analyst
I'm very,
desk now.
very, very jealous. Yeah, that's why I'm here now. Yeah,
I mean,
very
you gotta
washed.
do what you gotta do. But also the trophy is an important part of this as well, because of course you do get the cash prize, but when we're looking at the club championship point, it is this trophy that is taller than every single one of us standing on the floor right now.
I'm not getting that.
No, you're not gonna get it. You can try. Like Anna's like, oh, should I? Maybe if you wear heels and then you go. But that is another beautiful piece of silverware that you are able to take home to add to your cabinet and say, I went to EWC, first time ever of the event, and I took this home.
Yeah, because you will be the very first champions, the very first team to get it done. Nobody will ever take that away. Nobody remembers the second champions of a tournament, unless it's the same team and you start forming that word that you're not allowing me to say, Ginny. You start forming that D word. But yeah, the very first champions, that's what you want to be.
Yeah, and when it comes to the trophy particularly, there are multiple different elements to it. So let's have a little bit of an explainer to see what exactly are the components that you'll be able to take home if you do win the titles.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
History unfolding is a very great way of putting it because we're looking at the totem, and every single team that has won so far has had the ability to insert their key into that totem and write their name down. And this is something that will stay on forever. And with years to come, more will be added. But that is such a beautiful shot and a beautiful way to commemorate your wins.
Yeah, but also for those that have lost, I mean, seeing all those keys at the very bottom of that totem,
pleasing.
I mean, yeah, it's looking really exciting in my opinion as well. I mean, the fact that we're halfway through means that we're going to be, or halfway through in all of the games in EWC means that we're going to be nice in the middle of that totem. I'm looking forward to that as well.
It's a very majestic totem as well inside the arena. We walk past it, it's big in stature, it's got all the broken keys down at the bottom, and it's just like, the Rainbow Six line's just there, and it's like, who's going to win that? Who is going to be the team to be that first?
It has been absolutely incredible seeing that totem fill up week by week by week. I remember like day one of the competition, I was like, oh, this is where they're going to go. Okay, but now it's like the vision is coming to life, and it looks great. But in terms of, these are our opinions, right? But there are more people part of this broadcast, and that are going to be our incredible casters. Stoke and Pengu are ready for a little quick check-in ahead of today's matches.
Hello everybody, we're here at the Hydraulic Press Crusher. We're gonna crush some dreams later on. My name is Pingu, this is Stokes, and we cast the first game today between DarkZero and Team Liquid. We have 2 streams today, so gotta watch both if possible. 8 teams, 4 games, which also means 4 losers.
Absolutely, and man, this thing's a little heavy. I can't crush this thing with my hands, Pengu. So that's why we brought in the hydraulic press, because, you know, everybody's hoping, they're dreaming, but somebody's hopes and dreams have to get crushed for the others to prevail.
It's just honestly this world today where we see both, for example, FaZe Clan and Liquid go out, and that would be a big, big shame. Can DarkZero take it? We gotta find out very shortly.
We will. Oh, they get to do all the little fun stuff where you get to crush the keys. Oh, I've witnessed it happen a couple of times, but if you have the chance of putting it in there, yeah, it is great. But those are the games that we're going to be looking at today. Like, we have DarkZero going up against Liquid, and again, one of those keys is going to get crushed in like maybe 3 hours max.
Yeah, I think it'll be quite a long game. I would say 3 hours. I'm not sure about you.
Yeah, I think so too. This definitely has the potential to go for a very long game, and we will talk about these 2 teams later on as well. DarkZero definitely has potential to make it a longer game if they get on the attacking half, but we'll see that later.
We will, but we will also see the Doritos reactions from yesterday, because there was a lot of emotion in every single one of these games, not just from the teams that are winning, but also from the teams that unfortunately had to go home and get their crease crushed due to the fact that it is such a quick-paced, high expectations, high pressure environment.
One that I really want to see here, and I hope is in there as well, is that moment that Kangaroo Kenny was like looking almost in disbelief, like, oh my, we are taking down FaZe. I can't believe this is happening. I'm always really excited to see these kind of responses from the players.
On one knee.
That is a very nice way to hand over the key to the person that that has beat you in that game. We've seen various ways of it happening yet. Some teams are like not really there. They don't really want to do it. It feels maybe a little bit awkward to have to give your key to someone that just took you down. But that was a very funny one. Of course, seeing Scars as well. I always love to see their reactions. They always seem to be vibing, having a great time. So I'm not surprised to see them there too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, just to touch on Kangaroo Kenny, he's probably one of the most emotional people inside of Rainbow Six, and he lets it show as well. And of course, here on the screen, we've got the keys being crushed. That was Fultz there with Bliss's key after obviously Oda had gone down on one knee to present it to the team. And how nice is it, by the way, to see Benja Master operating with a smile on his face? Because we've not seen that in a very long time for those of us that have covered EU League.
He's back. He definitely is, and he's locked in and on the server. But let's have a look at the playoffs bracket in terms of the games that we will be witnessing today. As we already touched upon, Liquid going up against DarkZero. Loser goes home, winner goes to the semifinal. Identical stuff for Bleed Esports going up against W7M. We have BDS against FaZe Clan. I am so looking forward to that banger, because can you imagine either one of these teams dropping this early? And then Furia against Space Station Gaming.
How stacked is that lower half of the bracket, by the way? Pre-tournament, if you'd have said, who are the favourites for this tournament? Who are the likely winners? You would have said BDS, FaZe, and Furia. Now, it's potential that 2 of those 3 teams could be going home, or will be going home, actually.
They will. They're
they
out.
will, not
Goodbye.
could. They will be going home before the final as well. So for the top half of the bracket, I think a lot of opportunity for the Dark Horse teams. You know, looking at Liquid and DarkZero up there looking pretty strong. But then the pre-tournament favourites, 3 of them in that lower half of the bracket.
And SSG.
Yeah, and of course, I hope you have like 2 screens to be able to watch both of the games at the same time, because even SSG considered an underdog in that game, but we have seen a team like Furia also show some kind of weaknesses. They've had some really tough battles against opponents where you're maybe not really expecting it from Furia, so literally anything could happen in that game.
But that is the second game today, because we're going to be starting off with the Jamil Motorsports game of the day, and that is going to be Liquid against DarkZero. We have a quick check-in as well, so let's head over to that, because I think BDS against FaZe, that is the match of the day.
Yeah.
They're so exciting. Every single one of these can be the match of the day, and that's just what makes us so much more difficult. But it highlights whichever one of these teams wins. We're gonna either have to go up against Furia of SSG. Well, let's head over to the check-in to see what Jackie had to say.
The Esports World Cup continues, and now we move on to playoffs. Groups are done, and 8 teams are done as well. You can see their crushed keys there. They are eliminated. Only 8 teams remain, 4 thrilling series ahead. But what is our match of the day? BDS versus FaZe. That's right. You are going to see these 2 names that you'd think would be in a grand final in a quarterfinal. Just to break down both of these teams for you, BDS, they're tournament favorites. They have won the 2 previous Saudi events. They came in second at the Manchester Major, and they are dominating the EWC right now with convincing wins. As for FaZe, the Brazilian team also doing quite well. They stumbled against Bleed, but seemed to find their footing against ITB. They made it to the SI finals. Will they make it to the EWC finals? Well, first they got to get past BDS. But what do you think of our match of the day? Let us know. Sending it back to the studio.
Let us know indeed what we think about the match of the day. I think we already touched upon it a little bit yesterday, particularly because we were genuinely just reacting live to the playoff bracket, and we just went like, what do you mean BDS against FaZe? And then they're gonna go up against who wins, Furia or SSG? Furia probably, putting it in there. Whoa. You know, you gotta keep it bang a buck, all right? Gotta keep it honest here. And that is insane, because we've already touched upon the fact that these 3 teams we were expecting to see them in the finals, but today's the day.
Yeah, I think for that match of the day, BDS going up against FaZe, I think you're looking at 2 teams that over the last 2 major tournaments that Rainbow Six has had, being the Manchester Major and the Six Invitational, both of them in second place, both of them arguably will feel that they could have and should have won and been the relevant champions, and both of them will have been targeting this event as a clear win, so there's so much on the line in that game.
100%. I mean, you say these 2 teams, of course, made it to second. They've both heard that these are the teams that are expecting to win these major tournaments. FaZe came in at SI. Everyone said, oh, FaZe might win this. They look really good. They look like the best team in Brazil at the moment. Same for BDS. I mean, in Europe League as well, they were looking amazing. They were the team that was expected to win the Manchester Major. So for both of them, there is a really good shot at revenge here.
Yeah, I mean, for FaZe at SI, it looked like for 6 rounds that they were actually going to win the finals, but then they didn't, and that is unfortunate for them. But the players are here, and the players are ready with the Jamil Motorsports player arrivals. They're rocking up to the studio, they're rocking up to the stage, and that is, again, something that none of these teams that are competing here today are strangers to. Liquid has a stage experience, DZ has it, so has FaZe, so has BDS. So for them, they are at home, comfortable territory.
It's always nice to see how players are walking in, if they're kind of stressed, if they're having a good time, if they're having some fun with each other. Liquid seem kind of relaxed. They've been here before, as you said, they've seen the stage so many times. And then we're looking, of course, at DarkZero walking in here as well. Looking at their faces, they seem pretty relaxed too. They know what's ahead of them. It's definitely not going to be an easy game for them, but from an underdog perspective, so much is possible.
It might not be the match of the day that we've designated, but this game, again, it's 2 champion teams that have gone together. These 2 teams, cores of teams and organizations, have won S-tier events within Rainbow Six, and the players have so much experience. So, like we saw on them arrival shots, both of them looking really relaxed.
Liquid going up against DZ, and to cast your vote in which one of the teams you think is going to be walking away with the win heading into the semifinals, head over to stcplay.gg to cast your vote or your prediction. From our side of things, I think this is a debate that we can probably have for a very, very, very long time, because we're looking at 2 experienced rosters, we're looking at some incredible names, but let's start off with Liquid, because this is a team that is, we like to say, always the bridesmaid, never walking down the aisle.
I was not allowed to finish it yesterday, so you're not allowed to finish finish either now. No, sorry, I want to cut you off there. I mean, Liquid, of course, they were looking really good so far in the first stage of Brazil, going into Manchester as well. I think for them, a major thing was to take down the reigning world champions in Furia. That must have been a great mental boost.
Yep.
But the one thing I'm really excited about with this roster is that Maya is now joining them. He looks like a super energetic player as well. He brings that kind of positive vibe that we're looking for, because we know Liquid can be a very emotional team.
I really like Liquid as a roster, and I really want them to get over the line, because it's clear as day to see every single event they go to, especially when it hits the point of failure, which it did. Basically the last 2 years, 3 years, whatever it's been a long time that we've seen Liquid go really deep at this event and never get over the line. I really do like them. They've got a lot of quality, but they seem to just have this mental block that they hit. We actually thought in Manchester that they got over that line because they beat Fury. Like you said, they were going into the semi-finals, and you know, the world was their oyster at that point, and then they fell short again, which must have been even more crushing. So, you know, they've been here time and time again, but time and time again, they just keep hitting that wall.
Maybe this time it's different. You're in a different competition. It is a completely new environment that you're playing in. You have a couple of changes that we've seen being made, and maybe even the philosophy that we were hearing earlier today from the R6 manager, where the players are aware how important this game is, but that's their job. They're used to it. They can handle it.
I think in a weird way, it might take a little bit of pressure off them, depending on what they consider their primary goal to be. If they consider their primary goal to be to do a job for the organization, to get as many points as they possibly can, to secure the organization's place in the club championship, it might change that goal away from, can we finally get over the line in an event, and take that pressure away. And we might see Liquid succeed because of that.
Yeah, I mean, they're already top 8, right? So they've already qualified for championship club points from the side of Siege alone. So however further you can push it, how better it will get. But I like that point of it potentially taking away some of that pressure from them.
Exactly, and we're looking at these players as well. I mentioned Maya, for example, coming in this team. He's a very active player on this roster, really putting up the numbers. But even so far in the Esports World Cup, where we don't see Maya putting up the numbers, it's someone like Palu stepping in and doing the job for the team. They seem super energetic. They seem super active. It's really good to see. There's of course like some older players in this team as well. I think Nesk, the oldest player competing at this tournament, so the experience definitely is there.
Hey, age doesn't necessarily equal experience, right? Right, Fresh?
No comment.
You're the oldest one here, so you
no
should be able
comment
to
as
tell
the
us.
oldest person here. No,
Okay.
of course it does. You know, those guys will be ready for it.
Yeah, and that's something that we're looking forward to, because they're going to be going up against DZ, and that is another roster that we know has that experience. It's another roster that has they've made main stage on Manchester, and it feels like as time goes on, they are making upgrades.
I think a really important thing that I heard in the interview that Jackie did with these players earlier today was that we heard NJR say that this is the happiest team composition that he has ever been in. That's a really, really big thing to say. This team composition, of course, looking really good with the additions they did earlier this year. And I made that joke earlier that I said, oh, you know, with DarkZero on attacking half, it could be a very long game. That is my main concern with them. From SI going into now, they seem to be one of the slower teams on attack, having that difficulty getting into the building. They're utilizing the blitz is something that we've seen in these last few games to really create some force to be able to enter. But then at other moments, we also see a player like Panba jump in, create a big opportunity, but there's no one there to follow up.
You know me, Anne. You know that I'm a certified DZ hater and have been for a long time. No, I don't hate that. I want them to succeed. I just want to caveat that right there. But I've hated on their playstyle and the way that they've played it. As you said, attacks very, very slow, very, very staged, very easy to set up against. Defenses, we've often seen like a 4+1 scenario where the main 4 players are in and around site or roaming, and then Canadian is off on his own doing his own thing. What we're starting to see now is trickles of that changing with the addition of Nath into this team, with a little bit longer as this 5 and a lot more confidence in their front line, in Bolo, in NJR, in Pamba as well. We're now seeing they found a way to make Canadian aggressive by getting him onto those shields, who are overpowered in Rainbow Six right now, getting him onto those shields, getting him in the face. That aggression forces other players around him to get aggressive. And as such, we're seeing kind of I would call it a new look DarkZero, and it's been very effective so far. You know, they've had a great time of things.
It sounds like here, when it comes to DZ, after all the changes that they've made, it's really time that has been on their side. They've had a while to get used to each other, and we've already seen them compete before. So if anything, this is really their chance of proving like, yeah, we actually do have what it takes and we are the best roster in NA and maybe even in the world right now.
I mean, for sure, they definitely have the players on this roster that have shown it before in previous tournaments that they can be the best in the world. We're looking for them, of course, to keep it up. Talking more about their attacks, they really take their time to get settled up, so that could be a concern going into the games. If they're playing against an aggressive team, like, for example, Furia, which we saw earlier, and that team plays really into the faces of DarkZero, they're not letting them set up, and that's really difficult for them to have to handle that.
You've got to remember with DZ as well, we talk not just about experience, but talk about what they've won. You know, Bolo is a world champion. Canadian is a world champion and a major champion. You know, Pamba and NJ aren't major champions, and then there's kind of Nath there as well. But he's a really emerging prospect, a really, not even emerging prospect, probably the best support, one of the best support players in the world in that role that he sits in as well. This is a team that is used to winning things, and when they find that correct formula and get confident, they really are a dark horse.
Yeah, but are they the EWC champion? That is something that we're going to have to find out because, yes, you might have all these international titles, but this would be the first of its kind. And we're going DarkZero. They're going up against Liquid. Feels like when we're looking at the map pool here, and is there any overlap that you're expecting to be taken out of the equation?
There is a bit of an overlap, but there's some different maps that really would do well for these teams. I mean, when we're looking at Liquid, they have a 7-game win streak on Chalet. When we're looking at DarkZero, they have a 4-game win streak on a map like Nighthaven Labs. Skyscraper is one of the maps that isn't great for both these teams. Same for Oregon. So I respect that they're taking it out as a mutual kind of thing. Like, okay, we don't want to play these maps against each other. I think Liquid is a better I just missed completely the point there. But yeah, I'm excited to see maybe a Chalet being banned out by DarkZero. Not surprised, as I mentioned, that 7-game win streak for Liquid there. Curious to see if they will let Nighthaven Labs in. It's looking like it might be there.
Yeah, Liquid are going to pick into Consulate as well. Obviously, that was a map that they went, and in a way, they actually took a gamble when they played Team Bliss over there on Consulate, but it came through for them, and I think will have given them a lot of confidence. DarkZero pick into Cafe. Now, one of the things that I think about Cafe, and I think about how they're playing, with the Blitz, with you know, if Blitz is banned, it'll probably be Monty on Canadian. It's quite a compact map, Cafe. It is just 3 floors of a compact space on top of each other, and therefore that's stylistically, I think, a very good map for them.
100%. I think Clubhouse as well, being a smaller map in the end as well, can really help to make sure that you do set yourselves up in time. It's that really, well, checklist map, I guess, that we've been also always saying about Clubhouse. You know what you need to do. You need to get your walls up. You need to do this, that, yada, yada. And you know what to do. That could really help for DarkZero to set themselves up with that checklist.
It sounds like either one of these teams can take it away. I
think they can. I think it lies in how aggressive DarkZero are together and on the back of that shield play. Now, Liquid, I love their operator bans because it's very targeted operator bans usually. So for me, it's about, will they choose to get rid of that Blitz? If they do, the Monty's probably coming. But that's the one thing that Liquid do for themselves very often is they try to put themselves in the most advantageous situation in the first half of the games. So don't be surprised to see some operator bans that don't necessarily make sense, but allow them to kind of abuse the more powerful operators on their starting side.
And don't be surprised to see that the audience predictions went 67%, almost a nice, to Team Liquid. I think when we're sitting here and we're debating, we're talking about both of these rosters having different things that are working in their favor and a lot of experience, but Liquid, realistically, and would they have the upper hand here?
I mean, I want to see them play aggressive. Like we said, I want to see them interrupt the plans that DarkZero are making to really shut them down early on into the round. That could help them to get some rounds on the board. We've seen, for example, Maya play very well, but even if Maya doesn't play well, the team is there around him to really step up. But I do want to see an energetic Liquid as well in regards of the vibes being good, the team mental being good, or the morale being good. That could definitely help them.
Yeah, the emotions is either like your greatest strength or your biggest weakness, and we've seen Liquid utilize that in kind of both aspects. So I want to see them kind of, you know, use that emotion, but use it positively to reinforce the team.
Team Liquid head in the Esports Championship Club points, but DZ are looking to give them a run for their money. Who will take the win in the first quarterfinals?
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Rainbow Six Siege at the Esports World Cup. We've done away with our group stages and said goodbye to 4 more teams. We've crushed some keys, and today we continue on into our playoffs.
Imagine booting up your favorite video game, jumping into the lobby, and getting ready for your next matchup. But you know that if you win, that win is worth tens of thousands of dollars. That is the reality for the players on stage here today.
And I know there's an extra bit of wins because at the end of it, they get to talk to at least one of our 2 hosts here. Ian from the radio, and myself, of course, playing for this big trophy at the end. You see some of the keys that have been crushed, and over the next couple days, we'll be showing them even closer up how they've been destroyed.
I witnessed it for the very first time yesterday, the key crushing experience. It is devastating, but so satisfying at the same time, isn't it, Milos?
You know, I feel like there's some players, some teams, they're just going to squeeze a bit harder than others. And at the end of it, teams, the victorious team from the entire tournament, can pick 3 keys to be forever immortalized in their trophy, cast in resin that they can keep. So if you're any team that's here, you think, oh, these 3, they're the top in the world, or they're our big rivals, we just want to keep them in our trophy forever.
Which of our teams will become legends forever? It is time to get into our first quarterfinal. Let's introduce Team Liquid. Often referred to as the nearly men in Siege, but make no doubt about it, this is a star-studded roster full of immense talent with the ability to get the job done. Can they progress into our semis?
And their opponents, DarkZero. The North American squad is star-studded in its own right. Pro League champions, major champions, multi-time world champions at the Invitational, and they're missing something extra to top it all off. This is a match of giants, and I think there's many of them on the DarkZero side. Please, Liquid, DarkZero, deposit your keys in their places and take your seats.
There's an atmosphere in here right now. The tension is palpable. So many megastars here on the stage.
We got Neskin Canadian in this. We're getting Bolo. When does he play? Well, right now.
It's crazy. Bolo plays right now. Milos, who's winning?
We are.
We are. We all get to enjoy this. Let's get right into it right now.
Everybody, how's everybody doing today? I hope you're doing well. We're back in the casting booth for Team Liquid and DarkZero here in the beautiful Riyadh of Saudi Arabia. It's EWC, baby, and we got the Liquid horse up against our space rivals. Not the SSG boys, obviously. DarkZero, and quite a few talents, quite a few big prospects, as well as huge names on both of these rosters, Pangy. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling excited, feeling good, and I think Ian and Milos, they killed that intro segment as well. I mean, the Facebook at the end saying, who's gonna win? We are. The fans, the spectators, the casters, all of production, because I think this will be a great game here, because DC, they've been a team that's been progressing over many years, you know, sometimes falling a bit short, usually making it to top 4, top 8 at events, but now with Nave and with Canadian playing a more aggressive role, leading the team from the front, not backstepping anymore, this could be peak performance DC at this event.
Yeah, it's a much more aggressive front for him, and I really like that, especially because he's always been that very flexible guy, right?
Yeah.
I've always looked at this Canadian as not only does he have the brains, but he has the bronze. He puts himself in a position to try and make those big outplays, you know what I mean? And I've always really appreciated that about his gameplay. Now, in recent history, you and I kind of touched on this before.
I was gonna say
he's starting to adapt more back into what we saw previously. Back in the day, shield plays and this kind of stuff. But in the current meta, it's perfect for this kind of a scenario, especially when, I mean, just look at the names that DarkZero have available to them. When you have NJR, Pamba, Nafe, and Bolo next to you, I think you can do whatever you damn please.
Yeah, this was a big thing that, you know, DC and Kenny got criticism for, is that he would play, you know, Dokkaebi and Jackal, and he would like flank around the map. And you have players like Bolo and JR Pambasu playing like semi-hard support. It was like, what are we doing here? So I like this change up. And on the other side of things, Nesk, he's had a bit of a big question mark next to his name the last, I was, a year and a half. Has he gotten too old? Has he fallen off? Does he have the passion still? Nobody knows. But then last stage in Brazil, he became the spearhead, that entry once again for Team Liquid in the same patch that Ash got back the R4C ACOG scope. He was dropping double digits every single game. And since then, Liquid, they've been a much better team.
Yeah, 100%. We're going to be jumping directly into this. And funny enough, you and I were talking in the car earlier.
Yes, we were.
And guess what? It's Consulate. I really didn't think for a split second that we were going to see it, just because it already been played so much between these two. Liquid's played it twice, DarkZero's played it once. I thought it'd just get swept under the rug as soon as they got to playoffs because, you know, there's so many other maps available. But no, instead, we've got, I almost said Clubhouse. We do have Clubhouse. I'm sorry, I was thinking Oregon. But Consulate, Cafe, and Clubhouse. Very, very exciting stuff. And honestly, I think this could go either way.
Oh, interesting. So yeah, the big surprise here is that it was Liquid who picked the map, and as you said, they played it twice already, once against PSG Talent, a second against Team Blizz. So both APAC teams, maybe Liquid thought, we didn't put in 100%, we still got other strategies, other options available to us, but if you're DarkZero, you gotta feel pretty confident with so many votes, you know, just a day or two ago, to go into this and say, we think we know what Liquid will do. But with that being said, Liquid, they wouldn't go here unless they had a plan that would catch DarkZero off guard.
Yeah, most definitely. And Liquid rocking those new backgrounds, as well as a couple people on DZ rocking the new player backgrounds as well for the operator cards. And I love that new DarkZero one, man. It's so funny. You know, I will admit, when it first came out, I was a little bit of a hater.
It's a bit goofy.
You know, it was a little goofy. I was like, ah, come on. And then I saw it actually in game, and I was like, okay, you win.
They got me with that one.
Got me, yeah. And then all my friends bought it, and I was like, I gotta buy it too. And you know, but I don't use the gun skin because somebody may or may not have sold their gold dust skins and bought Glacier recently. It wasn't me. All right, it was me.
You know, some skins are just the best. Glacier is up there. Now, for Team Liquid, what they did against PSG Talent and Blizz, they like to do a bit of a cheese attack here, and the Amaru is a big, you know, working pillar of that foundation. Basically, they can attack either CEO or Meeting as their primary attacking side, but then Armor will go on the opposite side, sneak into the window, and just go for a plant, and Liquid will rotate around in a post-plant position. Right now, they're hovering Lion, Grim, Ying, Capital, and the Amaru. This is an execute-oriented Team Liquid that want to get that 5v5 on the bomb side, create chaos, generate space, and just get down at diffuser and play that safe post-plant from the window repels.
Well, that's the biggest thing for me in this lineup, right, is that ability to generate that space. That's exactly what they need for a scenario like this. You have to try and do a full court press in protecting your Amaru in this position. And you know, it's you know, vice versa for DarkZero. You have to bring those utilities that you can toss over into that area, because if you try and approach, you're more than likely dead.
Big thing here for Team Liquid, they're going to open up all the windows around the building to apply phantom pressure, as well as droning downstairs. If you only go for CEO window, the DarkZero will know what's up. So you go in all these different areas of the map, open the wall up as well, close the bomb site, and now DC are like, okay, we don't know what they're going to do, we don't know where they're rushing, but when Liquid want to, because of their operator lineup, they can go in an instant moment here.
Oh, and Amaru's coming in. Nitro Cell out, but they don't know which window she's in. She's going to fly into the other portion instead and start putting this bomb down. Nesk will end up dying, and we're not going to have Laguna stick this just yet. Smoke's out. He knows that one's around the corner, but we actually have this player stuck in behind the desk because we do have that CEO repel. So this is overcomplicating things for DarkZero, and they don't really have an answer, at least in the moment. They'll continue to try and figure this out. And actually, I do believe, yes, indeed, it was a miscalculation on my end. It's actually resets in behind the CEO desk. He'd already swung in. He's got some beautiful angles to work with, although there is one player still downstairs. Nave will take him out, free up this portion of the map, but Team Liquid's post plant looks nasty.
It's excellent. I mean, they caught DarkZero off guard entirely.
Down to the 2v2. A run out here for DZ. Really not much to do. A nade in, and this strategy from Team Liquid. It's all spades across the board. A full house and a round for them.
This might not have been a flawless round in terms of like the literal definition of 5 versus 0, but I think this is a flawless round rush execute, because they did the exact thing that we expected, where they're gonna attack one side, push the other. And you saw DarkZero, they were C4ing CEO default plant, going down on piano, shotgun the floor, and guess what? They plan to connect their window on the other bomb side. And I also worry for DC now because Liquid did a very similar thing against PSG, against Blizz, where they would go for the meeting execute but plant CEO. So DarkZero failed this first round, not being super warmed up intel-wise, but also Team Liquid, they had no gaps in that attack. It was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think the biggest thing is that this is just one of those adaptations that you're starting to see on this top floor. We've been playing with that CEO window for so long since this match came, or this map rather, came back out. And you know, people are going to start to adapt around it. There's two very exploitable windows on this top floor bomb site for Amaru, and we see another one right there. Very well done from Team Liquid. Now DarkZero not really having too much trust on that top floor anymore. In fact, they're going to shift it down to the split bomb site. This is one of the only ones we have available in the game where the bombs aren't on the same floor. This one is going to have one inside of Tellers, as well as one downstairs inside of Server.
Did you say it was one of the only ones or the only one?
One of the only ones.
It is the only one.
It's the only one now.
Now it is, yeah,
Okay.
exactly. So Park and I had to talk about this like a while ago, and it's like, it's the only one now that's left. This is funny because normally when you see this bomb site, you see like a pulse, a bunch of C4s, you know, plant deny, echo meister, whatever. They're playing half roam, half plant deny. They only have one C4 in pocket of pulse, of course. Then they have Solids, I can see where the plant goes down, and Toxic Babes. We got Cast and Vigil, who are active roaming operators. So I feel like DarkZero, they have not invested into one singular way to play out this round. They can play the plant deny, they can play the semi-roam game. They want to fight Liquid out somewhere on the map.
Yeah, and I mean, let's be honest. Are you surprised? It's Canadian on this roster. There's a Pulse and a Solus in the lineup. And at the end of the day, it's also Consulate. Probably Pulse's best map, in my personal opinion. It's really,
up there,
yeah, it's so disgusting. I mean, even if you're on the top floor bomb site, this is something you can use in ranked all the time. Pulse can see every single floor when you look up. So if somebody's on the third floor, you can still see them from the basement, which is just truly impeccable, especially if you have good comps. If you know the map very well and you're able to tell your team where these players are, you're more than likely getting a few kills, and you didn't have to do a lot of heavy lifting.
Focus on the build now, but there's a gap. Look at this. Navy finds. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh my god. Almost with Sit, but gets the 1-for-1 trade with Nisk finding Pambusu at the same time.
Makes you breathe heavy, doesn't it? Get a little worried, especially when it's something like the Ump. That thing does not fire very quickly. And almost ran into a train right there. And speaking of which, Canadian might be next. Nitro Cell underneath. Somebody popped this. Oh my goodness. Okay. That was just so unfortunate for Canadian. Nesk will take him down. Team Liquid doing a very good job of identifying where the Solus is on the top floor and knowing that he's in an isolated position, exploiting it to its fullest.
That's the big weakness right now for DarkZero. They played that kind of half roam, half plant that we spoke about earlier, and that means that there are two isolated roamers upstairs with 3 players beneath that cannot really help each other. Sure, C4 was attempted, didn't really do a whole lot, but now there's no plant deny. You got Toxic Babes on the smoke and the pulse scanner, sure, but no C4. You have to like walk up a staircase to fight Visa, for example, or hold your ground. Liquid still got 40+ seconds to work with. But there we go. Bola finds Nesk back to a 3-on-3. DarkZero is still fighting back.
And that's the key thing. They have to step up to the plate now, and they have to hit a home run. They're going to stay at least adequate here, stay in contention of Team Liquid inside of this 2v2. They're going to drop down the hatch, though, and I think that they've completely caught off DarkZero. As long as Lagonis is in a solid position, they have this plant, and they can try and convert this. They know one's running for the hatch, and Lion's going to be able to gun him down. That DMR, so very dangerous. Lagonis popping off there. What a shot out of him. What a play from Liquid. That decision-making, snappy.
Yeah, that is such good problem-solving skills from Liquid because DC, I actually think they played that really well given the circumstances. They played an aggressive 3v3, and then they held the bombs together. One Visa staircase, one Teller's staircase, one inside of Teller's itself. They had a crossfire going. Liquid, they dropped the corner hedge. Like, we got the basic bomb side. We don't care about Teller's at all. So it's beautifully done from both teams. So again, Liquid a little bit snappier on the comms and of course predicting what DC might be doing.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Consulate. There's so many different ways that you can go about it, but there's also so many different ways that you can exploit it, right? And we just saw one of them right there from Team Liquid. They identify what the play is from DarkZero and the fact that they want to try and have a few bodies on that top floor, and that's where things really start to fall off the wagon, you know what I mean? They stay in contention up there, they take that entire top floor, rip up the flooring, and then past that, identify that both of the players are playing the Teller's space. Shift things over to the waiting room, drop down the hatch, get a plant, and then everybody saw the deed get done at the end. The DMR there from Lagonis as You know, Maya, pretty happy about that one.
I was gonna say, I want to talk about the emotions from Liquid there. It's only 2-0. They won that round. It was somewhat of a clutch, I guess, but it was a 3 versus 3 essentially. Nesk looked like he just won the major finals, you know? He looked so happy about that, and that's the thing. The desk spoke about too. Liquid, they've always been known as an emotional team. But I always think that their negative emotions would be the bigger story point. But ever since Maya joined the roster, it's been a much more positive experience when we see them clutch rounds. Or even when they lose with quote-unquote a smile on their face.
Yeah, Maya's got that endless energy. He's the power plant for Team Liquid. And honestly, for any team that he's ever been on, you know, you've seen it across the board. And honestly, that makes me feel fantastic for Team Liquid. Because you and I have talked about this before. This is a team that has a lot of pressure on their shoulders, not only from their region, but globally. Everybody expects Liquid to win something, and they have for years. And they've came so close, but always just burned up in the sun. Maya's going to take down one, traded out by Bo.
Oh, no.
And what a nice find here from Bo ×2. Going to be able to take down the shield. This is going to be the first rough patch for Liquid.
That's tough. I mean, especially because like the blitz of Lagones had smoke grenades and Pocket could smoke off the left when it was playing from, they pushed the guy on the right-hand side. But with that being said, whoever that player was, in the Benja or Nave, they prepped the C4 above the doorway, which Lagones heard, so he couldn't push the player that was isolated. So DC, being a shield team themselves, also know how to counter shield when they face it on defense.
Yeah, most definitely. With that in mind, you're going to be seeing a lot of Legion this game, folks. I'm telling you. Legion is going to be ran in a lot of these defensive lineups. He's one of the best in the business when it comes to dealing with shields. You can think of things like Capcan as well, but Capcan, you got to put it on a door. Don't troll and put it on a window, I swear. Please don't do that. People try and do that all the time. I'm like, oh, man. Lessons need to be learned. But no, Legion, that's your answer. And, well, unfortunately enough for DarkZero, actually, fortunately enough, they already dealt with the blitz, but they're Legion down for the count. Liquid trying to pick up the pieces now. It's going to start off with resets. This decision right here, right now. This pistol, so nasty, but when you got the super shorty up close, that's a quad for Bo in that round. Very well done from him, but we can't hype it up too much just yet because it's to be expected. Not only is he really darn good at this game, also a hammer lifter.
That's true. He did lift that hammer. Same with the Canadian back there, of course. Great fork for Bolo to the MP, to the secondary shotty as well. But the thing is, when you look at the attacking side of Consulate, Liquid already getting 2 rounds out of 3. They can pretty happily go into this on a 2-4 half, 3-3 half and say, you know what, that's okay. Because the attacking side is typically the one that is much more difficult than defense on this particular map. Bonk. I love that. That shotgun, especially on land, it just destroys people in close quarter combat.
Oh, yeah. And the biggest thing is, too, is it's completely unsuspecting. You know what I mean? Everybody's so used to the primaries that you have to coexist with, right? And sometimes you just don't think of the fact of, oh, yeah, Castle does have that secondary
back in my day, he didn't have that. It's the weak UMP.
Absolutely. They got 2 of them now because Legion's also got it. Recent change as well has brought, I think it's the ITA, isn't it, over to Malusi. So yeah. We have 2 of them. I can't even remember if their ammo count's different. If they are, hopefully she got the better
5 Malusi, 3 on the I call it the Muzzy shotgun, the Castle shotgun.
Gotcha.
Because Muzzy came with that originally before they murdered him.
They did.
They're like,
they really
yoink,
did.
No shotgun, yoink, less bullets, yoink, no scope.
Guys, I'll stop him when he's wrong. Oh, man. What did you do to my poor Aussie boy? He used to be one of the funnest roamers in the game. And then they were like, also past that, while we're on this, can we please get something done about the Roni? Why does it have less bullets in the SMG-11?
That's bullet count in the game.
That's all I'm going to say. That's it. And that's our soapbox. We're going to throw that off into the ether. We're back into round 4 here. Liquid is up by 1 and hopping into things now. They've abandoned the blitz. Lagones bringing in the Monty. And we are going to be on the second floor bomb site here. Probably my favorite bomb site on this entire map, Pangy, because of how you play the top floor with all of these angles.
Well, you're right, but again, DarkZero playing all 4 floors right now. Force in the basement, can scan for the bomb site, roaming up top, holding that primary floor as well. So Liquid now, tough decision to make. Do you go for the roam clear above, below, or just straight for the bomb site? Well, either way, what you're going to do, the good news is, because you have the Munty, you can simplify this approach. Munty picks an area, he walks in extended, shares the intel with his team, and then the injuries will follow up here. Right now, it's actually Lagones droning as a Munty player, not entering himself. This could also mean that Liquid, they're trying to hide that operator pick so that they can go for a cheesy plant later in the round. The C4s from DarkZero, rather, 2 in pocket of MGR and Canadian. They gotta land one of those 2 ideally in this round to get that opening kill.
I think I saw a ping there. I think they know that Bo's in this space, but that's the biggest thing. You got a player of this caliber, just because you know where they are doesn't mean that you win the gunfight. And yeah, that was a little close.
That was a very too close for comfort.
Oh
and
my
again,
God. Oh,
Bo's fired up.
If Jason Doty just aims down a little bit, it's basically over for whoever's off past that wall. Clean headshot.
Good old resets on the Ash upstairs. There's a Monty. They hear it. C4 gets tossed. Doesn't do anything at all. They can try and hold this area though. Toxic Bibs as well. So DarkZero can make a lot of, utility towards that piano hallway.
Off
that
of
might
audio.
land.
It's really hard on land, man.
Come on, NGR. No!
Oh, unlucky. That's what we're saying. You have those noise canceling headphones over the top with those in-ears and everything else going on in the game. It's any simple fodder at all, and you really can't hear in the first place. Ness going to be able to take down Bo, but we're down to 30 seconds. It's crunch time already. They need an answer for this, and it's going to be a trade here between Palu and Pambazoo. Probably pretty happy about that one. I'm assuming that one was at range, and Pamba hits his shots with the SMG-11. Mayo take down Canadian. 4 versus 2. Nave with a nice shot, but he gets immediately discovered. It's all up to NJR, and he still has to worry about the Monty. No, some nice shots out here. And that's about all she wrote. That's what you would assume, especially given the circumstances. Monty able to discover that position past his teammate, already giving him the info off that jiggle peek there. And that's why you saw that. They just didn't want to give it up. Might as well not even give him shots. You have a shield player that makes it practically impossible to fight him in a one-on-one. We'll just have him handle it instead.
I actually wouldn't mind seeing DC go into like a Melusi or Finway right now, because I think the issue for them is that Liquid, they are absolutely everywhere. They breached basement immediately, went top floor, got a couple of kills, then they're in basement again, they're in reset, they're in tailors, they're hitting the bomb site, they're attacking DarkZero from every single location possible. Great trade there from Panda, but that's not enough. And Canadian, I also got isolated downstairs as a pulse. So you play an operator like the pulse for the sole reason of gathering information, getting a C4 kill, and he doesn't get either of those things happening. He dies alone, no intel, no C4, the team suffers, Canadian suffers, and DC have no intel.
Oh, and that's the biggest thing about Consulate. You mentioned it earlier about the windows that we saw Liquid breaking open and creating phantom pressure. This is an exact same scenario. Yep. They just took it to the limit. They break open the basement. They start applying pressure on the top floor with windows and all this kind of stuff. And the beauty of a team that is so solid like Liquid, a little confusing though.
Are they Liquid or the solid?
I'm not even going to mention the gas, okay? But listen, the key thing is when you do this, it makes it to where DarkZero has to cover all of their bases.
Exactly.
And if your team, recuperates and they come back together and go, okay, this is how we're now going to handle this, in the way that they did, it gets very complicated, especially when the kills start rolling in on their favor.
That's why I think Melusi defender. Now that was brought here, but they did play that Valkyrie on Canadian, which is great because now they get information. The only issue here, someone has to either actively sit on cameras to enable that information, or someone has to die for DarkZero. Yep. The good thing is, if Canadian gets aggressive here and dies early on, he can call all those shots from the cameras and guide his teammates around, which might actually be a benefit to DC. So technically, when they lose a defending player, they gain something else by having those cameras they can watch from Valkyrie.
Yep, difference between passive and active utility. Some of these things are just set it down and forget it, and that's the beauty of something like Melusi. What a find here. Canadian didn't see the drone on the ground and resets Canadian's clock. He's going to have to worry about this from the cam perspective here, so at least they got somebody to try and have some oversight on what Liquid wants to do.
Canadian literally said, hold up, I want to watch the cams. Let me just find someone. But great intel there from Liquid on the drone downstairs in the Visa hallway. Just gets that intel, Reese walks in with confidence, gets that easy pick, and now Liquid, because they got that 5v4 and they have the Monty, they can just start working towards that execute stage, going yellow stairs, flying in CEO window, and DarkZero don't have much to stop them with besides Toxic Babes, a C4, and those scory canisters. So over time, Liquid can bait out that utility with the Monty, for example, just like being an annoyance factor somewhere and force DC to react to it.
And Liquid peeled Palu back from his position that he was downstairs in the closet. Smokes out here for yellow stairs to deal a little bit of damage to Lagonis. They know at least where that is, but Lagonis isn't even the main piece to this puzzle. He's just here to be annoying. It's actually the full repel play here on CEO. Liquid trying to flip the script from what we saw previously.
We see the whole thing there. It's blocked downstairs with verticality, 2 guys on the window, Monty yellow staircase. All Liquid need right now is time. Burn out those 3 Toxic Babes. When there's none left, Monty can guaranteed push in and apply pressure. So when the time is right, they go for it. That right there burned out the final Goy canister as well. So the next repel in, that can be a plant.
Yep. Really big deal here. Some smokes need to be asserted from Nave, but he's not going to be able to do too much about it. It's going to be a Nitro Cell instead, and the immediate answer here from Liquid. This is what you want to see. You don't want to see them be lackadaisical. They can't just all of a sudden get surprised. An instantaneous swing from Maya, air jab out, but he can't. Oh, he does!
Surely not.
He wins the second one, but the Bailiff was his only answer past that, and Bolo will take down Nesk. They're going to be able to get their second round.
That's way too close to comfort, but DC are very happy to get a second round. But going back to the earlier point, Liquid, I think they're super happy on the 3-3 worst case scenario because that is beating the average score, and I would argue, here on Consulate. And Liquid, they've done their prep work for this. They got so many different kinds of executes. They got the Blitz, they got the Munty, they got the no-shield situation. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see when DarkZero comes in the side swap, how they can match that same kind of pressure on their attacking side.
So Consulate, back at the Blast Major that we had here in Manchester. The Major, 37% win rate on attack.
What? Oh, okay, yeah, okay. For some reason, I got that wrong. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So we're talking 2-4.
You're acting so shocked. You're like, what?
I was like, wait, defense is terrible? I was like, wait, that's not how math is mathing.
Yeah, no. The offense, 37.8 to get it down to the decimal. And then for defense, 62.2.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. This is one of these maps that I know it's been in the game for a little while, guys.
I mean,
yeah, and that's, you would know, exactly. It feels like it has, but there's a lot of innovation to be had, and the big thing that happens inside of pro play is that the defense is always better to start on every single map. Offense is incredibly difficult to try and get coordinated and sound and all of that in between, right? Team Liquid has obviously put in a lot of effort to make this offense spool up in the way that it has.
Yeah. And I love to see how they're doing it because we don't see teams play with this much confidence all that often, I think. Playing on a big map, widespread apart. But Liquid, because of how good their drone work is, they can very comfortably walk on the map on the attacking side so far. I like this change. Canadian solo roaming top floor, more or less, has Capcan traps as the Capcan player. And I think the idea here is he's going to get hunted by demos. He's going to get droned out. They're going to come running for him. And if he just falls back door by door, he's going to have Capcan traps in those strategic positions, like here, for example, that he can play around. If he gets left alone, however, he can go for a late round flank, see for the floor for verticality, and be annoying towards Team Liquid later on the round.
And he's so solid in this position, mostly because he's played a role like this for so very long. So this is exactly what you expect out of him. You want him to try and delay. A lot of people get frustrated when they see the initial pick go the way of the offense, especially when it's on the roam. They're like, oh, he didn't get any kills. But that's not really what it's about. What it's about is wasting time, and you want Canadian to do that. It looks like he might even prep the windows and hop out on the far side for the double, but you already see the rotation from Team Liquid. Oh my gosh. They want to lock him inside of a cage.
Oh, they're coming.
Canadian might have to turn into a feral animal here to try and get out of this.
See what he can do. C4 timing could be massive here. And 1-4 trade is all he needs.
No way, it's Nafe instead, and they do it off the break. Beautiful comms there from Canadian. Lagonis gets him off the window, but Pamba's going to be able to frag back. And DarkZero in the driver's seat here for one of the few times that we've seen so far.
That's great from DC. Again, they're playing together around Canadian, making him a bait and switch, basically. I feel like in a perfect world, Canadian should put down the Capcan traps, but he shouldn't be the Capcan roaming, because you track the Capcan, you're going to think to yourself, there's got to be Capcan traps. So I feel like if that small change happened, Liquid would have been less aware of it, maybe taking more damage, but either way, DC, they definitely come out on top in that trade.
Absolutely. Now with a sub-minute, Team Liquid have a lot of decision-making ahead of them. It's a downstairs bomb site. They wasted a lot of time on that top floor, and they've only gotten Canadian for it. We're doing a check here. All four of the DarkZero players downstairs, so that doesn't mean that Team Liquid has access to that mid floor. But the key thing is now is that they don't really have the ability to break up too much. The soft breach is already used for Nesk. I don't know if he used those on that floor in there. It looks like he's at least used one. And now Team Liquid have got to try and find a place for this plant. That's going to be Lagonis' job here. You can see Nesk up top trying to utilize those angles that they broke open with the breaching charges. He's going to drop down the hatch. NJR for one, but no, that's all she wrote. NJR for two. Botax on the last, and DarkZero have tied up this defensive side.
Very impressive, and I feel like DC finally kind of found their footing and saying, okay, this is how we expect Team Liquid to attack, we're gonna counter it. Whereas in the first couple of rounds, it was like, what's going on? Okay, are they attacking left or right? We don't really know as DarkZero, but finally, they got it done and dusted. The issue is, that 6th round was played out, 3-3 half, now you swap sides. So all that stuff you just figured out, you gotta re-figure it out on the other side now instead.
Even found the man sitting outside waiting for the hop/rappel angle that we would eventually see if he ended up staying up. Didn't need that. DarkZero, very well done, especially in the fact of playing around Canadian on that top floor. And yeah, I do agree with you on the cap cans in that sense, but at a bare minimum, at least he was successful in the roam. He wastes time, he makes it complicated for Liquid, and I especially love the comms there. Nafe getting that Nitro cell up, more than likely saved the beginning of that round.
Oh, absolutely, and again, it buys time for Pembasu as well. The big question was earlier, how will DC match up against Liquid on the attack? Because again, you got the Munty, you got the Blitz, you got those kind of rush or cheese operators for executes. And DarkZero, in their kind of new form, playing those shield operators on Canadian, they usually have two styles of play. One is very fast, very aggressive, kind of cheesy, where they try and steal around by rushing. We saw them do that on Border a couple days ago. So they can play like that new style. They can always default back to that more like fundamental, step-by-step kind of DarkZero. And we see what Liquid have chosen, right? They got the Pluggable Shields, they got the Wamai, the Warden, etc. So they want to slow things down from Liquid side of things. DarkZero trying to speed things up. They can try and do it, but they only have the Blitz. There's no Capital, Ying, Glass follow-up. So I feel like DarkZero, they have to respect the utility right now and go step-by-step in this round.
DarkZero, usually these first rounds, especially when it comes to the offense, right? You really want to try and feel things out.
Yeah.
And given the lineup that they have, this is something where they can't miss their mark. If you utilize this utility in a place where it's not really going to be of any use, then you're kind of screwed. Those gridlock tracks and all of these things in between are all dedicated to the space that you apply them. So it could be a problem if DarkZero ends up misfiring, but obviously that's why we see them taking their time. I have the ITA out there for Nafe as he cleans up that camera downstairs inside of the teller's space. Saw the default up for checkers as well, as NJR will be spooling things up. Track Stingers down too, just to make it harder to try and rotate into this top floor.
So also as Striker comes into play, of course in the Recruit operator, you can get flashbangs and grenades on a Soul operator, which means you flash out the Wamai disc, then nade the shield afterwards, and just single-handedly clear utility on that side of things. And it is DarkZero doing that 1-2-3 step right now, droning it out, seeing where the play positions are. First step here is going to be dealing with Nesk on the Soda machine. Again, no Capital, so you gotta just burn things out step by step. Later on, Canadian on the base has to enable his team to get in the building somehow, at least get into the bomb site later on.
Yeah, this is one of the harder fights to take on this map. This exact position here is such a nuisance, especially for the offense.
They're stalling out. I mean, come on, you gotta go. Flash, 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 nade, boom,
there it
boom,
is.
pow. Oh,
Nesk is more than likely
that's
dead.
gonna kill him, yeah.
Comes right into his lap, and that's exactly what you need to do. You have to try and burn out all of that utility to deal with that Checkers position. DarkZero able to do that.
Oh boy.
With flying colors.
No.
And wow, Canadian takes the fight almost instantaneously. What's the do it again? But wow, Lagonis decapitates Canadian. NJR will do so in turn to Maya. It's down to a 2 versus 2 because Pambazu is bleeding out on the floor inside of the bathroom. I guess if there was a place to bleed out, probably the best, it's a tile floor. Lagonis takes down Pambazu with that M590, creating himself some space and making sure that they don't have a constant bead on his location. Bo does have to worry about this angle through that soft wall to his right, unless we have an absolute demon moment from NJR. He's practically smiling already as they're going to adjust him in behind the desk here. Can he get the shots? Wow, what a transfer there. Knew he had to be around that door frame, slash through on the front desk area. NJR applying bullets where they should be, and he finds the kill.
NJR is so good. I mean, that entire round also came off the fact that Canadian low-key kind of trolled that round. If he didn't like ADS.
Hey, I know that guy. Hey, I know those
people.
guys.
My people. Our people.
Yes, yes. Look at those
Hi,
beauties.
guys.
Aw.
I mean, so if Canadian doesn't troll that a little bit, you know, by just ADSing in the midst of it all, I feel like that round is even more dominant for DarkZero, but either way, really slow start, like you know DarkZero can be, but when they gotta go fast, they speed things up. That's that new version of themselves that we have not seen so much of until this tournament.
Yeah, and you know, it's a breath of fresh air. It really is. And it makes me really, really happy to see, especially for people like NJR, Pamba, and Bolo. I mean, you just want to put high-octane gas inside of that car and fly. That's what you want to do. Kind of like our drive here earlier. So.
Oh, Johnny. I was afraid we wouldn't make it here in time. Or not, well, make it at all, actually. We were definitely making it on time.
Oh, we were making it early, man. I probably could have had a nice little stroll, everything. That guy was ready for Formula for sure, let me tell you. But for Team Liquid, a little bit of a pause there for a split second. Not an actual tack pause, but just a little bit of a...
It was a tack pause.
Oh, it was a tack pause.
It flew by.
It did. It really
Team
did.
Liquid off that round lost actually said, you know what? We gotta re-talk about how we get this, because if you go to the desk, first said how Liquid had to ban out specific operators to then strengthen themselves on their starting side. That's their attack. They technically only win 3-3, which is good on Consulate, but if you want to build a big lead, that's only neutral, right? So now Liquid are, okay, now it's 3-4, now we're playing from behind. We need to now hit the brakes and figure out how can we get ourselves neutral again to a 4-4 and start building that lead. Because I think once they start stepping away and DarkZero, they got them figured out, I don't know if they can come back from this map of Consulate.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Sentry, that's his name, right? The defender.
You got a Sentry, you got Striker.
There it is. There it is. Yeah.
See, I have a hard time with that as well.
Yeah, I
because
look
it's the
over
same thing, but different.
Yeah, exactly.
But
same
it is
thing.
logical. Like, Striker is going to be an attacker because, you know, and a Sentry is like a Sentry turret. Like, that's a defense thing.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's how I think about it.
100%. I think you're right on par, my friend. And yeah, Sentry's going to be coming in. This is one that we don't see too often just because usually the primary utilities that are available to the operators on defense are just so stout. They're very, very good, and you miss them when you don't have them, right?
Yeah.
This time, though, Team Liquid, they went with Sentry. They went with barbed wire and a bulletproof camera. Now, they do have that secondary super shorty as well, so we can do some reconstructive surgery around the map. Got the Commando as the primary, and overall, a solid piece, but just keep that in the back of your head. They are missing out on another primary operator.
They are. And with DarkZero, I mean, you got Glash, you got the Yin, you got the Blitz. This could be very brutal all of a sudden. The big thing is for DarkZero, they want to try and get to a bomb site executed 5 players alive. Get that 5v5. If you lose bodies early, you lose a ton of either important utility or some of those few guns that can actually do stuff outside of the execute itself. So right now, for example, the Twitch and the IQ, they can do stuff to open things up, but you gotta keep the Glass, the Blitz, and the Yin alive for as long as possible until you reach that bomb site itself.
Some good patience here from Team Liquid. You could see the worrisome sprint there from Resets. He was like, there's a good chance that if I sprint around this, I just get shot. But nobody home just yet. Obviously, that one DZ player up top, but just on cameras as of right now. I do believe Pambazoo. We'll just have to see. Canadian operating around the stairwell and probably one of the most dangerous spaces to be for a defender when trying to deal with a shield. Only one way it can go really well is if you're able to get that smack off in time. And then the stairs are actually pretty helpful for you because the angle gets real wonky for the shield player, but otherwise it's close quarters, and you never want that when it comes down to it. Oh, smoke's in. It's going to be the Glaz up here, actually, and they're both going to back off. And JR, more than likely primed and ready to try and hop in. Bolo's going to be on the CEO windows. Pambazoo with the very first kill as we have the charge ahead from Canadian. He'll run immediately inside of Piano, and that shield not helping him out to the degree that he wanted. Maya will take him down instead. 2 big kills for the defenders. Make it 3 as Maya will find a double kill. And it's down to Nafe and Pambazoo to try and deal with this. Maya still alive, and obviously those Warden glasses helping out a lot in round 8.
Gotta go for kills now. Plant is not an option. 25 seconds left. Gotta find 1 or 2, but he missed that. And Crucial shot gets the second.
Pambazoo. Can he make this happen? They know where the plant is going down, but
no.
I don't think he saw it.
What?
And he's actually able to get him with the SMG-11, but now you've given Pambazoo a chance. He's based himself at the bottom of yellow. I don't know if they're aware that he's in this area. Gonna be holding this angle inside. One will drop down the hatch. Shotgun in hand. Checks around, quick peek, some tags, and a nice peek here from both of the Liquid players. That's exactly how you want to do it. Doesn't even wait for the secondary peek. Nesk just takes the swing, takes the fight as well, and wins out the round.
I think that's as pixel perfect peek you can get, because you saw Pambazoo, he was like flicking left, right, almost getting stuck between the 2 targets because which one do I shoot first? Often when some pro teams, they will peek together, they line up and both will die simultaneously. Other times, one white swing shoot and it's a 1v1 2 times. Liquid had a literal perfect 2v1 swing, but here we see it. A really big blunder from DarkZero, not either droning out the Warden or maybe not even knowing the fact he was there, because if there's no Warden above, you get the bomb down for sure. But also, Troy started planting before the smoke popped. If that wasn't the Warden, he probably still would have died.
Yeah.
So very small error there from DarkZero with a massive punishment from Liquid.
It's always the little things, man. You're wondering why your friend's complaining at you for the littlest thing you did in Siege? That's the exact reason right there, because it will lose you a round. Even the best in the world sometimes will fall down because of the simple things in Rainbow Six. It's a tie game here between Team Liquid and DarkZero, and it's been a heck of a ball game so far, man. We've been seeing a lot of different looks thrown each and every which way. I think the only consistent thing that we've seen is going to be Canadian on these shields.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's what he does right now, though. I think last round, I just thought about it. I feel like there might have been a better approach there for Troy. If you give the fuses to somebody else and he goes to the plant, the Blitz then pushes upstairs to like create that chaos, create that space. I think that's how you distract your opponent, because just yinkendeling or smoking, it only applies pressure if the opponent thinks there's a push behind it. But they were on window repels. They knew there was nobody behind the smoke with the flashbang, so they stuck around. If you hear a Blitz sprinting towards you, you have to respect that. Either give up the ground or fight for it. So because the Blitz was the planter, Liquid, they just sat around waiting. So again, yeah, small things with DarkZero, but I like the fact that Troy's going to keep trying it. That's been their go-to operator, Blitz or Monty every single round, and all they need is 2 more, and they're guaranteed at least overtime. But Liquid, they tied things up 4-4. They got what they wanted.
Well, it's anybody's game here. You guys heard the stats earlier about how defensive-oriented this map can be, but as of right now, I think it's a split show. Both of these teams can really take this. It just really depends on who gets on a heater first. NJR is going to toss drones in for this eastern side. Also try and do an east to west clear for this top area. They spent a lot of time on drones in that last round, Pangu, and it really seemed like they didn't really understand the operators that were available to them. Hard to say with a scenario like that, because obviously we don't get to see everything they see on those cameras, who they scan, yada, yada, yada. And that's really the biggest crux of this. Are they going to be capable of trying to deal with some of these awkward positionings? I truly love this positioning from Nesk here with this Vigil. The big thing about that ERC7 backpack that hides you from drones is that it goes through multiple levels. So when you're playing a map like Consulate and it's 3 floors, you have to really be capable of identifying where you think the potential Vigil could be.
Also deals with the bees, so different ways to utilize it right now. The thing is, for Liquid though, there's none of those like time-wasting operators. No Goyo, no Tuberao, so it's gotta fight this 1 minute time. What's happening in the server?
Huge shots here and some nice finds, but it's gonna be Nate for 2. He's going to be the equalizer here, and hopefully continues to be for DarkZero's sake. They'll definitely need it. And you can see even with this pick that we have from Nace here, yeah, he still has the bomb, but this is a little bit more off the leash, right? We used to see him on very heavy utility-based operators, things like Flores, stuff like that, where he had to sit farther back in the line and couldn't be as aggressive, where he could go for those immediate situations. Now down to the 30-second mark here. They have to try and find a place to plant. IQ and Grim still available. I don't know when they're going to try and activate this Amaru, but we'll just have to see. She's actually barreling her way up yellow stairs right now. A nade in, and a big moment as resets will take down Nave. And NJR with a nice shot. It's down to the 2 versus 2. Pama's going to have to be a little bit closer to try and utilize this shotgun. A flash out. He's going to blind himself, and that's the worst case scenario possible. He doesn't know where he is, and that could have been it. A simple decision on where to check the angle goes awry, and Liquid picks up the round.
Did they just lose the round because of a team flash?
Yes, they did.
A self-flash at that. Because you run in there blinded, right next to Valkyrie who's reloading. But if you could see, easy kill. You can't see, no kill at all. I want to say, I think Liquid misplayed that round after getting the first 2 kills. And I think it was a bit of a miscommunication because they got 2 kills, then Nesk left that soda machine position that you liked so much and just swung the IQ inside a break room 1 versus 1. If he just stuck on that soda machine position, I feel like DarkZero were completely locked out. So Liquid overheated a little bit. DarkZero won their gunfights. But with that, it comes down to Pamusu with a very tiny detail, small error, self-flashing and maybe cost the team the round.
Yeah, and that's a big thing about flashes in Rainbow Six. If they're within proximity of you, I believe it's 5 meters, you're full white even if you're looking away from it. So it's a good distance, especially if you have a well-placed flash grenade. And look at that, literally moments away. If there was an extra 3 seconds, we have a gunfight there, and it could go the way of DZ, but just an unfortunate circumstance there. And Maya's face tells you it all. He's like, I don't even know how the hell that happened, but hey, man, that's a round.
Oh, man. I mean, the fact that DC are making these rounds so close and fighting so well, it's a really good sign because this is Team Liquid's map pick. It can really only get better from here, logically speaking, because you tend to do better on your own pick, of course. It's where you want to play at. And I don't want to count DarkZero out whatsoever. I generally think that the last 2 rounds could have been theirs, but it was going to Team Liquid. So if that, those small issues don't go the wrong way for DarkZero, we're going to see him start picking up some rounds here because it has been down to the wire on both that CEO and lobby attack previously.
Give it some space here initially as DarkZero is going to start to take their time a little bit more. Love that they have these info ops in here as well, especially with the Jackal and Pambazoo. I think this is a fantastic adjustment. All of y'all saw Mint there just nodding his head at everything that Canadian was saying. It's like, this guy's spitting right now. So what else would you expect? That's the beauty of probably being the coach of DarkZero, is just knowing that you really don't have to worry too much about your timeout timing just because Canadian is so knowledgeable. And he's been around the block for the entirety of Pro League's existence.
Yep.
So it's just
the very beginning.
Yeah, how much more background do you want? It's pretty incredible.
Also, speaking of him, off the shield operator, of course. You tried a couple times, didn't really change the outcome of the round, so get a gun instead, get that roam clear. DarkZero, they've been a little bit slower on their attacks recently. They stopped rushing, like again, a halfway round, or halfway mark rather, where they get the more or less full roam clear, can start doing verticality towards the bomb site if they want to. But the issue is, it's a 5v5 against 2-barrel, Smoke, Kaid, and Clash. If you only have less than a minute to work with on the bomb side, things might get really dire for you in terms of the timer on the clock.
Okay, maybe I was counting him. Nick saw me just like counting over here as he was just smacking the thing. I was like, 1, 2, 3. Takes 9 hits, by the way, in case somebody was wondering.
Yep, does take 9 hits.
9 hits. They changed that on us too.
It did. It was 12, and it's 9.
Man, that screwed with me for a good year.
It did. I kept breaking them as well. It happens, man.
I just apologized to my cast and be like, I'm so sorry. Maya's not going to apologize to Canadian, though. Nitro sell out, but no, it's a Smoke. I misread the situation, but Pambazoo doesn't. He's going to gun down Nesk, and somehow, some way, they've made this equal. Definitely not on the map, though. They still have to try and find somehow, some way into this round on the basement level. A Smoke out, no Warden available, but also no Glass here for the offense to try and see through that. So this is a true break of LOS. Maya will be dedicated to this angle right next to the door frame, trying to hold on to things for an extended period of time. NJR will take down Palu, and all of a sudden DarkZero's in the driver's seat, but that could change very, very quickly, especially with Maya with a big kill. Almost gets 2 there, as he's going to half Nafe's HP. Pambazoo down to 40. A nice angle here for 1 and 2. Resets with the DMR. He just had to hit him once, and that's all it took. That man almost ran off with the headset. This is what we were trying to tell you. If you thought that Liquid was a little down in the dumps every once in a while when something went wrong before, Maya, he's the alternative. He is the factor that will change everything for this team and keep their emotional basis intact.
I do think, though, that Liquid, they recognize that they're stealing these rounds. Like, sure, they're doing well, they're making good decisions, but they're winning off these small, almost want to call it cheese situations, right? For example, the 2 clutches in that round, they have a clash with low timer left. You're just guaranteed to win the round, but it's not just that simple, because they also had Maya playing that forward position very aggressively, finding almost 2 kills. Then they have resets on the backline, holding a very strong angle, with Clash giving intel. So, of course, Liquid, they play really well together, but it comes down to DC running out of time, with a Clash on the board, but whose fault is that? It's not Liquid's fault. They're playing the game smart. DC, they don't have the answers right now, which is why they've called their tactical timeout.
Yeah, I think this is where the caveat is for me. I think everything you said is absolutely true, up into the point of Team Liquid are setting up the board like crazy right now.
They are.
That top floor clear that DarkZero had to deal with, they went for the full clear of the entire map. And on Consulate, that's quite a bit to process, but when Team Liquid is also applying all of these different utility pieces all the way up to practically almost the 3rd level, you have all these castle barricades and everything to work with. DarkZero is having to jump through all of these hoops. And the other thing that you have to remember, guys, is that they have to secure info on these scenarios. You can't just walk around willy-nilly and be like, I'm just going to blow open this castle barricade. Like, that's not how this works. That is how Liquid would just punish you to the nth degree. So DarkZero has to respect that, right, Nick? So that's the biggest thing, is like, when they set up the board like that, it's really hard for DZ right now.
You do have to respect it, but with that being said, you can't you can't respect your opponent too much, right?
True.
You gotta be like, you know what? I don't understand you have C4 below. I'm not gonna plant here. That's respect. But don't go, you know what? I'm afraid that maybe you have this, that, and I don't really know, so I'm just gonna wait around. It's like the timer's ticking down. They have a clash, 2 barrel. You need the timer on your side on the attack. So either you go fast early to buy yourself time for later in the round, or you go fast later on to make a very secure roam clear. You can't go slow into slow into slow. Then you have last round scenario. You attack with 2 seconds left on the clock. That's when you enter the bomb site door and you're dead.
Yeah.
So for this potential final round of the first map, I want to see DarkZero, regardless of outcome, just go a bit faster, either earlier on or later. They gotta change their pace. They can't go in the same pace the entirety of the round.
Yeah. Use this early minute to gain the confidence in the portion of the map that you want.
Yeah,
That's
and then
what,
go from there.
Exactly. That's what you need, and you got to double down on these scenarios. I'm totally with you on that. And hopefully that's something that DarkZero coincides with. Gonna have the Ash charge out here. Take down at least a castle barricade. This could be the first domino for DarkZero's demise at the hands of Team Liquid. Bambazu. Very important fight up against this castle that's walking back and forth across this far wall. This little split section is just such a nice space to play. We see a lot of players centralize around this because that is a permanent wall. This is not something that you can break, so it makes life a lot easier. Really far angle out there to the left too, but I mean, I'm starting to see an inkling of what we saw previously. DarkZero might not want to give up the goods, but also we do want to see them get on this gas pedal eventually.
I mean, they're playing loose right now, and I like this because they're just trying to find a gap somewhere in the map, and I think Pambazu has the right idea here. You can walk up. We know from top-down view, no one's really by this position. But the issue is no one's droning for Pamba. There is no Dokkaebi.
Oh, no.
So if he gets bad timing here, he wins that gunfight, thankfully, for DarkZero.
Absolutely. Lagonis goes fishing, but it's Pambazu that gets a bite instead, and he'll take a chunk out of Team Liquid. Lagonis goes down, 1:17 left, and this is where you want to see the Piranhas. You want to see that flurry get dusted up here from DZ, and Pambazu, he wants to keep going. He's going to work his way over towards the Teller stairs. This is exactly what we need to see. Somebody has to get downstairs and try and deal with Palu. There's going to be a couple of other players around as well. They'll drop in. NJR takes out resets. They've completely circumnavigated these top areas. And all of DarkZero practically downstairs getting a successful plant off.
Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser.
Nice little moment there. And he'll take down Palu. It's going to be Maya with the find. Now it's going to be a retake here for Team Liquid with only Maya and Nesk at the helm. Very low HP as well, and does look like, for all intents and purposes, we will be going to a round 12, so we'll at least have max capacity inside of regulation. Maya, a little bit of a turncoat with that T5 skin, literally using the DarkZero skin on his gun. Come on, man. Some flashes out. And, that's going to be it. Pambazu for 2, and I do believe 3 or 4 inside of that round alone, so very well done for him. Himself as well as NJR playing so very well throughout this map.
And that right there was a very simple, but you saw the vision from DarkZero. Just get somebody in the map. Everyone's fishing for their own area. Pambazu had mainly been Visa staircase. You had Troy going through the basement with the Jackal, just scanning for footsteps, etc. And then the rest of DarkZero mostly droning and holding passive angles, waiting for a rotation from Liquid to act upon what's happening on the map. And you saw the second Pambazu got that first kill, Liquid is start moving a ton around the map. Then Jackal comes in from basement. They find the bomb site player of Palu, and then it's all over. DC, they hit that basement bomb site, get down that diffuser, and it's just GG from there. 6-5, still favoring Team Liquid.
I don't like asking questions on the desk, Pengy, but I have to ask this.
You can ask.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Are we getting overtime here? What do you think? Which way is this going?
Honestly, okay, so I'm gonna just look at the other lineup here, okay? If I see Armor Blitz from DarkZero, I'm thinking no.
Okay.
Because I think it'll be a quick round, but in the wrong way.
Okay.
I think DarkZero need to... Oh, see, there's the glass again. Now I'm going to be worried. This is top 4 attack against a Warden, against Omai, against the Smoke. I think this can go really wrong really quickly, especially because when we see this kind of lineup, almost every single team will go for a CEO, Yellow Stairs, kind of default execute, and I think Liquid are too good to lose to that. Of course, DC, they can clutch up, they can hit some good shots, whatever. But I think fundamentally, without any bias, I think Liquid, they are too prepared for this. Warden's starting position is even yellow side. They're expecting something to happen there. He can see through smokes, he can see through flashbangs. So DarkZero, if they gotta win out with this other lineup, they gotta play perfectly and counter Liquid in those small moments in the round.
As DarkZero overcooked it. They overcomplicated the scenario for themselves, bringing it down to this last round where maybe their strategy's already been nipped in the bud before they even know it. Lots of patience here. Nave holding this angle for the checkers area upstairs. It's a pretty tight one, but you need that singular round to enter the skull of your opponent. And all of a sudden, you got a frag on your hands. Camera, that is a lot more permanent than the old one. They took away all the windows on the outside, a bunch of metal sheets there now. Womp womp. Found that one out last week again. I literally ran outside all the way to that. Yeah, and I was like, oh, Ubisoft, come on. But no, it really needed to happen because that was like the default for everybody, all the way down to like silver. You just run right over there and shoot the cam.
See, this is what I don't like about the lineup. There's 4 players now, 3 on the roof just waiting and joining and looking around. DarkZero have no map control whatsoever. They only have admin just in this very moment. Liquid, they know this. They know there's no pressure. They expect the rush. They expect to execute. And they got Nesk behind the bubble shield on that soda machine position to the right of Nave here. So they got everything locked down. They know yellow is somewhat clear. They know soda machine is clear for now. But there it is. Panda down yellow, finds a shotgun kill onto resets. That's going to create chaos for Liquid.
Oh, this is going to be a little crazy. The pulses here, or rather the blitz to try and push forward and handle this scenario. But DarkZero, they all of a sudden blitz and get all the kills. 3 frags down. They've only lost Bo to a nitro cell, so no true gunfight win for Liquid just yet as they'll move forward. The blitz will find him, and he's going to get out the pistol, but Canadian too late to the party. And Palu rips him to shreds with the MPX.
That's, again, very risky play there. You could just back out, take the safe route, play that 4v2 rather, because now it's a 3 versus 2. And now it's a stalemate. 40 seconds left, and the attack is split. Pambasu, yellow staircase. Actually, DarkZero rotating. They're going on the roof, go back to yellow stairs.
What a find. That's exactly what we need out of Pambazu. Quick identification and a quick dispatch of Maya. Now it's down to Lagonis. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Which way do you swing? Which way do you go? He knows this player's over on yellow. A little bit of patience, but what a move there from Pambazu. Shotgun out, but too many cooks in the kitchen from DarkZero. And they'll take down Liquid. Overtime here, and Pangy, I just don't think you got it anymore, man.
I ain't got it anymore, and I gotta say, the one reason why I was so wrong especially was thanks to Pambasu, because he made the biggest possible play that anyone from DC could do there. He went yellow staircase alone, 0 drones, armor, shotgun. He has a 1v1 gunfight with resets on the Warden. If he wins that gunfight, everybody from Liquid is gonna turn their guns from admin side back towards yellow, because chaos. Guess what? Pambasu, he won it outright, didn't even take any point of damage, and that created enough space for the rest of DarkZero to push admin and get those couple of kills.
Well, and also to your credit, the thing that you were truly worried about was them completely defaulting out and going for the CEO
and they
plan.
didn't.
And just trying to, you know, add blitz for that little bit of chaotic energy, right?
Yeah.
But they didn't. You have 2 coming in from the east. You have Pambazu over on the west on the yellow staircase, completely chilling out and just waiting for his moment to arise. And then the activation, right, past obviously kind of the nuances that we saw from DZ over on that eastern border, then just firing some shots off, trying to get, you know, Liquid to give them some looks, was the spiral play. When we see those 2 come in spiral and you see the eye contact from the respective player on Liquid and Canadian on Blitz, that's when things really start to get chaotic. As you would know, in the server, in those comms, everybody's like, there's somebody right in front of me, and you're like, well, I can't help you because there's a guy right in front of me.
Yeah, it's so hard to have intel in these moments, and I think it's why both teams have been playing mostly just guns up. We've seen, you know, maybe 1 or 2 rounds on pulls from DarkZero. We saw them play a 1-time Valkyrie. Liquid, almost on all of their defenses, have not played a whole lot of active intel. It comes down to guns up, you know, in-game sound on the server, and communicating where you need your pieces to go to establish those crossfires. So a very big change up now with that being said, because Liquid are bringing Melusi, Valkyrie, and the Pulse. They got all the intel now to figure out where is DarkZero attacking from, and that's going to bode very well for them, because again, DarkZero, they're bringing that glass, the blitz, the ying. So now, if Liquid can get the correct amount of intel, slow down DarkZero on the execute with those Banshees, they might have a better chance of finding picks when it comes down to that chaotic scenario again.
You have to be really worried. Oh, that's the 3rd right there. Watch this, guys. This one's going to be pretty fun. Aren't you excited? Oh, the move! No! Pambazu! He gets nuked by that nitro cell falling out of the sky. That was the last thing I thought was going to happen there. Genuinely, I thought it was a good move from Pamba as well. He's like, I'm going to try and challenge this down, and the nitro cell descends from the sky, descends from the heavens, and sends him straight to hell.
And I was smiling, and the player came that happy because he was the glass on the roof on the drone. I think he saw that from the drone perspective, be like, that's so goofy. Like, what is going on, guys? And there it is, the drone on the yellow staircase. That's a GRs. Now Troy has to generate space instead, but that's a Blitz 1v1. That's not going to go anywhere against a UMP.
Oh, man. That was so strong from Maya there. And once again, we have a very similar situation to the Blitz plant earlier. We're peeking before the smoke pops, and it gives info to the defense. There's no Warden even available for Team Liquid, but you don't need it when the smoke isn't there. Down to 2 players for DarkZero now. There's a minute remaining, and Nate, he's found some space, but now he's got a world of hurt ahead of him, especially with Nesk at the helm. He'll take him down to Bo in an awkward situation. But who else would you want here in a 1 versus 5 with a crazy, crazy gun? He won't have to reload for any of these gunfights at all unless he overcooks it a bit. He's taken the info away from them, minus the black eye cams that are more than likely around, but he doesn't know the positioning of the player inside of CEO. And Liquid will take the defense.
That round played out how I feared it would for DarkZero the previous time. And it wasn't a top 4 attack, but that was a default yellow execute that just fell apart entirely. And I mean, it starts off with Pambasu seeing an opportunity. And I think it's very important to note here, I think Panda made the right play, as you said as well. You hear the pulse, rip the C4. If you drop down and shoot him, you know you're safe. But the issue is the C4 trajectory, it got stuck in the beam. That's what happened. I was gonna say, I think it actually went up and then down again, but it got stuck to the beam, which takes out Panda and keeps Pulse alive. Unlucky.
That's no other way to put it.
And you see the smile there from NTR.
So unlucky, yeah, and little smirk there, but not going to be all smiles if they end up losing this. It's going to be a pretty frustrated DarkZero as they come so close to being successful here. And all giggles for Maya. I love that guy, man. I really do. As a player, as a person, he is a truly great dude and a hell of a Siege player. I mean, my God, man. 2 of the DarkZero guys having a little bit of a complication, guys. We're going to get this sorted out before we head into what could be the most important round of this entire Consulate.
The thing about Maya, because you're right, like right now, great dude, great player, but when he first joined Liquid, he was not it. He was not the solution. He almost looked at the problem, and Liquid's had this issue for a relatively long time, similar to G2 as well, where they have their 4-player core, and they just get a new 5th player, and it doesn't work out. New 5th player doesn't work out. And Maya has been a star player on all of his previous rosters, who just excels individually and to enable his team and be enabled himself. He joins Liquid the first month, 3 weeks, I don't know. He drops 1 kill a game. He looks like he is completely lost, doesn't fit into the Liquid system.
There it is.
And then all of a sudden, there he is.
Yeah.
He's showing up. He's being enabled, enabling the others, and Ness got into that entry position again, and things got much better from there.
Well, it's that man right there. It's Lagonis that changed all of that for them.
Yeah.
Because what you said, that very last thing that you said about Liquid, that's why, for me personally, that's why Maya was having such a struggle. Liquid played such a different version of Siege than he did. You look back to what he was doing on Los, you look back to, you know, like the Atlanta Major, completely different guy. When he came over to Liquid, he was still trying to have a few of those tropes, and I mean, you know, all respect, Maya is fantastic when he gets to play like that, right? It's just that that was not Liquid's game. That's not how they looked at the game of Siege. But hey, things change, people have to evolve, and 2 of the players that exist on this Liquid roster know all about that. It's going to be Palu and it's going to be Nesk. We've seen them do everything except true hard support at the end of the day, right? We've seen them do everything under the sun. And I think it just came to a time when they're like, we need to make a change. We're going to go get Lagonis, and Lagonis has really changed things up for this roster. I think Liquid look really good in this current iteration, and I hope that they continue to prosper because, fingers crossed here, knock on wood, anything you guys do for luck, I genuinely hope that these guys win a major soon. I remember casting the Yongchiping final, and, you know, unbiased bias caster as always, right? Because you're always going to have your own biases. I was super happy for BDS as they won their first major. I was gutted to watch one of my personal favorite players of all time, Nesk, have to go through what he's gone through so many times before and just see his hopes and dreams crushed right there live on stage.
Yeah, and I love the story between Liquid and DarkZero because they have some similarities in that 5v5 roster, you know? Lagonis, the brains of the operation for Liquid, who doesn't get that many kills typically, and Canadian, same story. In this match, they're both playing shields half the rounds, right? You see a lot of the same kind of traits where you build around a specific player who's going to IGL, who's going to lead the team, they got their knowledge of the game, and Liquid and DarkZero, despite having that same similarity style, they play the game so differently. And it just goes to show again with Siege, So many different teams will have their unique identities on attack and on defense, the operators they play, how they utilize them, of course, which players they have on the roster, and which kind of operators that they main. Back in the day, teams only played Monty or Ying if you had like a Ying or Monty player, and those were rare to come by. Nowadays, it's, you know, evolution. Players have gotten so much better. Every single team can play Ying, every team can play Monty. There's not many operators these days where you go, you know what, I only see this team play this. Usually, it's most teams can play this, but some teams just do it a little bit better.
Yep. If it's good, it's getting played.
Yep,
and that's the thing. That's why you don't see sense, because that operator's trash. So.
What about... What's happening here? What? Sense is catching shots, stray shots.
Yeah, not stray, direct. I was being very direct with what I said. And I'll say it again, that character is terrible. It's the worst operator in all of Rainbow Six Siege.
So we have Mozzie on defense and Sense on attack. Is that how it goes?
Yeah. Is Mozzie my most hated defender? I don't even think I've asked myself that question. I have to think about that for a bit, especially with...
You think we come back about it on next map? How about that?
All right. Sounds good to me. Yeah, but definitely for offense, if you play Sense around me, I might just team kill you, honestly. I mean, you're more worthless dead on cameras than you are throwing up light screens where I can't see and they can. So, hey.
Skill issue, play glass.
You're crazy. I'm not playing glass, dude. I don't have Glacier on that gun. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Neither is Team Liquid this time. We've seen a lot of glass play, a lot of smoke play from both sides here, or mostly for DC actually. But Liquid, 1 minute on the clock, they go admin, they're going for this like semi-rogue play right now. We have top floor hold from DarkZero, Bolo playing Soda Machine, Nave playing bottom towards Yellow Staircase, Canadian with post downstairs looking for a C4 kill. That can be a way up. You said it. Play basement, see all the way up, get those angles going. But what is this?
God. And it's all off that info. We're getting fed info from downstairs. Pambazoo with 2 big kills. The B's out. They know he's there. But this is what we're saying about Bo. There's a famous quote from Canadian. Have you ever had to fight this man around a shield? It's the most terrifying thing you've ever seen. And that's practically the same scenario. You have to deal with Bo. With him swinging off of an angle, he's just absolutely disgusting. Pambazoo with a flawless round. DarkZero looking damn good to force us to max capacity here on Consulate.
That was an incredibly fast, the fastest round I think we've seen so far. Yes. And both teams just said, you know what, let's brawl. Liquid, they swing. DarkZero, they swing right back on a moment's notice. And it brings us in classic DarkZero fashion to 15 rounds, 7-7. And this is really comfortable territory for DC because they always go here every single time for years on end.
The more things change, the more they stay the same, Pangy. And not only that, but just to get back to that last round again. Dude, what's up?
Poor Mint, he must be so stressed. I mean, maybe he's like, it's a normal day.
Yeah.
But he's gotta be stressed about it.
You gotta remember, he's been on the roster as long as Canadian, actually longer than Canadian has for this team. He knows all about DarkZero's antics and the fact that it's probably gonna take all of OT up against these good teams to figure this out. Just the way that things go sometimes. That's super unfortunate there, but to what I was saying previously, was that not the most default Consulate round you've ever seen in your life? We have an admin clear across, we have a pulse all the way downstairs, like just all of the usual tropes that you see, that's what everybody goes for. And it's just DarkZero winning it out in spectacular fashion.
For the first time, I think nothing out of the norm really happened. There was none of those like fancy operators, nothing like split pushing, no surprises. Like it played out into like 50-50 gunfights. But I will say a little bit sloppy from Team Liquid, not playing close enough together to guarantee a trade of some sort. Not getting to use the utility, not having the drone work. But again, for DarkZero, they swung out at the right moment and won their gunfights respectively. And now we go on to this final round. Canadian has said, you know what? The Blitz didn't work ever, basically. Maybe Monty's gonna work out instead because Canadian scoreboard-wise is 3-12, not great, but I have to say he has gotten pretty good value on defense with intel and on attack playing his shields to enable his teammates some of those rounds. So the scoreline doesn't tell the full story there for Canadian.
When you speak of enabling, and that's exactly what Bo's here for. Not only is it Bo on Finka, it's Bo on Finka with an LMG, and those adrenal surges, for those that don't know, are huge for shield players. You get to ADS faster, you get a little extra health. It's all good in the world of a shield player when an adrenal surge goes off. It's really great. So a minute off the board here, and the biggest thing for me, for DarkZero for this round, is that we cannot stall out. We saw what happened on this basement the last time. They tried to deal with the whole kit and caboodle. They were trying to deal with the basement finally at like 45 seconds remaining, and it all fell off the wagon.
I think that's what the Monty can change though, because Monty either you go main breach, get down a plant with verticality buff like we see right now, or you can rotate that backside portion a little bit quicker because Monty can just walk on in, check the corners, and keep advancing forward. Those drones, you drone a door, it dies. You take the room, drone the next door, drone dies, take that room. It's a very slow progression. Whereas the Canadian right now, he's actually doing flank watch while applying some of that phantom pressure, because the smoke player down here for Nesk, he doesn't know if Monty is alone or not. And you have to respect the fact that Monty is in that portion of the map. Liquid rotating their kite claws to the backhand side of things. They think DC want to go for a backside execute. And right now, they wouldn't be entirely wrong, but DC have not chosen their mark just yet. We saw NGR Silhouette a bit ago rotating all the way from Visa towards Yellow Staircase. This looks like to me that, DC, they want to go for a frontside take, and those kite claws and 2 bro canisters, they're gonna start, you know, falling off. Only 2 left in pocket for Maya, 1 left now, but this will be a sub 20-second execute for DC. It's gonna come down to the wire in good old fashion for this team.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Hell in the Cell. We're locking him in right now, and this play has to start stat. There's no other way about it. As soon as that last canister is dispelled, Exothermic will go off, and Monty will walk in. And as you said, it's gonna be some 25 seconds, but I will give you a 5-second buffer. That is very close. Lagonis is gonna take down Bo, and it's already going so wrong for DarkZero. They'll lose too early, and remember, Canadians on that Monty. He has to stay extended, and that's all she wrote. It's down to 1, and we'll practically call it a back-to-back flawless there as Liquid deal the death blow to DarkZero here on Consulate. It just takes all 15.
Such a disappointing final round to a very exciting series. There's so many back and forth in both teams, and it comes down to when DC play their older school style of game where they are slower and when they're not as aggressive and unpredictable, that doesn't work anymore, because that round looked like Liquid had no pressure, they were not worried. They were like, okay, they're gonna take Yellow Stairs, they're gonna take the breach and the hatch, hold those 3 angles, win the round.
Yeah, and they made it even worse by bringing in the freeze canisters, right?
But it's so smart.
And I was like, oh, hey, what if we just made it where you couldn't open the breach for 45 seconds? That'd suck, wouldn't it? Oh, yeah, okay. So, and the other portion is we run into the same exact issue we saw in that previous round with that basement. They had no idea what the positionings of Liquid were.
Yeah.
And that's what you and I were hoping that they would fix. But obviously, once again, we come to this moment where too close to the sun, they burn up.
Yeah.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw you down to Ginny and Fresh to break down this game.
All right, this one went all the way to OT in typical DZ fashion, but they're unable to close it out.
Yeah, I think that was a really high-quality game, though, Ginny. Right from start to finish, obviously, we had 15 rounds. And I just want to caveat that as well. Like, high-quality game, it came down to really marginal decisions that was made into rounds. Big clutches, you know, especially that one where DZ didn't quite get over the line because it was just down to time. That was ultimately their undoing, but it started off with Team Liquid, and they were really variable in their attack. They were going for fast attacks, they were going for slow attacks, changing it up, making it really hard for DZ to guess and predict what was going to happen. When DZ got onto their attacks, I think surprisingly, they did the same as well. The only difference was when DZ was slow, they weren't quite as effective as were Liquid when they were slow.
It sounds like you're telling me a story about how there is a very big importance on changing things up but staying consistent with the pace. And it felt like when we were looking at Team Liquid, they were able to capitalize a lot of those really small marginal mistakes, and that was not necessarily something that we've seen DZ do.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, you know, ultimately, I don't want to be too harsh here, but Liquid have probably 4 or 5 players on that team that can capitalize on those mistakes. Whereas I think for DZ, you're looking more at their front 3 to be able to do that. You know, Nathan and Canadian aren't necessarily known for their fragging ability as such. Canadian was trying to get involved with the shields. I think, you know, that's been the big thing for DarkZero's success, but it didn't really play out today. Liquid looks like they were very prepared for it.
Yeah, Liquid was very much logged in, and it was like looking at their table where they had like multiple stacks of strats and just paper coming into this. I'm not saying that that's not the case for DZ, but I think as well, one thing to really commemorate here is the fact that this was Liquid's map pick. This is where they wanted to go, and DZ have had that ability to push them literally down to the very last second.
Yeah, I said on the desk in the pregame that I thought that I was a certified DZ hater previously. I didn't really like their playstyle. And I said to you that DZ of 6 months ago would have lost that game absolutely, like, astronomically. Like, they wouldn't have been able to go toe-to-toe with the way Liquid were playing. Today they did. Another couple of decisions go another way. They're looking at map 1 and having taken Liquid's map on the main stage. So their progression is coming along. It maybe isn't quite there yet, but, you know, it's coming far.
Another difference I feel like that we were seeing between both teams is like Liquid is genuinely so energetic. They were screaming, they were shouting, they were getting out of their chairs, they were fist bumping. And one of the players from DZ that we're always seeing around that similar theme is Canadian. And it didn't feel like that was the case this time, right? It felt like very quiet, even though it was a close game.
Yeah, I think that's sometimes the case with Troy. Sometimes he gets really, really up for it and wants to be the main guy, and then sometimes he tries to stay more level-headed for the team. I think he does a lot of taking that attention onto himself away from the rest of the team, and I think that's deliberate as to the games that he does need to. If he feels that he needs to bring his team upwards, he will, and he'll get hype and he'll get active. But when I think he feels like his team needs to calm down, that's when he'll be quite calm himself.
When you're looking at the way everything played out in this first map, are you expecting DZ to maybe bring that energy upward? Do you think it's maybe better to stay level-headed and play to whatever you have prepped beforehand?
I think stay level-headed. If you look at some of the rounds that they lost, it was minute, and I'm talking minute details that lost them the rounds, going in together, you know, allowing aggression to be re-swung into them. Those aren't things that you want your team. You don't want your team to be more energetic because then you give more opportunities for that. I think on the whole, DZ actually had a really good game, and they need to just kind of put that last map away from them now. They could have won it, sure, they didn't, but they are actually playing really well.
In a different universe they could have, but
Yeah,
it wasn't
absolutely.
this one. And I think something to really look forward to is how they're going to change coming into that next map, what the adaptability is going to be coming through, because it was so incredibly close. But we're ready to head over to a Telestrator segment with Anne, who's going to be breaking down some of the success that Liquid has found on their own map pick.
Thank you so much, Ginny. Yes, I'm here. I have a clip from Liquid, and we're going back all the way to the very first round, which feels like it was ages ago, but it's showing some good surprise factor from Liquid. Now, in the very first round, we are seeing Liquid get set up. They're rappelling outside these windows, making sure they have that pressure on towards meeting. There's a drone downstairs as well, checking to make sure that everything is clear over there. And we have some players setting themselves up around the meeting balcony. Now, whilst this is going on, they're using this kind of as a distraction, because at the same time, or simultaneously, we're also seeing players around the CEO window. Gonna scroll forward just a little bit so we get there faster, because this is the situation that's going on there. We're seeing smoke grenades from the attackers over at the CEO window. We're seeing two players on the side of DC also being affected by the lion skin, by the Grim Bees as well. They think because of this pressure, the plan has to go down at the CEO window. That's what they're expecting. They're using the smoke canisters for it. They're using a C4 as well. The plan isn't gonna go down there. There's only just a player rappelling. Now we're seeing NGR swing around the door, and surprise, there is an Amaru shotgun facing him directly there. He is gonna get surprised by that. We're seeing now, of course, the plan go down here on the side as well. We're seeing Resets jump in. He gets rid of the bulletproof cam. And unfortunately, over on the side of meeting, there's a bit of a misplaced smoke canister. That allows Lagonis to go for the plan. He spots the opportunity there, gets the plan down as well. And we're seeing at the same time the good post-plan position here. We're seeing resets around the CEO desk. He is waiting. He is just waiting for the players to swing around the corner. They don't have any information on this whatsoever, so we're looking to see a good post-plan here. They're trying to do something about it on the side of DarkZero, but it isn't successful. A great surprise factor that we're seeing from the side of Liquid. Now, we do have a second map coming up after this. The second map will be Cafe. That is a chance for DarkZero to bring it back. We'll have to see if they can do it. Before we head to Cafe, we're heading to a quick break.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
I'd say as the veteran and kind of most experienced player in the scene, I have a lot of memories from competing. I'd say probably the best ones, obviously winning both invitationals. I'd say the second one, SI 2020, is probably my most memorable. That one definitely sticks out the most because I think I kind of went through a bit of adversity to get there. Had won before and then went through a big drought and then winning again. I think that was a very special feeling. To get comfortable is probably one of the most important things when attending international events. You're always in a different environment, so things are different. You can't control it all at the end of the day. You know, the desk might be different, it might be cold, it might be hot, time zones different, all sorts of different things. So I think just taking your time to get comfortable and get used to things. We're a team that doesn't usually rush things. We like to take, you know, if we're tired from traveling first 2 days, you know, we don't practice. We make sure we stay up, get our sleep schedule in order, all that. So yeah, just getting things in order, getting comfortable. No, I wouldn't say there's any role changes coming in after the Manchester Major. I mean, that was our second event as a team together since we picked up Bolo and Nave. Every good team, you know, it takes some time to figure things out and continue to improve. I think kind of right away, maybe just after SI, we figured out the roles that we like on the team and the positions we like people in. After Manchester, though, we just kind of continued to expand and build on kind of the foundation that we have. So I think overall, our playbook and just how we play, it's a lot deeper than it was at Manchester or previous events. The big bad Canadian, loud and ridiculous, and the calm side, I think they both have their times. And I think it's kind of what the team needs. Firing on all cylinders and, you know, playing really well. I definitely get hyped and excited and when we're in a tight match like that. But there's definitely times to stay calm and stay focused. You know, sometimes in those tight matches, you know, you have to bring it back and focus on the next round. So sometimes you can't really get too crazy or anything like that. Honestly, personally, I've never been someone that gets too hung up on the meta. I find ways to enjoy each one, I'd say. I'd say my least favorite was probably when I was on SSG just after we won with Wamai and Jaeger at their strongest and shields everywhere. I think it was just kind of going into that when we won SI there, and then it got really bad just after. I think that was probably my least favorite. But I've always been able to kind of find enjoyment in what's going on at the moment. I definitely really enjoy the meta at the moment. For me, I'd say the role of IGL hasn't changed too much. I think one of the big things is the level of competition just constantly raising. I think because more teams have, you know, good IGLs and good coaching staff and all that, it makes it a more demanding job and harder to do. I think early on, my teams probably set themselves ahead because I had a high standard for myself and the team, and there probably wasn't as many teams with that, but I think, you know, there's more and more competitive teams with that kind of high standard. It makes it more difficult to be at the top, but I think that's something I enjoy. I'm a competitive guy, so you know, I think fighting for it and earning it is still just as fun.
If you wanna see some action, enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand up from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction.
Welcome back to the EWC studios. My name is Stokes, and I'm joined with Pangu. We just got off of Consulate between Team Liquid and DarkZero. And if you don't want the result, well, here's a little bit of spoiler. It's already on the screen in the top left if you have good eyes. I was going to say I was going to be quiet for a second, but yeah, Liquid took the first map. DarkZero is going to have to try and dig deep here to not only take Cafe, but also take Clubhouse. Pangu, not only welcome back to the casting desk, but also, how you feeling about this? We're going to Cafe. This is a map that in recent history, when we were talking about adjusting the map pool, a lot of people pointed out and said, why isn't Cafe gone?
Yeah, you know, Oregon disappeared in, you know, the stage to come, and Lair came in. What about Cafe? I think Cafe, it's time to let go of this map, okay? It's very much rappel-oriented. I think shields will be difficult for DarkZero, so I want to see what they can do without the Blitz, without the Munty, because when it came down to the actual 5v5 and out that kind of shield play, Liquid were the better team on Consulate, but it wasn't just Liquid winning, it was all the way to 15.
Yeah, 100%. And it's a very difficult thing to try and pull off on Cafe. Shield play here does not really coexist too well, especially when it comes to the top floor bomb site and those two mid floor bomb sites. Downstairs is a little bit easier because you can just like walk in things like Bakery and have a little influence, but when you're dropping down Red Hatch, or jumping over, you know, Skylight, these things are not gonna go well for you in the slightest. Liquid's gonna ban out mute again here.
Yeah.
This is really interesting. How are you feeling about these mute bans?
I like the mute ban on Cafe rather, but also actually it makes sense on both maps because there are so many like doors with a slight gap next to it. You put a jammer there, the drone can't get in there, etc. You also enable Grim a lot more because the Grim beast won't spot you if you're in a mute jammer. So I like this kind of innovative ban here from Liquid. I also think that a team like DarkZero, they like to do counter intel. Liquid, they are such an information reliant team on the attack. That mute, you know, all those 4 mute jammers can really stall out Liquid's attack inside, and this is again Liquid starting attack. They want to actually ensure they get as many rounds as possible, looking at 3-3 or 4-2-half in their favor.
Yeah, 100%. And Cafe, this is a map that trends towards the defensive end when it comes to quite a few bomb sites, but it can be easily exploited by the offense. But you do have to pay for the ticket to ride on Cafe. That's what I always say. This map is extremely difficult to clear on a utility front. This is one of those maps that back in the day, Nick, you guys probably had this as well. Cafe is one of those maps where it's like when you're trying to get the whole team on the same page to clear, you're probably going to play that map like 5 times in one day just to get things down, to get these things properly ordered, because as soon as you don't, especially back in the day with ADSs, if you burn things out improperly, you're screwed. You can't get rid of things like Pixel or Bathroom or Cocktail upstairs. So many important things that really rest on the shoulders of DarkZero to try and exploit right now. We'll see how that goes as we jump into our first round here.
So we spoke about how shields, they're not like typically super great on Cafe. I do think there are some exceptions, but if you look at like 100 rounds, maybe 10 of those, 15 of those will play with the shield operator. I like the starting gun here for Liquid with Lagunas on the Munty because it gives you that big overview of, okay, these are the play positions, this is where the enemies like mirror windows are, for example. And what you can do at Munty on this particular round is if you can go through Piano Room right now and not get C4'd from below and train, you can just walk up, melee punch that mirror window, and destroy that position for DarkZero. So probably gonna be a slow start here. Again, because it's a new map, not pushed any longer, teams gotta feel out each other. Who's gonna go fast, who's gonna go where? Is Liquid gonna go for a downstairs attack or upstairs? So right now they're trying to do both, breaking the hatches upstairs and also walking in from Bakery.
Oh, what a discovery here from NJR.
Ow. Wait, that was the wallbang.
That was incredible.
Huh?
Yeah, hey, you know what? We're just not going to talk about it.
It's still going. Someone check this man.
Neski's literally sitting there like, how the hell did he know that I was there? I'm so confused. Little angle here. We can see from Canadian. I don't know if they had like a slight breach there before, but it didn't seem like it. Smokes in Monty, and the bomb is on Monty. EE1D out. Monty walking forward, and he's found his player. This should be pretty simplistic, and yeah, that's going to be all she wrote. Wait. Where did the other player go? They didn't swing with the Monty, and now Maya, he's locked inside of Train. This has gotten all of a sudden extremely awkward. Gonna try and work his way around, but the super does the damage. Nesk, he'll be able to find him finally, but Liquid, they're falling to pieces all because they didn't handle Canadian correctly.
They trolled. I gotta say, Lagonis trolled that. Went for the melee, didn't extend again, and died from Nave instead of dining right next to him. And they fall from Liquid again. There's no utility for clear. There's a Lion, there's a Nomad. They couldn't deal with Canadian inside of that Train position. Now all DC gotta do is hold this on the locking key. Don't take those around. Don't expose yourself. Just hold this verticality, but don't active swing at Pamasu. Hold the passive angle. Let them all towards the side, then strike from above.
That was a little rough right there. This first round might be the early rumblings of problematic instances for both of these respective teams. Resets and Palu, the only two that remain for Liquid, but doesn't mean that it can't be done. We've seen it time and time again, and especially with that DMR in hand. Not only that, but the ARX for resets as well. That AR is disgusting. We'll have to see how it goes. NJR decapitated. The French's very favorite form of getting things done. And Palu take things down here. Another peg as he'll fall. Could be all up to resets and able to at least find one. Nave with a shotgun should be able to handle it, and he will indeed. Crosshair dedicated to his chest, but it all goes wrong. Kind of crazy that Liquid was able to kind of bring it back to bear there for a split second. Just a little over-encumbered as DarkZero, and just a little too much influence from there being thrown the way towards Liquid. They nipped that in the bud, at least in a couple of different stances. And now, for Liquid, first one not going too well, and it's really based off of this play that we saw inside of Train. This right here is the biggest issue. I'm in total agreement with you. The fact that Lagonis didn't honestly just tell Maya, listen, just swing this guy, is the biggest thing inside of that round for Liquid. If they quickly dispatch that entire Train area, this is more than likely looking like a Liquid round.
Disgusting ones in there from Paolo as well. Just jiggle peeks and one taps the guy inside of library, but even though to hit those nice shots that wasn't enough. Cafe is an interesting map because it has so much verticality with self-destruction, but you can also do those kind of limited attacks like we saw last round from Liquid, where they didn't care about top floor at all. They go first floor primary, up the bakery stairs in red, then just walk in the Train window and just take Train, and they're hoping to kill Canadian for free, use the multi, plant behind him most likely. But again, if your entire strat revolves around one operator, and that operator dies like pretty early on the round, that's it. So I like this more, you know, utility-oriented attack from Liquid now. You got Capital, and you got the Grim, you got... See, now I gotta do this again. Striker.
There you go.
You got Striker with W2, which is such a good operator for Cafe because again, you can burn and you can destroy. And
we also have...
Oh, we have... So that's why I was messed up. They got both. They got Striker and Sentry are both in the server.
Oh, no way.
Well...
So you know how we said that like this op is so good at getting intel? It's really good when you get to capitalize on it, but when you have to fight Palu and he's kind of expecting things on that end of things, doesn't exactly work out. Now I will say this is what I love about DarkZero, something that we probably wouldn't see too often before.
Yeah.
Pambazu immediately doubled down and he hopped out the same damn window.
I love that. I mean, if you lose a player early on defense, it can snowball very quickly. So either you full commit to the craziness or you don't do it at all. So I love this double down in this specific instance. Also, Melusi dying, not a huge loss. Those Banshees already pre-placed. That's going to give you intel if an enemy steps into it. And now it's still a 4v4 with both Pembetsu and Resets taking a bunch of damage.
And I love that you point that out because that's one thing that I've told so many people throughout the years, Pengy, is the fact that, you know, if you want to do something crazy, just make sure that everybody wants to do the crazy thing. Let's all be on the same page here. If I jump out this window and die, send it again. You know, screw it. This is the strategy. This is what we're going to adhere to. We're going to have Nave taking a fight outside of White here. Does have to worry about those soft panels over on the garage end of things, but fortunately enough for him, not another Liquid body occupying those angles. That could have became extremely problematic.
It feels like Liquid don't have the right idea compared to Consulate. Like, I'm not sure what their plan is right now. Okay, just kill Nate downstairs. It's a simple plan. But in the bigger picture right now, from the very beginning, I don't know what Liquid is trying to achieve. Maybe go Cocktail Repel, use Capital Grim. Then when Grim died, they went to plan B, which is try and isolate those players off DC just like before on Consulate. Because the thing is, DarkZero often have 1 or 2 players that don't have any real support. Those guys can do free kills, like Nate downstairs.
Never Maya taking over this top floor and ripping away the flooring as well to create all of these different angles that DarkZero will not have to worry about. And obviously, this is looking more and more like a mining plant than anything as of right now for Liquid, especially after that pick onto Pambazoo. They'll smoke off these angles, and they won't have to worry about this drop angle that we're seeing held by NJR. But fortunately enough for them, he doesn't have those glasses. Canadian's going to take down Nesk with a Nitro Cell, but the angle that they've created works both ways, and Reset's able to take down Canadian from Red Hall. Make it 2 for him as he'll take down NJR, and it's 1-1. I have a feeling that we are already headed towards a teeter-totter here, meaning overtime.
We very well may be. And it's weird to watch the rounds both on Consulate and now also on Cafe, because it feels like it's anyone's game all the time. Liquid, they don't look as comfortable yet, I would say, as to Consulate, which, to be fair, they've played... This is their 4th map so far this tournament. 3 of the 4 maps, they've been Consulate. That's like they are kings on this map right now as of this moment, but that early beginning, Blower jumps out, he dies, Pamper jumps out, he trades him, with a Knave downstairs right here. He gets caught off guard, stuck in a poor position, and then this as well. Pamper flanks at the most bizarre moment, just when they breached open the hatch with no follow-up. Surely if you wait 20 seconds or so, maybe 15 seconds, Canadian can see 4, as Pamper flanks, and you create more chaos together, and you set Pamper up for a better success rate on that flank.
And Liquid, they want to make sure that are at least capable of 2 rounds on this offense. Honestly, really thinking 3 here for them. I'm really feeling the split half already. We'll see if our early prediction here, maybe a little bit too early, ends up going at least my way. But you guys heard Pango himself. He reinforced it. That's on him. So actually,
I could see a 3-3 just like before. I think it makes sense, and I think both teams are comfortable on this map of Cafe. Sure, DarkZero picked it, but Liquid is not a bad team at Cafe. Brazil as a region typically likes to play this map. So wouldn't be surprised to see both the defense and attack have success on both teams.
Just gotta start stretching things more and more until you stop me. I gotta be like, you know, I'm really feeling a 5-1 here for Liquid, you know?
Maybe if they're gone 2-0 up, start things off, but no. That's not the case at all.
I don't feel that way either, but I will if it bugs you. So, gonna have that Solus on the top floor, though. This will be helpful for the drone game of Liquid, but they've already created so much space. DarkZero's not playing inside of Coach Check.
They're going
the angle, and this has allowed Liquid to work in from lobby. Resets Dust Snake. Pambazoo takes down Deimos. And now, well, it's a ball game. Let's see how it goes. DarkZero, can you knock it out of the park? It's kind of a fastball, but you've got some straight shooters of your own. That Nitro Cell will deal half of Lagonis' health as he stands inside of Rice, ready to plant at a moment's notice. We do have Canadian that's still occupying the red area and can potentially get some angles upstairs to try and stop this onslaught if he can try and utilize the Specchio scanner. But Lagonis is going to start planting. That means Liquid's got all the angles necessary to try and hold down these rotations. It's a successful plant, and now that Solus, not really worth the weight that she was before. Pambazoo will take down Palu, though Maya desperately trying to win this out against Big Bad Canadian, but Canadian's smart enough to realize he's got 2 young gunners right around the area. He'll let them handle it instead. It's down to the Monty, and, well, it's going to be Pambazoo for the ace.
Yep. Sometimes all you need is one wonder kid. And that kid is Pambazoo so often for this team. And I'm looking at this from a top-down perspective. I'm on the monitor. And I was thinking, this round is so easy for Team Liquid. All they had to do was break the castle barricade where they planned it. And you can actually see the fuse from outside the building from a safe location. Instead, they're fighting from inside, next to castle barricades, next to rotations. And the issue is, there's a very big domino piece there for Team Liquid. That a player inside our wedding, so bottom of red staircase, the second he dies, everything else falls apart. He's the middle link that supports all the other pieces. So you saw every single attack wave of Liquid fall apart without any support, whereas Pambazoo and SDC, they're all running at him, all 5 together.
Yeah, and just insane that Pambazoo, across this entire board, look at the way that he processes all of this. I love that we got the replay from his perspective because you can see just the ways that he had to work this entire thing. And NJR is trying to deal with Monty in front of him as well, and not only is he able to assist with that, but obviously he turns and burns that player inside of Freezer too. And I think you put it best, Wonder Kid when it comes to Pambazoo.
That was the way, like, when Nomad died, Paolo, the second kill in that round, it all falls apart. But it's like, Liquid, they found a gap, but what was the post-plant decision there? How did they think in their mind that they were going to hold on to that diffuser post-plant? Monty's going to 1v4 on bomb side? I don't think so. So they just relied on winning individual gunfights, which is not enough in this game, especially in Cafe with the verticality. When outside the building, you can do so much more. But DC, they're fighting back, and I think this is when they're at their very best. When they're actually choosing to play the new style of Siege, where you're playing coordinated aggression, because it wasn't just Pambazoo popping off, it was him hitting the shots, but everybody around him was trying to help him as well, finding out those player locations.
Yeah, that perfect example just to showcase that is Canadian on Brown Stairs. He finds the angle for Whiskey, and he's like, I don't have to take this fight.
Exactly.
I was waiting for Pambazoo to shoot him. Yep, exactly. Hey, he's right there. Go get him.
That's my IGL right there.
Oh, man, exactly, dude. That's what you want out of your players, man. You should not be trying to handle these situations by yourself. That is the thing that will make any of your friends the most mad. You do not want something like that. So that's what we see here from DarkZero, and what else would you expect out of Canadian and DZ at the end of the day? It's going to be team play oriented. They've just found that new special sauce. Now, I don't know what that is. Hopefully it's got garlic in it. That's my go-to.
That is my forte as well.
If it says aioli in the name, I could probably drink it. Like, oh my God. Recess isn't going to drink it. He's going to eat the Nitro Cell, and Maya's going to trade back. This is what I'm talking about with these two teams, man. One person dies, and another one is activated to immediately trade things back and complicate these rounds for both respective squads, getting down farther inside of the gunplay. But the good news for DarkZero is that these mirror windows more than likely already applied. We see one here inside of Bathroom, but Nomad, she's down for the count.
Question is, though, this gunfight right here between Pambazoo and Nesk, who's going to win it out? Well, Nesk sees the mirror window.
He's going for it.
He's always swinging. Oh! What? All right, see, no, you give Pambazoo that previous round fire up, he's just going to keep going.
That is absolutely insane. Disgusting stuff, and not only did he kill 2 Liquid players, he killed probably one of the best duos in the entire world, and he did it with a smile on his face. Didn't even give it a second thought. He was like, come here, old man. I'll show you what's new about this game. Guns them both down. Maya has to try and do something, but the castle barricade, it's too tough. We're going to see the run around, but Pambazoo for a triple kill. He's on an absolute tear right now on Cafe, and be damned what I said earlier. It's not going to be a 3-3, man. I don't think that Liquid is going to be able to slow this up. We might see another round here. I could feel a 4-2 split at a bare minimum.
They gotta shut down Pambazoo. Right now, that's like your main focus, because he can take this game and just run away with it. When he gets like a 1v5 ace, more or less, like on that kitchen and kitchen defense, that's when he's gonna have so much confidence and just ego on his something. I am a better player. And that's what these swings do. Because technically Pambazoo made a silly play twice, but got killed because of it. And that's just overconfidence. If he doesn't get shut down, they're gonna take all the rounds they can.
Yeah, the second one was just him trying to recuperate off that angle, because it probably wasn't communicated.
He could play behind the mirror window.
Right?
He's chilling.
Exactly.
But
so
no.
he didn't have to rotate. But I'll definitely tell you this. The cigar swing, that's pure ego right there. He's
exactly.
like, I know I can, and I will. And hey, sometimes, and you've said this before, sometimes when somebody's on, like feeling themselves like that, you don't get in their way. You just let them go for it, and sometimes some magic happens.
So also, I'm not surprised to see him play Dark again, because right now, if I'm in player on DarkZero, I'm expecting someone to say, Pambazoo, what gun do you want to play? What operator? Because you will have it. I'll play Castle, I'll play whatever, because right now, our entire win condition, which is working, by the way, is you just having a great old time.
Yeah, I'll fight with a stick. I really don't care.
I'll watch cams for you. I'll play Echo, just be your drone person. Like, I don't care. And this is something that we, like, players have been applying for a very long time. Back in my days with Fabian, Fabian has a great game on Bank. He says, yo, can somebody play Thermite? I want to play Jackal and just, you know, take out some people here on the roam. You give it to him.
Yeah.
So right now, DC, full trust in Pambazoo, enabling him, allowing him to do his thing, and Liquid is up to them to shut him down. The downside here is, because it's Cafe, the Blitz and the Monty are not as strong as on other maps, so you can't just default back to shield operators and get in Pambazoo's face. You gotta actually win a gunfight against him, and that might be problematic.
Yeah, starting to look like KD at the Olympics. Just shooting 3 for 3 for 3, going 8 for 8. One of the craziest stat lines in the Olympics ever, by the way, for those of you that care about ball. But yeah, he's looking just like him, just in Siege terms right now. I believe he's got 9 kills in 4 rounds, because we've just started this one and not a single body's fallen. Pambazu right around the corner right here, and be playing over towards the pixel space, and you can see Liquid's getting a little antsy about some potential from DarkZero on some of these more high-flying antics that we could see. And speaking of, you never know. Nafe is a little bit more reserved when it comes to this team. The alternative shot caller, past Canadian, helping her out with a lot of these moments, especially later on into the round. And as Canadian has said it himself, made his life a heck of a lot easier. Makes it to where Canadian can focus a little bit more on his play as well. And that's the hardest thing about IGLing in this game. You're technically playing the game as a whole for the whole team. When somebody else can try and help you out with things, that's a really big deal. Nesk will start us off. Nathan and NJR down. Bo 2 is resets, and Nesk getting a lot done here. It's going to be down to the Pamba show, though. Pamba party time. That's what we've got as he's spinning around on a dime.
Oh, no.
Has another one. Somebody step up to the plate, baby. Another made in, and he almost gets it. It goes through the hat of that player, and Canadian brings it down to a 1 versus 1, man. It's up to Nesk. 28 HP remaining, and Canadian gets it up against Nesk on low HP. Nesk doesn't have the greatest opportunity, but it's still Nadian being able to close the door on him.
It's Nadian to finish it off, but who starts that? Pambazu in one corner inside a freezer, gets multiple kills and stalls out for as long as possible, either down to the grenade or the gunfight, but he went down swinging.
I just take some photos with you real quick, man. You're just so good looking, you know, especially with that bald and beautiful head of yours. I mean, come on, man. Hey, throw up the hearts real quick. Throw up the little hearts. Let's do that. Ah. Absolutely. Hey, guys, you know, sorry, guys, we had a photo op real quick. You know, it tends to happen. We never talk about it, but this time I was like, nah, dude, we're going to throw up some stuff. But beautiful round so far. Team Liquid's going to take a timeout, so honestly, thank you for that. They did that for us, actually. That's what just happened there. But no, on a serious note, everything is falling off the wagon right now for them. It is not going very well. They tried to get more aggressive on this top floor, Nick, and what do we see?
We see disaster. I mean, it started off really well. Liquid, they can execute, no doubt about it. It was beautiful flashbang, repelling through windows, and lock down those crossfires. But then it came down to just outright a brawl. And that's where right now DC, they are winning. Canadian beating Nest 1v1. Sure, Nest was in a great spot, but still, you expect Nest to be the winner of that gunfight, not Canadian. But right now, he's the big bad.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the one thing, right? You get Strat Nadian or you get Big Bad Nadian. And the alternative is a little scary. That's the thing. This guy has never been the dude where you're like, oh, Canadian's mechanics is what wins him games. But when he starts feeling himself, I mean, sometimes he looks indomitable. It's truly something to witness. So maybe, fingers crossed, we get that here at EWC.
Oh, he's here. You look at that.
That's a hockey player right
Those
there.
fist bumps as well, they hurt, by the way, but it's Canadian. I can only imagine. I saw that power behind that fist going, yes, Nave, yes, Panther, I win that round for myself. Actually, Panther, thank you for the help, but like, that's on me, you know? 11-3 in Panther, by the way. 5-2 in Canadian. Canadian on Consulate was like, what, 3-11, 3-9, something like that. And it's like, he played shields, he tried to plant, he died a lot. Right now, he's taking gunfights, and I think it's great because on Cafe, especially on defense, you don't have a lot of choices right now. And I think sometimes Canadian, he loves to roam and get around the map, but it's so often we see him just kind of die. And sure, he stalls some time, he kills a couple of drones, maybe his teammates trades him, but right now in Cafe, you play in your corner, you make things work. And right now, that is just going really well for somebody like Canadian, where he's not going to get stuck somewhere on the map without any help. He always has somebody next to him, just like we always have a Doc on team of defense right now, because once again, the third time in a row, it's Panda on Doc duty.
Yeah, no promotion. He just is Doc. He just is. He is indeed Doc, and he's still going to be in the exact same space. Honestly, you probably didn't even need the cam, Lagonis. We probably could have all assumed he's going to be over towards Christmas trying to handle business. That's exactly where he's going to line up. Ash round out, and that's going to be able to at least handle one of these black mirrors that we have been set up by Mira. Pambazu is just going to switch to the alternative. I really like this setup from DarkZero because Christmas is one of the biggest issues in all of Cafe. This is the starting point for a lot of offenses, and that's why you see Liquid trying to deal with this so much, and also why you and I talked about utility clear earlier, because you're trying to deal with everything on these windows, try and get your team in successfully around the red hatch. It's just all really problematic at the end of the day.
They finally brought the Monty. I feel like I would have liked to see this like 1 or 2 rounds ago just to try it out again, because again, you can shut down Pambazu maybe with that operator. destroyed her. But now it comes. Paolo finds
There it
Panther, so
is.
a great start for Liquid right now. That's almost like 80% of DC's firepower gone from the lobby.
Yeah. That's a scary thing to say when you have players like Bolo as well as NJR in the lobby. I mean,
we've not seen them yet. They weren't needed until this moment, but now they got to stand up to this final challenge on this final round of defense.
100%, and it comes down to this last minute right here. The shield out for Lagonis, Liquid going to some of their older antics too, and this is the one thing that Liquid has always been very solid about. When they get this initial pick and it goes fully into their favor, they're going to pump the brakes a little bit, they're going to slow things down, and they're going to try and make it to where they can fully utilize that, not trying to have any oversights, just making sure that they can punish their opponent to the fullest effect, the fullest extent of the law. With 38 seconds remaining, this is where things are going to start flying. The Firestorm will catch some wind here, a little fuel for the flames. Now the Monty's dropped into train. They can't plant inside of this room. It's going to be mining or it's going to be dining. More than likely going to be the former here as they start to move across, but it's going to be Bo to take down resets. And Canadian playing inside of Dark. He might have this player here up on New Balk. Going to be able to turn on the glasses for a moment here just in case something crazy happens. Some flashes could pour in or something like that, and that's what he's worried about. These players now have to worry about this plant, but it's already been handled. Very well done from Liquid. They're quick to the trigger pull as the space has been given up from DarkZero, and it is indeed going to be a 4-2 half as Lagonis bodies Bolo with the shield, and Liquid are able to keep themselves alive at least a little bit.
That's a penguin.
That's a Pengu.
That's a Pengu.
Oh.
I like it. Honestly, I think for DC there, they might have over-communicated the issue because Canadian was playing inside of, we call it Ninja. It's like that small pillar position.
I've always called it Dark. That's what I've always called it.
Yeah, it's like a hiding position, right? That's why we call it Ninja, you call it Dark. But basically, when he started getting shot at, you can see the comments being like, I need help, they're gonna execute on mining, etc. But that's not what Liquid did. They walked halfway across the map, went to dining instead, just started planting. That's what the Monty could do. Just walk on in, get down that presence on the bomb site, and while Canadian had a great position, for a moment there, it didn't have any effect on the execute because Liquid simply walked the other way.
Bomb located by attackers.
That's the biggest thing. DarkZero, a lot of those times that we saw earlier when people were going down, even if it was Pambazu, somebody was there immediately to be able to solve the puzzle. That's the key difference inside of round 6. DarkZero did not have an answer to the onslaught that was going on from Liquid on that top floor. They got so much control in that scenario. They rip up all of the flooring. They don't get punished by any of the nitro cells. And then not only that, they handle all of the cross sections that DarkZero set up. That position over in Ninja, some of the other angles that we saw over inside of Dining, all done, all dusted by Team Liquid.
One dangerous thing about having somebody stand out on the scoreboard like Pambasu right now and 11 kills is that when he dies, you lose so much value. Look at Liquid. 5 kills, 4 kills, 5 kills, 5 kills. Then Lagonis, who's on support duty and attack on 1 kill. Every single player has more or less equal value. Surely you shoot the default cam in a quarterfinal game. Surely somebody turns around. So, when you watch this game back, who do you blame here? Because you're right, 3 people spawned. He even spawned right, he didn't see it.
If I'm Mint, I'm blaming everyone. That's what's happened. You guys are, listen, I'm going to load up the biggest map. You guys are running circles for 2 hours. And then I'm going to berate you about why you suck. That's going to be our fun for the afternoon.
Pemba might see it actually with the IQ scanner. He might be like, guys, there's a camera on spawn. Did we? Oh, it's about to come. Okay, I was going to say, he missed the second one. Oh boy. I mean, to be fair, the back alley default camera, not a huge issue. But right now, Cavital Bolo is repelling there. So if he didn't shoot it yet, that's going to give them, and they have it, I can see it. Right now, Maya's watching the cam. So if Bolo dies, we know why. Because they have live intel on Bolo repelling on the south side. Usually, not a huge issue. Also, worth noting, DC, they're in Garrett, so Bolo is covered. So, 1 minute and 20 seconds off the clock right now. DarkZero, very slow and steady approach, but you kind of have to do that here on this map. You can't go too fast.
Oh, NJR is going to get the pick. That was out on White Top. You have the more snow-covered one over on the eastern side of Cafe, and then Blacktop on the west side. And that frag, or that moment, happened there because NJR was influenced from the camera. They saw him rappel up the side. You thought it was Garage. It was actually the rappel up to that White Top area instead. And he stepped out of Helldoor to try and take that fight. Ends up losing it. But again, that's a moment there that could have completely been thwarted just simply by having that default cam destroyed. Fortunately enough, it goes the way of DarkZero there as they're able to take that fight successfully. But now Liquid have to try and deal with what's been presented to them. A minute remaining, 3 versus 4, and DarkZero's got a lot of control on this top floor.
Like the Monty though, wide hallway, no C4 spittle, very safe area for Canadian. In a Guma right now though, taking a fair bit of damage. A fire goes out from Capital, but there's just a fight going on everywhere on the map. Power runs out the door, takes down Bolo, now a 3v2 favoring Liquid.
And now a huge issue as well, because we're down to just Canadian here with the shield, and he's got to do something big. He'll get him, and he's got to pop one. Turns, burns. No, he won't be able to get the melee down. You really thought that could have been the moment there for Canadian to have a huge play, a huge moment in that pseudo 1 versus 2. But Palu now has to try and deal with Pambazoo. It's the P's here for the party. So we'll have to see which one's pushing Pete. We're pushing the plant as of right now. He tries to get him off, but Pambazoo's going to stick it. And is he ready for this fight? Oh my God. That was absolutely disgusting. You can see from Troy's reaction how gross that was. If you didn't trust me, trust that man. That was ridiculous. And the fact of the matter is, you wanna know why he knew that? I know you know. It's because of that little sprint right there. He heard those 1 or 2 or 3 steps and heard him back off. And he's like, as soon as I stand up, I'm pre-firing for the Stacks hallway. And he catches him.
I hate to be critical because everything's a 50-50, right? If you don't sprint, or if you sprint and he gets off the diffuser, it's great. But if you don't sprint and he sticks it, it's also, you know, whatever. But I feel like, of course, Pambazoo's gonna stick the plant. There's not a lot of time left. There's Valcams available as well that have some sort of intel for the defenders. I think you just sprint across or you take the gunfight. Trying to fake them out, stop them from planting down the diffuser when he's already deep into the animation, rarely worth it. So he sticks it, he knows that Valkyrie's stuck now. 50-50 for Paolo, but not a fan of how he played that, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I'm in total agreement with you because it goes back to the other thing, right? Especially in these scenarios, you're kind of forced to stick it. And not only that, but it's kind of like a test of grit, right? A lot of people get antsy in that scenario, and that will definitely throw them off. And you could do that to a lot of people. It's not going to happen to Pambazoo, man. Especially with DarkZero, because Canadian just be like, yeah, you played it out right. He just happened to step up and kill you. It happens, whatever, you know. We still got a good little buffer here on rounds. But instead, they pick up the very first round of offense, and that's with some, you know, shield play that kind of went awry initially until Canadian started making some magic happen over inside a cocktail. But yeah, you know, I think that they might end up going back to that well eventually here, but as of now, Canadian is on Sledge, an operator that we seldom see anymore.
I like this though because Liquid are opting for Echo, which sure gives you information in general, but also it's a great counter for Monty because when you use the yokai stunts on the drones, you're gonna knock back that shield a bit to expose the Monty player. But the issue is, DarkZero been playing IQ first round and here in second round as well. So the more intel that Liquid will bring out, Echo plus the Valkyrie, all of a sudden Pambazoo's War of the IQ gets stronger and stronger. So bit of an awkward spot now for Liquid, and of course attackers can repick their operators in the drone phase, defenders cannot change it. So Liquid have to assume what's gonna happen and try and counter it ahead of time. And then DarkZero, they will drone the drone phase and then, you know, figure out what is our approach gonna be. But to no surprise, a slow start again for DarkZero on the attack. Cafe is all about getting set up outside the building, getting those repels, setting up the flank drones, and when you're ready, drop down the red hatch, for example, like Pambazoo has right now, and figure out where you can create a gap, create space, and maybe where a weak spot could be on this defensive side.
Echo with an ACOG, being a 3 armor.
Oh yeah.
Some things are just right in the world again, you know?
Oh, that's a great nade.
Oh, that was an insane nade, honestly. Able to take down Maya over on the Black Mirror position that we see in Cocktail. And this is a really, really big deal when it comes to this bomb site. You really want to be able to take control of this entire top floor and start dealing with the verticality. Usually what we see for plant potential when it comes to this site, Nick, is it's going to be on that raiding door. They want to try and work in, have handled that verticality, and make it to where they can just successfully plant right on that door. There's a lot of different angles that you can try and utilize. It just makes life a lot easier. Nave trying to help with this top floor clear now. Nesk is fired back. He's taking down Pambazoo. NJR is also taking damage too, but Nave, he also has the case. This is probably the most important man in the field right now, and he's got Bo to try and work around with him. Oh, what a find from Nesk. The double kill for him. What's the answer here for Bo as he's on the skylight?
The issue is you got Valcams and Yoga drones giving so much intel. Pamba's dead on IQ, so they have too much info to work with. Nesk finds the kills, 3 in the round, and Paolo finds the final. NGR goes down. DC, all of a sudden, things kind of fell apart.
Yeah, they did not even get close to an answer on how to handle this bomb site at all. It was all Liquid all day. Now, what the strategy was, right, is they really wanted to handle that top floor. As you and I know, most important portion of that bomb site, you have got to get it. The amount of times that we've seen people just allow one person to exist upstairs and they kill practically everybody important to your take, it's too damn high, man. It's too high. So That is going to be another round there for Liquid, but DarkZero have done their due diligence already. They have a good little safety net built up in their round count, so this isn't going to be something that is a breach in the hole just yet.
One thing that I love about good teams on Cafe is that they tend to avoid playing the kitchen and kitchen bomb side, where a lot of teams fall into the trap that they play like, they play reading, they play top floor, then they go downstairs to kitchen. It's like, kitchen just strategically and fundamentally you have one way to play it. You can't really roam, so attackers, they roam clear, verticality, they drop down the dining hatch, they plant, boom. Very few things can change there. But the good Cafe teams, the best ones in my opinion, they play a majority of library and mining, like we see from both Liquid and DarkZero so far. And the reason why this bomb site is so good is so you can play around the entire map. Top floor verticality, downstairs verticality, the primary floor itself. You have so much space to work with, and you can use the clock as a piece of utility. Because for attackers, they gotta clear the top floor first, then walk downstairs. You see from them from kitchen, they gotta go downstairs to the, quote-unquote basement floor, if you will. All of a sudden, there's no time left. Whereas when you play that kitchen bomb side, well, it's just top down. It's very, very simple, like a ladder. There's one direction, that's it. So I love this from Liquid. I love the prep work here. Of course, the mirror being brought up makes a lot of sense. You can extend, hold top floor as well, make it a little bit easier, because when you are holding top floor and it's not the bomb side, you can't commit 100% to that piano in that portion of the map, but you gotta commit something. The mirror windows, the Val cams are great additions to this setup.
Remember that bulletproof there from Nesca as well, putting it on the floor, and that was something that we didn't really see initially when the bulletproofs came out. A lot of people put them on walls and stuff like that, but I think over time people learned that the camera has a lot more angle to it, and you can see a lot of stuff still, even with that placement. I do believe you can only deal with it on the sides, so you have to still approach it in order to really get anything out of it, and we'll have to see how DZ tries and do exactly that. So, gonna have some angles here from DZ, but you can see Nesk very prepared for anybody to stick their face in a place that it does not belong. IQ gonna take a lot of damage as Pambazoo is hurting.
And again, IQ is so vital here because of those Valkyrie cameras. They're a big problem last round. You gotta find them, shut them down, and then IQ can die in this round if you need. The issue is some of those Val cams, you know where they are, but you can't quite get the mark on them. Nesk advanced to the side of piano, playing as a pixel spot. He's advancing aggressively, now just falling back with those flashbangs.
All the stuns out, all the damage too, and explosions to boot. Some fireworks out of Palu, and it's not even 4th of July. Resets and Nesk are going to try and take this round right away from DarkZero, and I think that that's the answer right there. We found the solution. It's a flawless round for Team Liquid. And honestly, kind of expect a timeout here from DZ.
This could be the one. I mean, things are kind of falling apart because DC Pamasu, he saw the Val cam that was inside the copy below Skylight, and then who dies to C4 right after Canadian, who did not know the Valkyrie cam were still there. So, counter intel not happening for DC, but also they're not able to get a foothold in the map. I could see a Monty come out at this point, something else, because right now their issue is not to execute, the issue is getting inside the building. It's a really poor situation to get stuck on the first step.
Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't worry too much about the lineup right now, guys. For DarkZero, Canadian did not even select his operator.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
auto pick.
don't even look at it. So they're more than likely going to use attacker repick to try and synchronize exactly how they want to deal with this. Get some info on the map first and see what way they want to handle this. And again, we touched on this in the first map, but this is the beauty of having somebody like Canadian. You know, I touched on the timeout potentially being used there, but Mint more than likely liking how the conversation was going. It's like, I don't need to do anything about this. They're already making adjustments. They're seeing what I'm seeing. It would just be a waste to expend it now.
10 seconds left before insertion.
No Monty. Oh, sorry, I am right.
I told you, man, it was going to be a full
Monty.
line shift, and it is. It's a full line
They're
shift.
just every single operator. So I like this approach, and it's also like, this is like the one time I think Liquid will play the kitchen bomb site, and it's exactly where Monty shines so well, because you can go with direct attack, go for the roam clear, it doesn't matter. Monty is great for both scenarios, but given the fact there's a Bok, a Nomad, and a Ram, this is most likely top floor, down to first floor, destroy the soft floor, and hit the bombs later on. All DC they need to succeed, technically speaking, is to have 4 or 5 attackers alive. When there's about 45 seconds left in the round, they should be able to cover all the angles on the bomb site and try and get down that diffuser. But if Liquid aggress at the right moments here, they might find a pick a little bit early on to shut down DC's beginnings.
Yeah, and Canadian's life is going to be really boring for the initial portion of this. He should just be droning for the majority of this to try and help them with this clear, but looks like his job might already be done. As you can see, he currently has his shield back in his hand, so I think he might be operating around that bakery area. We're going to have Pambazoo get some control on red stairs here, open up an angle there for the rotation that's been made to play things from Kochak. This is one of the nastier angles that we've seen developed over the years on this basement bomb site, and also some other things. I guarantee you a couple of people are like, why is there a reinforcement all the way upstairs? There's a very important angle that you can gather on this little wooden floor inside of the red hallway if you have that panel soft. That's why we're going to see DZ break that up.
Get those long lines aside. Again, for DC right now, their entire goes to deny all the playable positions on the bomb side with verticality. Air Jeff's Nomad locks down the flank, so you can have all 5 players actively working towards the same objective. And the thing is, 1 minute 25 seconds left, and DC have done all they need to do. They are ahead of the curve. Typically, I would say that you're ready to go at maybe 30, 45 seconds. They are ready basically right now, 1 minute 15.
Yeah,
so they have so much time to work with.
And just a shout out to whoever decided on the design of RAM, because you have saved so many people's lives on soft destruction.
That'll be Justin.
Hey, there you go. W Justin, my friend. Good job on that one, because this is something that was so very necessary for this game. Soft destruction, especially on this. I mean, this is a perfect example of sometimes how much you have to go through. That's why this bomb site in particular, back in the day, if you didn't have Buck and you didn't have Sledge, you're like, oh man, this is terrible. And a lot of secondary shotguns didn't exist at the time, so those longer angles where you had to break the walls down low to like look over at Coffee and stuff like that, you couldn't even get them if you just had Sledge. It was a very rough time. So now, with that being said, Canadian is going to beat the crap out of Nesk inside a freezer, and he's coughing on the smoke.
No.
This gas is getting to him. He'll hop inside of sink. Bo takes out one. Is this where the plant's going to go down? It will be, right here inside of the sink, and this might hear it. Does he know that he needs to try and make this move? He does. Hops up on the sink, but that's going to be all she wrote for round 10, as he is the lone soldier for Liquid, and DarkZero will finally find their penultimate point.
And that entire round is why I said earlier that Kitchen does not have a good strategical way to play it on defense, because it all comes out the same. Top floor, down, break floor, drop the hatch, plant diffuser. It happened again for the 20th billionth time, and it's why I want to see the teams utilize top floor, mining, and library instead. Now I get Liquid, they did a full site rotation. Cocktail, library, mining, then they went kitchen. You gotta try it once, sure. In that top floor cocktail bomb side, it's quite difficult to defend as well, because attackers can play it mostly from the outside repels. With Capital, with Brim, that's hard to work with. But I mean, look at this, you just keep being bullied. Then you swing VIP with a weak gun, you lose that gunfight as well. No real winning chance here for Team Liquid on defense. And the Echo doesn't do a damn thing, because DC, they're smart at this. They bring IQ every single round.
Yep. And with all of that soft destruction upstairs too, just like we were talking about, it's practically impossible to keep your yokais up in any convincing way downstairs unless you keep them up towards like the bakery breach, right? Because you have that like concrete area with all like the AC stuff going on. So you can kind of hide it in there. You also have that space over in Rice that you can do stuff with. But if you try and, utilize it at all, you get it floating around the floor or whatever, there's so many angles where it'll just pop that thing and it's over. Now you're just a guy with a gun. So I will say this as well. I really like the Canadian did not expose himself when he was meleeing that guy. Didn't just quickly whip out the pistol. Yeah. Because he's been punished like 3 or 4 times inside of this game for trying to take those quick gunfights and just pop the down player in the head. Just melee him.
Fight back.
Yeah, exactly. It's much better. It just is. It really is. It makes your life a lot less complicated. So good stuff for Canadian there, making that adjustment too.
This yokai keeps being brought out, and you see kind of like a different way to utilize the operator. You can have 10 seconds outside, you can see if they're on the rappel, go for a run out, see the air jab, etc. So it's a nice way to use it right there. 2 players on the balcony, nice, red ping them. But guys, did we not shoot the default? Wait, let's check. Default? Oh, wait, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, they have an echo. That's how it is.
Oh, yeah.
But you see the confusion, right? Because you're not supposed to be spotted out there. But if you're quick with the space bar, you can go out of a drone hole or a door like we just saw and just spam space. The yokai drone jumps up in the air. You cannot do much with it, but you can see stuff, drive back inside, yokai drone stays alive. But this is the way that they could consider a run-out if they wanted to. They don't, there's an air jab now, so probably no run-out will be happening.
Yeah, most definitely. And just another good way of showing how Cafe can be played with such an important operator like that, right? I mean, there's just so many different creative ways that you can try and use something like this.
We'll see another one on full display here. Round 11 so far, so good for both the respective squads. Honestly, it's been a utility battle, and finally we get the duel. And wouldn't you know, it's actually going to be Canadian with the 5-5-2 this time around. It won't be Pambazoo. He's going to take down Palu.
That was so free. Great drone work. Canadian just dropping down saying, I got this one, boys. No support, no trade, anything like that. Palu just not really understanding what's happening in front of him. And that's a shame because when you play Echo, you expect Intel to be king, but they have no Intel right now for Liquid side. They're fighting mostly blind right now.
Oh boy, Hadian takes out Nesk. He does have resets over inside at Christmas, but no, he did it prone completely. That means that they had to take an angle there on glass, and resets is going to get gunned through the wall. That was the easiest gunfight for Pambazoo this entire day. A highlighted player through a wall. Tracks and everything else in between as Maya will get taken down by the bees, and that's going to be it. DarkZero with a dastardly cafe will force us to Clubhouse.
Yep, and I mean, the big change there was just that they were actually fighting back and saying, guys, the game plan right now, shoot straight, play aggressive, and go together. Because even Canadian was the second top franker after Pambazoo, getting 2 kills in that round, being the injury half the time. I love this version of the team, but they gotta find a consistent way to do it time and time again, because on Consulate, when it started getting too close, they would go back to their old ways of playing the game, more fundamental, more slow-paced, and that's when DC started losing rounds against Liquid.
Well, this is where it gets exciting, because we got Clubhouse next. We're gonna send you down to the studio to break down the map that we just saw.
Hello, the studio here, and we will indeed break a DZ win against Team Liquid down, because something that you said, Jack, between map 1 and map 2 was if this was DZ 6 months ago, they would have lost it. They did lose the first map, but they won this time around.
Yeah, I think so. I think we wanted to see DZ just keep going with what was working for them. There wasn't really, it didn't seem like there was a big change in the approach to the game plan. They kept with the same mindset, the same philosophy they had, enable their better players, and we saw it. Pambazoo getting, what, 14, 15 kills, whatever it was in the end. Absolutely unreal. And I think there's quite an art to this as well, where teams will play inside of a structure, and one thing that gets leveled at DZ all of the time, they're a super structured team. When Pambazoo was feeling it, look at what he was playing. Loads of Doc, loads of good guns. Just get him in as many gunfights as humanly possible, and he can win you a game. And that's exactly what he did.
He's having the skills to prove it as well. I mean, you can claim those operators and then not do anything with it, but he was getting great plays off for himself. That ace as well to bring them back from, what was it, 2v5, I think? That was a great play from him as well, really making sure that these individual players are stepping up. We're seeing it from Canadian as well. I was slightly worried after the first map because
I think everybody was.
His performance wasn't where we were maybe expecting it to be. Like, we've seen him do very well on that blitz, getting those kills, like we said in the pre-show. This was looking a lot better for him as well. On the side of Liquid, I think they got a few very unfortunate moments in regards to the timing. Going back to that ace that Pambazoo got, I don't think there was anything really wrong with the post plan that Liquid were having, but the timing was just really unfortunate. They were missing the gunfights, they were whiffing the gunfights. It wasn't really working out.
Which to me is a little concerning, because you're looking at a team like Liquid, and it's a team that we touched upon a couple of times, maybe being a little bit emotional, a little bit momentum heavy, and it felt like they had everything swinging in their favor after the first map.
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think, you know, if you look at the difference between post-map 1 to post-map 2, post-map 1 for DZ was like, hey, yeah, sure, we've lost a map, but we've actually played really well. Post-map 2 for Liquid is exactly the same thing. They've played well. There was a couple of, you know, a mismanaged to 5v2, a post-plant that they lost, which could change the dynamic of the game had they won those rounds. This is the 2v5 here, as you see. But Liquid are much more likely to react emotionally off the back of this loss and take that loss, still thinking about that loss going into a map 3, then DZ were likely to take that emotional loss going into the map 2. So I do have a slight worry for Liquid going into a map 3 off the back of that.
It might also be the nature with how they lost the map, because this one was just in regulation, the other one was in overtime. DarkZero was so close to finishing that one out. It was a very, very late round in that preview, so the first map that we saw. Right here, though, on the attack of DarkZero, I don't really think they had poor time management. It was looking a little bit better. On the side of Liquid, I think they had a lot of information. We saw the Echo being used quite a lot to scout for information outside, see where DarkZero is setting themselves up, because we know that that's something they like to do. They like to go for this checklist, really make sure they have all the building bricks to go for their execute. And despite having that early information, Liquid wasn't really able to do anything with it. And oftentimes, I felt like these players were a bit blindsided. They were getting shot from sides where they weren't really expecting it from.
Yeah, you're looking at DZ against Esports on their own map pick, and it's a 7-4. You're looking at Liquid, and it's an 8-7. I think it is a big contrast in terms of how both teams were comfortable on the maps that they each picked themselves. And I think that pushing us to the decider also kind of brings questions to my mind of, okay, realistically, who is the most comfortable team on this map and who is going to bring that momentum into it? Because DZ, they were just able to brush map one off, but is Liquid going to be able to do the same?
Yeah, that's the concern. If they, and you know how it is with players and with teams, if you're not putting everything into the current situation, that's where you're going to struggle. If Liquid are still thinking about map 2 going into map 3, it's not a good sign.
No, absolutely not. That's something that they should be worried about, because we have the third map of the best of 3 coming up, and we have Jackie ready as well to give us a little bit of an update in terms of what she thinks is going to be happening.
W7M dominated, stomping Bleed, and right now I am with Dash. How are you feeling? That series just wrapped up. I'm sure you're feeling fantastic.
I'm very proud of my team. What we could do, we did. And today was a special match against Julio. He won us last time, and today was our time. We did a great match. I'm very proud, and let's go. It's same final now.
A little revenge. I'm hearing that. We love to see it. And your team celebrating. Obviously, vibes are high. Going into this matchup, you guys were smiling and laughing. Can you talk to me a little bit about the mentality you had going into this match and during the match?
I think losing to BDS kind of turned us into a better team inside the tournament. Like how the way we talk with each other, it was better. Everything was better, and we were happy today, and that's kind of important for the game.
Definitely. What are you thinking for the rest of the tournament? Is confidence high?
I'd like to face all the Brazilian teams. I think Brazilian teams today are the better teams of the world, the best teams of the world, and I think it will be difficult. We are ready. We train with them in Brazil, so I think we are ready and we can get this tournament.
We are ready. I love that. Is there anything you want to say to the fans really quickly?
I'm sorry?
Anything you want to say to the fans really quickly?
I didn't understand.
The fans at home, do you want to say anything?
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're okay.
My English is not so good.
No, you're doing great.
Thank you, the Brazilian fans. I love you guys. Thank you for cheering for us every time. And Brazil is Brazil. We're gonna represent you, and that's it. Thank you.
Your English is fantastic, and congratulations again. Dash, thank you so much. Enjoy that victory, and we're going to go to break. We'll be back in a little bit.
I think like our region has been really good for a while, but there are many other teams in other regions that starting like trying to replicate it, and they develop it like a different playstyle. Every region has like a few teams that is like really competitive. And Maya joining us was a really big addition because we as a team grow a lot, you know. He is really a team player, you know. He's always like playing with us, like he's a good teammate, you know. Like we are like making fun every time, we are like joking. Yeah, like we are having a good time every time, you know. Yes, Nesk, especially in big matches, he likes to scream a lot. It's like when you see someone going crazy like that, everyone's gonna like scream, and yeah, that's make everyone go the same way, you know. When it comes to the pressure, I think it doesn't matter a lot. Like, especially since Maya joined us, we had so many times that we were like a match to go eliminate of the tournament. It doesn't matter like if we are down 0-6, like we can turn anything. At the major, we were playing really well, but we were tired. There wasn't like much we can do because as I said, like we had so much more games than the other teams. Like the bill arrived, you know, like we were tired. You can see like sometimes when we were preparing for the match, we couldn't like do a lot of things because we lost our focus like really easy, you know. The qualifier happened some weeks ago and we had a lot of time. Like we could rest for a week, I think, before like starting preparation for the preparation for the cup, for the tournament. And right now, I think we have done what we needed to the tournament, and we are on a great shape, you know. We are rested and we are ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the EWC studios here in the beautiful city of Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. My name is Stokes, and I'm joined, as always, for this event with Pengu. Had to steal him away from Intero for a little bit just to be out in the desert. Team Liquid versus DarkZero are on our hands, folks, and we have had a barn burner in between these two, especially considering the first map that Liquid took in not such a convincing way. All 15 rounds required on Consulate. Quickly moving on over to Cafe, though. That was a very quick game there from DarkZero. We're down to Clubhouse, kind of a melding of the two worlds that we just saw. So honestly, I think we're going to see some fireworks.
Well, I was thinking the same thing, like Clubhouse is basically a mold of Cathay and Consulate in so many ways, and it's going to come down to everything now, because you can play for 5v5 executes, you can play those post plants, you can play for those entries, those early manpower advantages, you can play those cheeky operators like a Clash in defense, Monty in attack, the Cabins of the Grim, you can penetrate the walls. There is so much depth to Clubhouse, and how both these two teams have played so far in this best of 3 series. I am so happy we got to see that third map, because Clubhouse is my personal favorite map to watch and cast. So
really
super stoked about this.
Really. Yeah. I'm Stokes.
I am stoked. You are Stokes. It's hard.
It's close enough.
It's close enough. With my accent, you probably couldn't tell the difference, to be honest. So.
But I will have to agree with you. Clubhouse, one of my favorite maps throughout history to not only watch, but also play on. I mean, it's just a hallmark of Rainbow Six Siege.
No, it's
that in Oregon for me, man. And that's why I was a little sad about Oregon leaving. I know. Everybody gets frustrated. Oregon's boring to watch. Oregon, right? Yeah. Well, you know what? Screw you. I love that map, and I'm here to sin for it. I'm just telling you.
Aura gone.
Yeah.
Not here anymore.
Yeah.
But Clubhouse, like, let's say you want to trial a player for your team, right? Your fantasy team. Clubhouse and Oregon, it's like the fundamental checkers right there, where you come down to fundamentals, execution, communication, droning, trading, correct operators, counter ability, etc. This is where you will expose players' weaknesses on a fundamental core level like no other map.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. This is something that has stood the test of time, and there's a reason why. Past them finally connecting the upstairs to, respective areas. If you guys have been around long enough, for those that have existed like post year 4, I don't think you ever had to experience Clubhouse in its worst form. Was it like year 3?
It was like year 2 years. It was a long time ago.
Yeah. I'd be interested to actually look that up. But, just knee-jerk, very, very early on into Siege's lifespan, they ended up connecting things on that top area. And it immediately turned Rainbow Six into, or rather, Clubhouse into an amazing map. And funny enough, they ended up naming that room Construction. I always thought that was very comical at the fact that they're like, oh, we need to construct something here. Boom, construction. And hilariously enough, at least with your math, that's been going for almost 8 years now, and they've never finished the room. How long does it take to construct a room?
Clubhouse rework incoming? Emoji? Any leaks?
Oh man, did I just leak on the TL? Oh no.
Crazy.
I'll be getting a call here in a moment. Can't answer though.
Nothing too surprising here. I mean, so we started off Consulate with some interesting bans. The Florist, the Mute, a little bit out of the norm, I would say. Then Mute continued on towards Consulate as well. The rest was the same as Dokubi. Now we've gone really default here for Clubhouse, rather. Dokubi, Ying, Kai, and Asami.
I don't think you saw it.
I did not see
Just because, obviously you were doing your job properly, and I really appreciate you for that. But that camera angle that we just got, they had the reflection of Nesk in the trophy, and they backed it out.
I didn't see that.
It was spicy. It was a good one.
Run it back for me, please.
Oh, dude, yeah. We'll have to see it later, because enough. The broadcast is safe for us. We can go see it on YouTube and stuff like that. So look at that right there. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I like that.
That's an angle and a half. And production even did it for you. So you better give them a thank you.
Thank you kindly.
Yeah, absolutely.
We ain't missing out. We're eating good.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Awesome experience so far here at EWC. I've been really enjoying my time. So 5 versus 5 here. Ying as well as Dokubi going to be the respective offensive bans. Kaid and Azami for defense. And specifically, a big fan of getting rid of Azami on this map. She can be such a huge deal to deal with, especially on that basement site.
Also, the first map that Liquid don't ban Mute, the very first round, Canadian, Mute inside a kitchen, is going to mute all of it off, open up the hatch and roam inside of the room itself. This is ridiculous. Now, there is one quote-unquote simple way to deal with this. You just take, a vertical player upstairs in the office, break the floor, Canadian is stuck in that case. But this is a great start for DC. I like this approach. It's not very common to do this, but it might just work.
He's already gone.
Yeah, but they don't know this. They can't drone it, right? Because the Mute jammer is so...
Well, they did drone him, actually.
Oh, was it actually drone inside?
He droned him through the kitchen door.
Okay, then they know. Maybe he missed the jammer. I don't know. But I guess the idea is to stall for more than that, because if you open the hatch for the attackers and you drop in the first 15 seconds, I'm going to say not worth at that point, right?
Yes.
We got to stall for more time or kill more drones. C4 goes out. Malcam gets shut down. Second... Is that a second C4 that went out? Yeah, it was. 2 C4 sprint already. This right now, strategically for DarkZero, is not great. One of their big win conditions, fishing for a kill with those C4s, that's gone. Liquid, full map control in the first minute. They are way ahead of schedule. And as an attacker, what you want is a 5v5 execute. If you get a pick, 5v4, great. But there's one thing here. Bono's upstairs. Liquid have no idea. If Bono has the right timing, with the communication for his teammates, he can do some serious damage later on.
I was going to say, I mean, for lack of a better term, this has gone pretty crappy for DarkZero so far.
Yeah.
But that might be the saving grace right there. I thought initially it was all resting on the precipice of what Canadian was able to produce inside of Kitchen, right? But no, this might have been a huge distracting factor, all leading up to the fact that Bolo has a potential flank in the works. He just has to be patient about this.
Yeah.
And the key thing is, if he gets warmed up, especially on Clubhouse, this could be a massive problem for Team Liquid. They're going to start to propel themselves forward. Goyo canister will go off and delay. EMP's out as well as these Selmos continue to prosper. Bo has been activated. He's coming down main stairs. Nave gets a big kill, a drop in here with the D goal of all things for Bo. He finally whips out the gun. I do believe he was more than likely doing that net strictly for the movement speed, but that's just a crazy way to try and handle things. Resets gets 2, but there's no way in hell he gets out of this, right? Has some space to be able to reload this AK-12. He knows where at least one is around. He's going to drop that Selma down, not to make a new angle, folks. It's strictly to make some noise so that these players don't exactly know where he's walking. Walks in, finds this little breach angle here. So a little mistaken by that, but that's perfectly okay. It tends to happen. Gonna run around and find the back end angle, and yeah, that's all she wrote. That's really all you need. A great decision there from DarkZero, forcing the hand of Liquid, and the bow play working out. Yeah. That distracting factor, they had even us confused. We were like, there's no way that you're going to dedicate every mute jammer you have, practically a just plethora of utility. You got the Vault Cams and Nitro Cells, everything in between, and not get anything out of it. That's just not Canadian coded at all.
No, I mean, if Bo doesn't get that flank, I think that round might have been done for Liquid. Or at the very least, a bomb does get planted a lot earlier with Manavic for the attack inside, and I don't know if Liquid just poorly droned it. I said, you know what, Canadian's the roamer. When he falls back, it's clear, because sometimes players and teams will make assumptions. You might be thinking, why would they think top 4 slipped in drone? It's like, you don't have enough times and drones and, you know, brain power sometimes to do every single thing at 100%. You're gonna go, this guy, you shoot the roamer, that's their pattern. If he's not roaming, they're on site. Yep. Easy peasy. And that's why we have those mini moments in games where, okay, Bolo is for some reason hiding in bathroom upstairs. That's not supposed to happen. And sometimes it works out and can single-handedly win you a round. When it's 1st to 7, 1 round is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, this is why prep phase drones are such a big deal, because if you can get things placed properly early on and not be found, and you see even somebody just running up a staircase, you're like, oh, I know Legions on the top floor. We know that we have to deal with that. That time around, the biggest thing that affected Liquid was the fact that Bo was completely unchecked, and they did a very bang-up job of making it seem like DarkZero's entire plan was to play around Kitchen. So hats off to DarkZero. Let's see if they can continue their escapades here as they're going to move over to, I got a little antsy right there. We'll see if it still follows through with this player in Garage, but as they were going to look towards Master, you do this player over inside of Garage, Nick, and all 5 people have been discovered on the defense.
Yeah, it means that another bandit is tricking on the walls. Pam moves right inside the CCTV. First step, beats the walls. It can be tricky sometimes because Bandit versus Thermite, typically Bandit will win out in that engagement. You just like Bandit trick the wall, Thermite can't do much, he needs help, Sophia below, grenade, verticality, counter fire, anything right now. But this is just like before in Consulate, they're hunting the good old Canadian.
There's nothing he can do about this.
Oh, they can't get in. Yes, they have grenades on IQ, no breach charge.
Oh man.
Oh no, they punched it.
Wow, I really thought that they'd have that pressure from upstairs, and somehow, some way, Canadian is persisting in literally the worst room to be in this entire map. If you get found out in Oil Pit, you might as well call yourself dead. And that's why Palu is going to approach not with the true gun, but instead with the skeleton key, up close and personal, to take down Canadian. But honestly, for all intents and purposes, Canadian got away with murder on Maya.
Yeah, Pamela died though, so it is a 2-for-1 trade favoring Team Liquid. Not the best case scenario here for DC, but it's okay. Gym bedroom bomb site, I would say, as long as 3 defenders are alive, you can do a 3v5 easily. This is just a 3 versus 4, and Grim is out for the count. The only real issue now is the Deimos tracker right now. One defender's position will always be exposed during this bomb site execute, and that means the ulti players gotta work overtime and make up the difference.
Yes, indeed. Trying to get some footing over towards construction. They've done a good job of this so far as they work in from CCTV and cache. They can open the windows here from Master Balcony so they can try and get access to those windows. A lot of these angles pretty heavy-handed at the end of the day, and make life a lot easier. Something that you have to really worry about on defense. That's why 9 times out of 10 you see a castle here. Obviously won't have it this time around, but DZ, they're up to snuff. They know about this, and they know that they have to try and make sure they have some creative ways to play around these windows, and that's one of them right there, at least for the construction door, as they have a nice little angle over the top of that deployable shield. I do believe that he was actually stood on top of the toilet or something like that over in the corner. Yeah, he's like standing on top of that bench. What a find there from Bo. He's playing the breach in the door on an awkward little angle, and now DarkZero is picking Team Liquid apart.
15 seconds to go.
Nice little find there as well from NJR. I was wondering if it was going to slow down just a tad bit, given the circumstances, maybe just talk about things, but no, it's going to be DarkZero all day as Liquid give up the goods in 2 rounds.
One really big issue rather for Team Liquid is that they didn't take office control. DarkZero had a mirror window inside of gold that oversees the entire bomb set of gym and master bedroom. Whenever you see that, your default go-to plan should be, let's take office, clear the mirror window, then go for a bomb set execute. The other option is, if you have a way to deal with the mirror window, smoke grenades, an ash breaching round, anything like that, of course, you can go with the direct approach from the window side of things, but Liquid didn't have those pieces of utility, so it becomes a bit of a brawl here, and because both have their kill towards the gym window, all of a sudden, they can swing from gym, they can swing from bathroom, and they also have office, so 3 separate crossfires on towards 1 entry point of a single doorway. Liquid are simplifying their process too much in these rounds.
Yeah, and honestly, it almost feels like to me that Canadian might just be the leading factor in what Liquid has going on these offensive sides. He's distracting them.
He's being focused so much.
He's pulling them away from the primary story of these rounds. Like you said, if they were really, just really focused on that round and that, bomb site, they would have been like, okay, these are the default things that we need to do, especially with this mirror window implemented. Let's try and work things around logistics and see what happens. But no, instead, they're chasing ghosts downstairs inside an oil pit. They don't even have soft destruction to get the damn wall open to even try and get those top-down angles. As soon as that Deimos went through and he called oil pit, I was like, there's no way that he just doesn't get shot through a grate above him. And no, he doesn't. In fact, he kills IQ. Craziest thing ever. That's going to be one of the rounds that when Liquid goes back to it, there's going to be like, what the hell were we doing?
Yeah. I mean, I think you just gotta go back to defaults right now for Team Liquid. This bomb site right here is the most default of default attacks in the entire game. It is CCTV defense. Pop the wall exterior. That's your first thing. Second thing, you gotta make a choice. Either go for a catwalk garage attack right now like we see, with like a Capital, a Grim, and a Monty, exactly that Team Liquid have bought in this round, or you rotate over to Master Bedroom, Jacuzzi, and take the roam clear. And then you just gotta go with that. So right now, Liquid, they have one choice to make. Once they make it, it all comes down to good execution. You gotta pop Jacuzzi wall, but no one's actually playing there. That's fake pressure. They want DC to think, hey, it's gonna be a roam clear, but in fact, it's gonna be a direct garage attack.
Pamba?
With the bus G.
I'm so happy right now. I really am. This gun is so crazy. And I will say, I was a Boss G hater for a very long time. I just did not really respect it in the sense of like, dude, you have the K1A, you have more bullets, this, that, and the third. But I know we have some snipers in the game. That's the best sniper in the game. Canadian is an absolute just menace to society, and he's super short. He's Palu out of Billiard's window. We still have some fire to be implemented from Maya, just one. But I mean, if Bo just wants to give up the goods, then we can go down that way too. Pambazoo will lose his life to resets. He'd already been down, so the Bailiff, not really the true part of that tale, just the finishing end of things. They're going to try and move themselves forward. Selma out. He'll have to unslot in order to get through this, but the bomb is actually on Nesk. I think Lagonis is actually just going to try and occupy the door to make the cross a little bit easier for him, and life is good. They got that player downstairs as well, and what a play from Lagonis. He's blocking all of these smokes. They know they have to retake downstairs. Canadian has 2 rotation options. How is this going to go?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Resets finds him, and instead of securing that plant, because I think they were a little worried about these smokes, or maybe potentially a smoke getting through that we just did not see. It's been handled. It's been done. It's been dusted. The plant's down. It's a 1 versus 3. They know Nafe is downstairs, and he has to try and reclaim with one of the lowest ammo count guns in the game, up against not only 2 very solid weapons, but also his shield. Maya will take him out, and that's going to be Liquid's very first round.
I feel like actually a very scrappy round from both teams. I didn't really like what I saw. First, Liquid used their first Capital Fire. They only have 2, mind you, on the garage stairs leading to lounge. So Pambazoo runs out of garage. They do nothing with that. Then they go into garage. They don't get to use the second fire because Bolo for some reason swings out aggressively and just gives them catwalk control basically. And then Pambazoo dies right after alone. The only good thing that happened was Canadian with that shotgun kill and puts up a window. The rest was a bit of a blunder and odd couple of decisions on both sides. But ultimately with Liquid attacking CC, they got the right operators and they had the right approach to the round even if it wasn't pixel perfect.
Yeah, I'm really happy that Liquid didn't pigeonhole themselves in this because they could have just tried to hardcore stick that plant, and I think it would would have been ill-advised. They continued to try and roll around down low, knowing that there was going to be some influence from DarkZero, and they did it in a proper creative way. You know what I mean? They were able to get control over that space. They even add more bodies down there when things start going wrong with that push in from, I believe, resets that was taking out Pambazoo. It's just all very well done, and that's the beauty of things like that stock room where you have quick access to the outside. You can just make that decision in 2 seconds, Pengy, drop off a plat, run right in the stock door, and you're like, I'm already here. I transferred floors, and I'm taking a fight in 10 seconds.
You can. Clubhouse does have a lot of avenues to rotate through, like hatches, the exterior as well.
Oh, my favorite, the stock to kitchen hallway.
Oh, yeah. You're always thinking, it's a long way to kitchen from garage, right? None of you go through stock.
Yeah.
It takes 4 seconds and you're there.
Oh, man, you remember Old Timer 2? Oh, my gosh, 5 seconds outside or whatever it was, the original? Oh, wow. So crazy. They went from 5 to 3 to 1. Which, completely understandable. Even 3 seconds outside, you're like, these runouts are ridiculous.
Yeah.
And they also implemented Oryx. So that would have just been, oh man, I can't even, don't make me start salivating, all right? That would have been crazy. So DarkZero, they have to try and figure out for round 4 what they can do. Clubhouse still a defensive-sided map, at least in my memory. I'm going to look right now just to make sure I was right, and I was. 42% on attack, 57.7.
I don't think it tells the full story. I'm very much to believe that if you are a good attacking team, it's like you can get 5 out of 6 attacks every single time because it all comes down to executions and fundamentals. But the issue is, if you're not good at attacking or you're just insane at defending, that will flip. So I think Clubhouse is a very dynamic map where it can be attacker favorite, it can be defender favorite. I also think operator bans greatly impact this map as well. So I really think it's hard to say, oh, DarkZero should get 4 rounds easy peasy. They might get 4, they might get 2, nobody knows.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Liquid knowing their angles so damn well. Don't know if you guys caught it there. I think we caught it on the third-person camera. Maya knowing that they're sprinting down main, just spamming the floor. Because again, beauty of Rainbow Six Siege, you just need 1. Now, I don't really like that when it comes to through walls. I really wish that they kind of nerfed the damage a little bit when it came to ballistics going through those so you can get an automatic headshot for free. Because, you know, primary gunfights when you're actually both out in the open totally makes sense. But, hey, that's besides the point. Right now, DarkZero has escaped death and made it back downstairs. You said it yourself. This is a site where you're going to want all 5 ops, not only on the offense, but also on the defense.
Yeah. For the defenders, if you have 5 players alive, all 4 can lock down all the entry points. Blue, dirt, main stairs, and the hatches. For the attacking side, it's all about as many guns in one direction as possible. This is going to be Liquid gonna go.
Now, big moment here for Maya. He'll take out 2, make it 3. Resets will add to this fire as well. A triple kill for him. Some missed shots for Bo. He tries to turn on a dime, and Maya with the FBI pistol. Absolutely disgusting. Liquid will tie this up after DarkZero get the initial pick with Nath. That's pretty crazy, actually, especially because you'd think they'd slow down just a tad bit. It was the exact opposite.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Liquid, they are known to, you know, really pay respect to the setup. Say, okay, we're going to drone it, we're going to do the 3, 2, 1 countdown, and then we're going to go. They lose their initial opener of the Gurm, and they say, we're going to speed up right now. They are not going to expect this one coming, and they were right, because DC were barely holding any angles.
Yeah, 100%. They were actually all occupying the pseudo dirt to blue angle. Everybody just stepping right in that line of sight, and that's why Maya was capable of popping off. That's what I love about having so many spectators in the lobby as well, is that we get to see everybody's perspective. And for instance, we got to see that from Nate's perspective there, and he didn't actually get to see Maya, right? This is what Siege is all about. It's all about what gets to see what. And he got to see the elbow, just the elbow of that Warden. And Maya's like, I'll kill him too. Don't even worry about it.
So last time Liquid attacked this bomb site, one big issue. They did not take office control, but of course you gotta get to the site itself before that even matters. Most teams will, of course, on defense, do that the setup across the bomb site rather, here on CCTV. And then you're gonna put a mirror window sometimes, I guess. You can bandit trick it, etc. You can impact trick, whatever you want to do, really. Just change things up. Liquid, they could go for a side rush, but their lineup, no Blitz, no Munty, no Ying, because that's banned out. Doesn't really scream a rush for me. I think they're going to go for a room clear take here.
I like how this is so snappy right now. Immediate identification that construction is available. They're going to take that panel to pop open logistics. This is all things that we didn't see them implement before that I really, really, at least in my eyes, is a necessity to this top floor. You really want to try and battle for these things. We've even seen some teams in the past want that construction panel so bad that they'll just take a Maverick instead and torch a line. We're going to lose Bo here. I think that was kind of a little creative angle that we saw from the roof with him trying to step up, but very unfortunate circumstances befall him, and now DarkZero will be down for the count. Double impact EMP, Selma for a side, and an exothermic for the other. That'll be Thermite down for his job at least, and now he's just another man with another gun. So you know Ladonis is very happy that he can take gunfights.
I get to get a gunfight now, guys. Let's go! Whee! But he might be first down a hatch and just die to enable Nest. I don't know. That usually happens, right? But it's a lot of util, but you need to get that jacuzzi wall open up. They've gotten that. They got a connector. They shattered the mirror window as well. Liquid right now, they have the first 2-step of their 3-step plan done. All in now, drone out the bomber side and choose who's going to entry in more positions. Office hatch, gym window, into jacuzzi breach. They could do a 3-2-1 countdown and just hit the site if they want to.
Metro cell prepped. Maya? Can you escape fate here? Oh, wow. He puts it away. He takes a gunfight instead, and Nesk will find him, and he barrels up main stairs. It's going to be down to Nath once again. We've seen in prior rounds. Not the last one, though. It was the one to start things off, but he'll be the last domino to fall this time around. It's going to be Liquid all day on offense, and wouldn't you know it, as soon as Pangu talks about how solid your offenses can be, if you start getting a roll here, if you start feeling yourself and you can start processing things properly, Team Liquid put together some dastardly rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that entire attack from a top-down perspective made so much sense.
Yeah.
They got the opening kill. That's like the cherry on top to make it so much easier. But at the right player locations, they did the right heart breach utility, and they cleared the mirror windows. And all they had to do, which is very difficult, is win their gunfights, right? Hit a couple of shots here, and they get it done. So connect the window, office hatch, jacuzzi breach, and they had a guy on the master stage gym window. That's that who died right there. So they had everything covered that they needed to, plus meta advantage. The big thing now for DC, the final defensive round for them in this half, I think you have two options. Either disruption, try and do that early game roaming style, try and get a pick, or make something go wrong for Team Liquid. Because if it gets that 5v5, I fear for DC.
Yeah.
The other aspect, you really bunker up with a ton of different utility, like for example here, the Warden, the Mute, the Mirror, and the Goyo. That all screams bombs at util with Bow on the roam. This is much more like the very first round. I believe Canadian actually, instead of Kitchen as well. So it's gonna be a literal repeat of how this game started. And last time, Canadian fell back really early, he was cleared out, but Liquid forgot about droning out Bolo upstairs. They're not gonna make that same mistake again, I hope at least. And if they actually drone him out and take him out as well, this round outcome could be very different for DC.
Well, that's what I'm really scared about here, is because this all rests on the precipice of either Canadian getting to exist for an extended period of time, or Bolo being successful in the flank. But look, we're already jumping out the top floor. They see all of these breaches. They know. I mean, there's dedicated utility up here and all that kind of stuff. In fact, I respect this fully. This is exactly what Bolo needs to do. You shoot that drone, you dip. Because here's the thing. They still have to double check that you're not there later on, or at least have a flank cam. So, you know, if somebody does go down on Liquid, they're watching a camera. That doesn't even matter at the end of the day. So, DarkZero going to try and persist here. I do believe that we've had our big bad. No, he's still there. He's in the corner sitting on top of
he's
the...
still kitchen.
Yeah, sitting right here on top of the cabinets.
It's smart strat. Basically, there's two roamers, and whenever you feel too much pressure, that person will fall back. You see, it's been a minute. They're still waiting for Bolo. The jammers are stopping them. They're holding angles. They gotta say, guys, can we confirm the top four, please? Anybody, any drones? Well, the issue is they've lost 5 drones already. Just now they droned Gym. They gotta figure out Bolo's probably gone. Then they go downstairs. But guess what? Canadian now inside the kitchen with more mute jammers. They have a yellow ping. They got self-destruction. Canadian is a smart guy. He falls back immediately. Doesn't risk the overstay. This is best case scenario for DC. It could only get better if they get a C4 kill here in a moment.
And damn, brother, is this not clean siege?
It's pretty clean.
This is what you want to see. This is the beauty of Rainbow Six right here, folks. We just had so much happen, and nobody even shot at anybody, really. At the end of the day, nobody took any damage. Yeah, it's just so impeccable from them.
What
and
is
I love this from Bo.
He's AFK.
Yeah, he's just been sitting here for a straight minute. I think he wanted to be here in case Liquid wanted to try and press the hallway. We're gonna have a swing here now.
No!
I'm at a loss for words that Bo is using the Deagle over the MPX, but he's so accurate at the end of the day. This thing does so much damage.
You gotta get a second.
It doesn't really matter. He knows that IQ's here. Oh my god. Oh my days. Oh
No!
my god. There's absolutely no way. I thought we were about to see one of the craziest Deagle clips in my life. It wasn't the frag grenade. It was a nitro cell from Bambazoo. And has DarkZero done it? Have they once again drawn Liquid's eyes too wide? I think they have. Liquid at a loss for words right now, but they have to start finding some answers. They'll at least get one for their troubles, but Maya's down to 13 HP. And DarkZero, are you capable of tying this up? One sitting over in the dark corner, the default corner of Armory, but it'll be Pambazoo once again in this series to dust Liquid. And now it's a 3-3 half here. Is DarkZero going to be the more dominant team on offense? What antics are we going to see out of Liquid? But before we get to that, Nick, break down this half for us, man. What the hell just happened here?
So there's been a couple of small adaptations brought so far. That first round, as we just witnessed, in a similar style, Bolo did not get thrown out top floor, so he goes for flank. Then 5 rounds later, the round that we just saw, they do the same thing. Bolo falls back super early, gives up top floor. Canadian falls back when he has to. Bolo sticks around main stairs, gets 2 deagle kills, dies, C4 trades him. That's the entire round. I've never seen something like this from any team really on Clubhouse, and I truly didn't think that anybody would fall for it either, because it seems so simple. Why don't you drone main staircase? Well, the thing is, Liquid was so busy and so occupied with all the mute jammers, with all that timing, that they didn't have enough drones or time left to drone every single inch of the map. They didn't drone strip club either. They just said, you know what, this is probably clear. Let's just go for it, and it wasn't.
Yeah. And the key thing about that last one as well is that they know, because of the strategy they've already seen, that Bo's going to be upstairs. But he makes the smartest decision that you can in this position, Pangy. And we talked about it very early on about roamers when Canadian was on Consulate. Guys, it's not about killing people. I promise you. I promise you. It's about wasting time and making it to where the offense thinks that you're somewhere that you're not. Because do you see what Liquid had to do? They had to go back upstairs and recheck everything. We had somebody sitting in construction on an angle for 20 seconds because they needed a drone to identify where Bo is. That's not a player that you can just willy-nilly walk at. Nesk is going to take down Bo. Pambazoo will respond in kind on Nesk, and we've already got a 4 versus 4 in the first 40 seconds.
So explosive. The good thing is, with Vigil being taken out, that's gonna give your drones more true information, but there's a second problem, just like with DarkZero. Reset's playing inside the kitchen with mute jammer assistance as well. So this all comes down to intel and counter intel. If one of those defenders go on drone for a long enough time, that flank late round will be a problem. DC though, they're pretty quick so far, and they got the money. So 2 minutes, they can do a lot of stuff here. The big question for me is, will they actually commit to Dirt Tunnel and clear it out, or just give up the space for now? They're trying to breach the soft wall. It's a bit of a struggle there. Damon's trying to do his best to Pambazoo. They're going kitchen now. They're going to fight resets.
Pambazoo is going to take down resets as he was playing right in front of that shield. Great read there from Canadian, as well as just some, I mean, impeccable aim to not, you know, splash down Canadian in that situation. When you're dealing with one door frame and dealing with somebody jiggling off of your Monty,
it'd be hard.
There's so many ways that can go wrong. The mixture of Monty and clashes that I've killed over the years by accident, it's just too darn high. Pambazoo is literally recreating the wheel right now with this revolver.
It doesn't work. He needs to go back. Get it right, Panda. Come on, one more time.
How many bullets does this damn thing have, man?
Oh, tons. It keeps going.
And it don't stop coming, and it don't stop coming. Yokai out, a little damage dealt to Canadian, but nothing that they can't deal with. They know that there's multiple players, or rather, yeah, multiple players, at least from the offensive perspective, pushing down this way. Yokai out, and he's going to try and get rid of it. Successful for Canadian, as that nuisance will finally be dealt with. And they've locked him in. That's the angle you don't want to see, and that's why he called for Palu there to handle Nafe, as he was occupying that dastardly resource there to try and handle that dirt rotation. Now Monty will at least be able to back them out. Smokes are going to go out. No Warden on defense here, but more than likely some Yokais still to be had. Have to see. 20 seconds remaining. Some nice shots here from Palu. A double kill for him. Still have a couple of different things to be activated. One of them's going to be NJR, and the case is actually upstairs out of all places. Canadian, oh no, that might have been the worst decision here for Lagonis. He allowed Canadian to have a 1v1 with Maya. He's going to try and run through him. They've literally switched positions. He'll take down one. And that is the craziest thing I've seen in this entire tournament so far. That is absolutely disgusting. It's not every day that you see a smoke criminal play in Rainbow Six Siege, but it literally goes both ways. At the exact same time, like ships in the night, they pass right next to each other, and they have no idea. Team Liquid win their very first defensive round with some fireworks to boot.
That smoke was for all intended purposes meant to escort the attacker down the hatch to secure the round, but instead became the sole reason why they actually lost in a 2v1 because Munty was closing in. And once Munty gets close enough, that's going to be game over for Liquid in that round. But you see right here, they cross. He actually meleeed in the smoke looking for him as well, but he missed just his shoulder. Huge clutch moment there. And sometimes you don't gotta do all the killing, but just good positioning, good coordination, and that right there is a heartbreaking round because DC, they had it in the bag until they didn't.
Yeah, most definitely. Looks like we might be having a little bit... Oh, I get you now. I think we're in a tech pause, actually.
Yeah.
We do have things sealed up, so... It wasn't so much of a Bo frustration moment. That is Bo just trying to stay locked in,
and
folks.
Meditating.
That's it right there.
Taking a breather.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw the gymnast for the U.S. at the Olympics, but that guy did the I'm gonna mess this up, but it's the horse thing for gymnasts or whatever. And so it took him like 2.5 hours for his event to come up, and he the exact same way. He's just leaned back, sitting there on the bench, just locking in, just eyes closed, just focused on his breathing, and then he went up and won a gold for America. So go us. Love that for us. And good on that guy as well.
Nice.
But yeah, there for Bo, trying to stay locked in. And the same thing can be said about Liquid, just talking things over, hand warmers out to try and make sure they're not too chilly. Yeah, it's a warm country, but I promise you, they might have the best aircon in the world.
Oh yeah, we're getting blasted with the cold air, and I love it, honestly, because otherwise, whew. But that's the thing about technical pauses. No one likes them. Fans, production, the players themselves, everyone wants to keep going, but you gotta make the best that you can that moment. There are some teams that they'll start tilting or arguing or just sit there and go like, oh man, this is so silly, this is so dumb, like, let's just go. Then you have teams that they start meditating, they're laughing, they're cracking jokes, and of course, if you're an agile, if you're a brain player, you sit there and you take this moment to think, okay, our next upcoming round, what can we do? What has our opponent been doing so far? Is there anything that I might remember now from like theory or prep work that we have not yet utilized in this series so far? This is the moment we can dig deep and come out the other side with an advantage because of a nobody's fault tech issue.
You want to come out of the blocks flying after a tech pause.
You do.
That's the thing. And it's a very complicated scenario for everybody involved. And it has been for forever because you don't really know when this is going to end either.
Wait,
I don't know.
Wait, is it a toilet break? Did he pull the I gotta go right now and no one can stop me?
Listen, you either let me go to the bathroom or it's the chair. What do you want? Okay, and also, I don't know if you guys saw the photo online for Bambazoo's chair. This guy is using like 7 of the secret lab pillows for his butt. Yes, and he's sitting on them. He is literally sitting on a throne right now of pillows.
He's got the booster seat?
Yeah, dude, he brought the booster seat. Exactly.
My God.
Exactly that.
I did not.
But hey, I tweeted at him. I was like, yeah, but I bet you're so comfy. Like.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Awesome. We're just checking things up real quick, folks. We are back in the server, but just give us 1 second here, and we'll make sure that everybody's computer's working, everything in between. We just don't want to bait y'all, okay?
No baits.
No baits.
No buts. We're just gonna go when we go. But so far, I mean, I think the big story has been the sides have been very close. First map was a 3-3-half, so tied up. Second one, Cafe, DC came ahead 4-2. Clubhouse also ending on that very close 3-3 scoreline as well. So there's been no one really stealing the show all too much. It's been a back and forth, and I think the big thing is both teams have been trying to set the pace and set the tone. DC goes fast on round, okay, they win the round. Then they could go, you know what, now it's our turn. Then DC goes to slow approach. They could say, okay, we can do that. Let's play Tuberao, Goyo, and Kaid and play that slow style game. Both teams are willing to take it to the other person's primary area of playing the game, and they're both finding success in different ways. I do always have this fear that CCTV bomb side is quote-unquote undefendable against like a Capital or a Munty or something like that, because you just cannot hold catwalk.
Yep.
But the thing is, DC, they've not brought the Capital, they've not brought the Munty, they've brought a Gridlock. And I'm just trying to think here to myself, what are they trying to accomplish that could be different? This could just be a good old, let's go master bedroom, breach the Kusi, or breach the Kusi wall, go master bedroom, and breach the connector wall to the bomb site, and go for a, you know, on a take. This is what might be the case.
One of my favorite cams on all of Clubhouse, Pengy, right up on the aircon inside of the garage there. Pretty creative ways that you can get up there. I usually just do it by the shelf that's in the 90 of the catwalk. Hop on that, hop on the window, hop up on the pipes. Always a good spot to be. Bo checking things inside of Logi, and they want to make sure that they cross their T's and dot their I's before they ever step foot inside of this map. And this is definitely a bomb site that you are most definitely going to want to do that. Pambazoo's over inside of Waits. They're going to track Stinger up every orifice of this entire map. I mean, practically everything locked down now. The only thing standing between DarkZero and the site is themselves whenever they want to try and activate this. Going to try and peek in. Doesn't have the timing there, so he's just going to let it go as the Semo break down the construction single.
Okay, so now it gets tough for Team Liquid, rather, because win conditional-wise, they can shut down the plant with a C4, of course. They got 2 of those in pocket, or of course hitting some crazy shots. But DarkZero, whenever they want to, they can start getting down this plant. I'm thinking there's a mirror window, true, but you can't walk in towards the bomb site through that rotate. That's covered from the construction door. So you hit some faraway shots, you hit some V4s. Oh, you swing the breeze like that, Recess. I mean, that right there's a hero play that's gonna turn the tide of this round.
Just like Skillet, man, they need a hero right now, and it's gonna be Resets as he takes down one. And DarkZero, this is where you don't want to see them slow down too much. Obviously, recognition is a very big deal. They want to make sure that they know what they're doing before they go for it, but it's starting to hit crunch time here, and this is why you're seeing these Bs start to come out and things start to activate, but wow, they're just too good, man. Liquid, they've hit the timing, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way, does it? Right now, it's all Liquid all the time. It's down to NJR in a 1 versus 3, but he shouldn't get too far, even though he is probably one of the best players in the world, at least in recent history. NJR trying to step up to the plate. He's going to get gunned down by Palu. And a rough round there for DarkZero.
I think it was just such a good recognition by Liquid to say, we have lost this round strategically. If we don't do anything, we will lose the round. So it's time to be a hero. And yeah, Resets, he makes an individual play. That's never a good thing to see, but it works out sometimes. He finds 2 kills in the round, and all of a sudden, Liquid looked like they're in a stable position. DarkZero are relatively locked out. No Capital, no Monty. They can't just cheese the plan attempt. They gotta win somewhere, but they just simply don't.
Yeah, 100%. And that's really it, is sometimes it truly just comes down to who shoots better and who gets the timing on these frags. And that was all Liquid right there. Catching DarkZero completely off guard. DarkZero was like, all right, Liquid is one of these teams that's really going to respect what's happening to them right now. Well, all except for Resets. He had a chip on his shoulder, he was prepared, and he was willing to take it to DarkZero, and they find success in that. It's going to activate the timeout for DarkZero. We've seen Mint seldom use these today. A lot of trust in the squad, but I mean, things are starting to get dire. Team Liquid has looked very successful so far on these defenses, and wearing different hats too.
I also think, like, looking at Team Liquid's prep work for the last, 6 months or so, I think they're one of the teams that bring a lot of prep. So whenever you call a tactical timeout against them, they will always have something to talk about of good relevance. Whereas I think with some support staff, at least, maybe in the past, it's like, these guys don't do a whole lot in that tactical timeout. We can, get a better, outcome of this. Because whenever we see it, they always have a talking point, they're going at it, and whenever a tactical timeout ends, Liquid got a different idea or approach to these rounds, as well as DarkZero. Playing from behind though, 3 to 5, the big question for me now is risk assessment. If Pamba sees an opportunity, a small gap, where there is a 40% chance of success, but you win the entire round, or a 60% chance of failure and your team can almost guaranteed only lose, I'm afraid he might not go for that play anymore. Because right now, you are 1 round away from match point, and then at best, you go into overtime. But it's so important for players like Pambazoo that when he sees a small opening, there is no hesitation. He goes in, he believes in his aim, he has the confidence, and get the best result with that. Because if you hesitate at this level of play, it will change the entire outcome of a gunfight.
Split-second decision-making and confidence is what Siege is really based off, man. Minus all of the knowledge that is necessary to play this game, and it's quite a handful. I mean, we've been doing this for 9 years now, almost 10 as we are in the latter half of 2024. Pretty crazy, actually. Feels like it just turned 2024, but hey, that's how things go when you get older, folks. I'm telling you. I thought it wasn't that way either. And then I hit 25, and I was like, this is flying by.
It is like that. It's a weird phenomenon.
Yeah, most definitely. Drone's down now. Trying to discover if there's anybody around this mirror. He's going to quickly dispatch that, just making their lives a little bit easier. But I believe they're going to break it open, too. And I don't know if they've designed this lineup to handle when the breach pops or when that mirror window opens.
I think that's the mirror window.
We're going to see, because it's going to have to be pixel perfect to get through there and not get soaked up by the electrification. So Gonna be interesting. I don't think they exactly trust it. And, well, it won't get eaten up by the electrification, but it won't get any damage dealt either. So, very well done. And actually, now that I'm remembering, they took that away a little while ago.
You can't electrify get anymore, no.
Yeah, you can't break anything.
You got it.
Wow, you kids are so lucky.
Back in my day.
Oh, yeah, all the things I went through. God dang it. All right, well, AK-12 in hand here for Nave as he will be occupying the ace. And they'll finally get the breach open here for Jacuzzi. It just took him quite some time.
I was gonna say, this is my concern for DC is that this happened also on Consulate. When it got to those like more dire moments, overtime, etc., or when your back's against the wall, they tend to go back to the old way of playing the game. They're very slow, they're very methodical, but with that, they also become incredibly predictable. You see Team Liquid right now, they're not worried about a flank or main staircase or armor up the hatch or the bomb site windows. They know there's nothing going on. They have Nesk and CCTV roaming, he's got that secured. You have Maya, Lagonis, Resets, and Palu all holding bomb side and office itself. So they're waiting for DC to make the first move because they'll take this 5v5 and they'll make it a 5v4.
How in the hell is it Glass that dies first? Pamba's going to try and pick this up, and you said it yourself. Even if it's a 40% thing, they got to kind of try and send it, and he does. He'll down Lagonis, and this might be the best opportunity off the back of NJR's antics inside of Waits to try and pick this up. It's all up to him, and he can't get it done! DarkZero lose to Liquid in the desert. Is it? No, I think.
We got one more round to go. The Liquid players look so excited. I fully get what you're coming from, but it ain't over just yet. No, we got one more to go.
Yeah, you know what? It ain't over till it's over. My bad.
I gotta say though, it looked like the final moment.
You look so shocked. I'm so sorry.
I thought I was like, is that it? I thought there was more to go. No, I thought I saw two heads fly off their faces. I was like, oh, it is over. But no. We got one more in us, okay?
We got one
it's
more.
all calm down here. I felt the hesitation of DarkZero though, like looking from that, what was the train of thought? Glass, smoke the window, jump on in and make the best thing happen? I don't think so. NGR, such a big hero in this round, but didn't really find the, enough kills. He found 3 in the entry, but he had to find all 5 individually. We need people to help each other on the attack inside to make these things come to fruition. Bowl of Ass and Glass early, Pamba jumps in, no one follows up, he flicks left, right, doesn't know what's going on. It's not good enough for DC. And that's that slight hesitation I feel, and now it's worse. Now it's no longer 3-5, it's 3-6. DC, you can go out swinging, you can go out with a rush, with a strategy where you say, you know what, we believe in ourselves, or you can do the slowest roam clear known to man and lose some time. And it better not be the latter.
Well, hopefully DarkZero know that it's match point now, because clearly I didn't. So
they're locked in.
Yeah, they're locked in. I was the one that was not. I needed to pay attention a little bit more to the top end of things. But I mean, Liquids just look so solid. I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. There's a lot of potential here. I like that DarkZero is trying to work their way around things, especially on this downstairs level. I'm going to assume that this has been castle barricaded down here. Let's see. It has been. There was no reinforcements on that. Buck just got to walk immediately into dirt off the skeleton key. So
imagine what would they played Blitz and they rushed dirt tunnel with like 4 players and just like took the bomb side. That's like, DC are so back. Instead, I said the world's slowest roam clear. Right now, DC aren't even roam clearing. Canadian is in strip hallway. Bolo is thrown in kitchen. NGR is just leaving spawn. And Nave is on the roof. I am worried right now because this pacing is not fast enough to actually have a legitimate chance in this round unless Liquid just fall apart in gunfights and making bad decisions. But looking at the spread of players from Liquid side, they have so much information. They know the only danger zone right now is kitchen and bar. They know they have the rest of the map at their disposal because there's no attackers there. And you see the Valkyrie cameras. Liquid are watching those as well.
Here we go. Nice little angle here from main stairs. That honestly, in my opinion, does not get used enough. We saw another creative one. I think it was actually from Liquid with a nice repel to handle a player rotating down main earlier in the tournament. But could have been another team. Either way.
PSG talent, actually.
Yeah, I think it might have been. I think it might have been you guys. Huh, I wonder who gave him that one.
Good old Fabian.
Yeah, the guy that knows way too much for his own good about this game.
And then gets first sounded. That happens.
Yeah, you know, hey, if Fabian didn't want that to happen, he probably would have just done it himself.
Look at the time though, 55 seconds. The Monty is a very big win condition right now, but the flank is open, upstairs open as well. Team Liquid, with the right timing, can actually attack from both sides, and they get him peek again.
Oh wow, what a find from Maya Pambazoo.
Oh,
can't even try and assist. That could have been it right there. They could have taken down Maya, and this round would have looked completely differently. But fortunately enough, they gave NJR an actual gun. He's got the 5.52 this time around instead of being on the therm, but somebody had to do it, and he still made it look good at the end of the day. Have to try and find some space to get this plant down, though. And NJR is going to want that one back. What a shot, though. He'll make up for it. Lagonas takes out Canadian. NJR, minimal time, a lot to do. 2 players and an angle that he was going to have to worry about. It's right behind him. My entire back is literally sweating for him. But Nesk is still going to get it done. And this time, Liquid still turns solid. DarkZero collapse in the desert.
When the pressure gets to them, DC, they slow down and default back to their old ways, and those old ways is not why they've been praised so much this tournament so far, because when they are fast, they are playing their best. The maps as well, Consulate, Cafe, and Clubhouse, not the best for the new Canadian playstyle of Blitz, Monty, and Clash, but they tried their best. Liquid only played 2 maps to this point, both Consulate. They've shown almost no strats this event so far, which sets them up great for the semifinals, and if they win tomorrow, the grand finals after that.
Yeah, so incredible. Liquid has looked so unbelievably good so far this tournament, and this is one of the better versions of Liquid that we have seen. I really like what we have going on, especially with Maya in the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, Maya in that final round gets the flank, gets the 2K, shuts things down, and so many times it feels like Maya is the guy who goes those opening picks, opening engagements, says, you know what, I am emotional, I'm excited, but I'm not afraid. And I think that's the big thing right now. Liquid did not look afraid in the server to make mistakes and go for crazy plays.
Yeah, and honestly, like, it might just be a little bit of this as well. It almost feels like that tech pause where Pamba really had to use the bathroom.
Yeah, what happened there? I still don't know.
Yeah, like, whatever it was, I mean, oh, that's so sweet. Oh my God, I'm gonna cry. Stop it. Oh, that's so beautiful. Anyways, moral of the story of what I was talking about might have been potentially the worst moment for that to happen. Yeah. They had just lost that round, and then if you didn't know, tech pauses, nobody gets to talk, folks. Yeah, nobody at all. So might have complicated things there for him, might have had to sit on those emotions for a little too long, but pretty crazy stuff. I'm here with Baldu, and that was a hell of a best of 3, my friend.
It was. Honestly, the first map, you guys didn't see it, go back and watch, because that was, I think, the peak of the entire best of 3 series. Second map, Cafe, little bit quick, but then, of course, pretty good stuff in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said, folks, we're going to throw it down to Ian and Big Bad Nadian on the stage.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, Ian has changed shape, and so has Big Bad Canadian. Lagonas, victorious in Team Liquid in our matchup. I have to say, Lagonas, this really put us on edge. Let's talk about map 1 for a moment here. What do you feel it got so close? Because, I mean, Consulate, the way that DarkZero played it against you, it was a tough one.
Yeah, it was a difficult match, difficult first map. Like, they were repeating a lot of the plays, but even, like, we knew that they were repeating, but it was difficult the same level. But I'm happy, like, we're very comfortable. Like, we won 3 Consulates on this tournament. So, yeah, that's it.
And I felt like this game between you and DarkZero is like very technical. There's a lot of small things that are happening. I don't want to pick your brains about something because, you know, Lagotness, there's a big brain behind it. Striker, Sentry, meta, yes, no, and why?
Yes, I think Striker is really good, especially when they don't have a Valkyrie on a comp, because you don't need to ping the cameras. So you have frag grenades and flashbangs, so Striker is very good, especially on attack. And about Deimos, you asked, right? Sentry, sorry. And about Sentry, like, you can have C4, bulletproof, so it's very good, you know? So, yeah, that's my opinion.
We're going to get more of it. But with this victory, you do make a bit more than just money. You get the key from DarkZero. Canadian, please, will be getting the DarkZero key over to Team Liquid. Thank you very much, Canadian. There it is. I don't know if you've seen others doing it so far. It's gonna get crushed in a bit. You ready for that?
Yeah, I'm very happy, very ready. I have seen like probably a lot of other games, not only Rainbow Six, so I'm happy to this moment.
Oh, don't worry, we've been crushing a lot of those. But you played W7M after they beat Bleed. How do you feel about that? You played them 1,000,001 times, even in their current form.
Yeah, they improved a lot. I think even in Copa do Brasil, they were doing really well. And now they are in the semifinals on the EWC. So it's a big rival, like everyone knows each other. Like there's 3 players that I played together. So we'll be a good rival. And I'm looking forward to this match.
We all are looking forward to it. Thank you very much, Lagonis. Congratulations again to Team Liquid. They'll be playing W7M in semis tomorrow, but we got more to talk about here in the playoffs. So let's give it back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Milosh and Lagonis. What an incredible way for Team Liquid to close off the day today. They actually managed to get into the semifinals because, again, there is no other bracket, but also that is great for the championship points and in total for the prize pool as well for Siege, because they're now sitting at that, 6th, 7th minimum slot.
It's at least doubling from what they would have earned if they got eliminated today, so that's great for them. And of course, as well, having had the interview tomorrow with the R6 manager on the side of Liquid. So this is a great motivation for them. And something that you question, I think, as well, or you two talked about, is like, how is Liquid going to do this with their mental resilience going into this map? We hope this isn't going to be a very bad thing for them, that they have to come back from that map loss. But they took it very well. It was really good to see Maya being so active as he was once again on the stage. I think they really needed that energy here as well. One thing that I think was huge as well, a personal moment, we're getting on the defense of Liquid, was that clutch from Lagonis. The 1v2 that he got out of the time, it shows once again that DarkZero were struggling a bit with those attacks and getting everything round in the time that they have. And even Lagonis said it as well, you know, they were doing the same things, or DarkZero was doing the same things as what they've seen from them before.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the big thing for me that you touched on there, Ram, was we were questioning whether Liquid's emotion would actually fall into this game, whether they could actually reset themselves, because we have seen it time and time again where they haven't been able to. And I think this bit, it was a big map free, like you say, a lot riding on it, a lot of money. The chance to win, you know, to go through to play W7M, who they're used to playing, but also for their organizational point of view in the club championship. A lot riding on just one map. And when that happens, you need big players to turn up. Like you said, I thought Maya had, you know, incredible individual moments. Lagonis gets a 1 versus 2, which is kind of what we've known to see him for as well. You know, he doesn't get a lot of kills. You know, realistically, he's there to direct his team around the map. But when he does, he pulls off these huge clutches as well. And yeah, I'm absolutely over the moon for Liquid, you know, just to get through another semi-final and actually, realistically, a great shot at a grand final as well.
Absolutely, and I think something definitely to keep in mind as well is the dominance that we've seen from Liquid on this Clubhouse particularly. First map as well was a very close one, second one more so in DZ's favor, and I think Team Liquid in general keeping it cool, calm, and collected and being able to close it out as convincingly as they have is something to take away into tomorrow's matchup, because it is going to be W7M.
That's definitely going to be something more familiar for them, I guess. As you know, Lagonis also said, they play each other back in their own region quite often. Now here, if we're looking at the scoreboard as well, I think something that we definitely noticed on the second map for DarkZero was these individual moments from players. Pambazu was having a great time. We were saying how he was really allowed that kind of freedom to just do what he wants and just get kill after kill after kill. That wasn't really the case here, but we've been talking about Maya a lot on the side of Liquid, but it's not just Maya. I mean, we're seeing players around him step up a lot. I touched upon Lagonis having that huge clutch. He only got 3 kills in total on that entire map. One of those was in that clutch. Impact moments really matter for Liquid as well.
It's kind of crazy that we've basically gone through a whole Liquid best of 3 where they've actually played really, really good, and we've kind of not made Nesk and Palu the stars of the show, because that's kind of the old narrative of those two, that duo, you know, going through time. But now we're talking about this kind of new breed, you know, particularly Maya coming in, but also Lagonis having clutch moments as well. It just shows how many strengths these guys have got as individuals within that team environment.
Yeah, and we're talking about Liquid, a team that is hot on Falcon's heels when it comes to these club championship points. Slowly but surely, they are climbing even further due to the fact that they have now placed 6th minimum in R6 here. This is not the updated, but just a throw back as to what we were looking at earlier today. Again, I'm not going to do the math because I'm not good at it, but there is quite a big gap that they need to close in, but it feels doable from what we've seen right now, Fresh.
It feels doable. I think, you know, realistically, any orgs looking at this are kind of probably already thinking, hey, Falcons has got this. I know there's lots of competition to come, and I'm not going to get away from that jeopardy. But in securing that second place, there's still a lot of money on the line to at least secure that second place and then challenge onto Falcon. So it's big for Liquid. Like I said, now they've got a familiar opponent. There's a great shot at grand final as well, and actually getting even more points, which will be, you know, only successful for the organization.
Yeah, and we're looking at Liquid particularly and how the performance has been this time around, and we've all kind of like put our thinking hats together to decide which one of the players we would give the MVP to. Maya particularly being one of the players that has genuinely stood out this time around, and we decided to just go with it.
I think the reason why is because he's been so consistent on all these maps. We've spoken about plenty of different players on either sides of these two teams, but they've been a little bit more inconsistent when it comes to their performance. Maya showing up consistently on these 3 maps, but also not just the kills, also like the whole atmosphere and the vibe that he's bringing to the stage, I think is super important too.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, look at the passion there in the communication, getting in his chair, bringing the emotion out of his teammates as well. And, you know, it feels like there was a piece missing for Team Liquid before he joined. He could be that piece, you know, absolutely as well. I said it just earlier. We've gone through a whole best of 3 really not talking about Palu, not talking about Nesk, which whenever Liquid play is, you know, pretty much a staple as well. This play here, I thought, really set the scene in this very final map. Not just to get 1, but to get 2 and to get 3. That was a real tilting round for DarkZero because they did the right thing. After the first player died, the second player swung to refrag, the third player swung to refrag, and he killed every single one of them. And I think that's the type of plays that can just turn. When it's a big map like that, they can just turn it.
I love how we're singing the praises of Maya, and he has been so kind to join us in the studio. Thank you for joining, and thank you as well for joining for the translations. We do appreciate it. Congratulations, you are now in the semifinals. I want to talk about your reactions. I want to talk about your energy on stage. I want to talk about how every single time you get one of these clutch plays, you're just in it. You get out of your chair. What's it behind it?
Every teammate I ever had told me my greatest how can I say? Qualidade. My greatest quality is my energy. So I'm a very skilled player. I can do a lot of kills and kill a lot, but I think my energy that I can bring to the team is my greatest quality. So I love to screen and to give the team a good vibe so we can play better every single round.
Well, we've seen that you've been with this team for a little bit now. How do you feel like things are improving? What has been going very well so far?
I think if we have more time, we can always improve our map pool, our tactics, or our strategies. So I think with the time, we get only better.
What things did you focus on today when you was playing against DarkZero? Did you see any weaknesses from them, or was it just about playing your game?
They are a very solid team. They have good strategies, very skilled players as well, Bolo, NJR, Pambazu. So we think that the map pool was great for us. So we had 3 maps that we like a lot. So I think that's the thing that got us the win today.
How much are you looking forward to tomorrow now, going against some of your old teammates? Big game in that semi-final.
Yeah, I had Lobin, Dash, and Dots as my teammates in the last year, so I like them a lot. And there's a kind of pressure in this match because of Vopes and Liquid, all the stars. So I think it's going to be a great match for both teams, and that's it. I hope to smash them.
I want to talk about the dominance of the Brazilian region when we look at Siege particularly. You guys have made it through. We have FaZe going up against BDS. W7M has already qualified. Fira right now, respectfully, they're kind of like stomping SSG a little bit. So what do you think sets Brazil apart? Not just from Siege as a whole, but players individually as well.
I always say that Brazil is a very strong region on every FPS game. So I think that, I don't know why, but generic it's a really good country on FPS games. So I think that's the point for us on the FPS games. We're very skilled players.
Tomorrow, do you have a prediction for your game against W7M? Because it's going to be skilled Brazilian against skilled Brazilian.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 2-0 for us.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate the confidence. Thank you for joining as well. We're going to be talking about the prize pool, the money that Team Liquid is currently looking at when it comes to Siege, particularly because with this win, 6 to 7 slot is already locked in. I mean, they are looking so great right now. $80,000 on the line, but there's only 4 teams left by tomorrow. $160,000. Quick maths, that's double.
Crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Like, hey, we've just won a best of 3. We get another 80K. We win a best of 3 again tomorrow. We get another 190K. Is that right?
I think so, yeah.
Can I do the maths properly?
Doing maths on the
that is difficult.
You know what? It's so pressured. But yeah, like this is absolutely how much this kind of stacks up into the late end of the tournament. Like I said, you're playing for so many things. the prize pool to win the competition, being the inaugural competition as well, and for your organization's points in that club championship.
Yeah, and we have unfortunately gonna have to say goodbye to DarkZero. They will be sitting at the spot where they're at, and they're gonna be heading out of the competition. Their keys crushed as well. But before that takes place, we are ready to head over to Ian, who is standing by with Canadian to have their thoughts and opinions after this match.
All right, I'm here with Big Bad Canadian, the one and only Canadian. Listen, man, I know that you are one of the most competitive men in this game. That was a very competitive series, back and forth throughout most of it. What do you think it was about Liquid in the end there that gave them the edge?
I mean, they just kept fighting. I think they were playing a good game the whole time. Obviously, Cafe was our map pick, Consulate was theirs, so it's kind of expected to trade that way. I think things died down for us a little bit after some close rounds slipping on club. And they, things never really ended up kind of going back our way. But that's just how it goes sometimes. Sometimes you just can't really pull the momentum back. You can't will that always. Yeah, stuff needs to go your way for that to happen. But yeah, I mean, they're a great team. I've always had the utmost respect for them. They got nothing but competitors there, great guys. So yeah.
I think ever since a couple of changes were made with Bolo and Nif coming in at DarkZero, we have seen you guys very much on an upward trajectory. Do you have still tons of belief in this roster?
Definitely. I think when we're playing at our best, we can beat anyone in the world, no questions asked. So yeah, I think bringing them in definitely, took us to the next level, and I definitely think we're a top tier team that, like I said, can compete for titles and beat anyone in the world. So yeah.
You've always had so much incredible self-belief in you and whoever's beside you when it comes to your roster. Now it's all systems go ahead to the next NAL season and looking forward to the Montreal Major. What's the next few weeks look like for you guys?
I mean, we'll take the next few days, watch the event, enjoy some good Siege, try to learn from it, whatever. And then I'm sure we'll probably take, I don't know, a week or so off, kind of reset, recharge all that, and then just back to work. Yeah.
It's been amazing having you here, man, and commiserations once again. We'll see you at the next one. Back to you guys in the studios.
And with that, DZ is gonna have to say goodbye to their key, giving it to Team Liquid, who is collecting these like Infinity Stones.
I'm just really excited to see this once again. This whole it's crushing the key, but it's also a symbol of crushing the dreams of these teams that are falling short at the tournament. Very unfortunate for them, but it's always nice that the player gets to do it themselves. I'd like to see what it's like.
Actually, Tamo Milosh who's doing it, but yeah.
I think we spoke right on the very first day on the desk. We said, whose keys would you, if you win the tournament, whose keys would you put into your trophy? I think if Team Liquid win the tournament, the DarkZero key is going in that trophy 100%, because that best of 3 out there was a real war of attrition.
Yeah.
It was a very close game. It came down to such minute details. It could have gone either way. They know they've been in a game today, and I think out of respect, they would have to put DarkZeros in there.
That is the key to add to the collection. Maybe W7 NIMS as well. I guess we're going to have to wait and see. But I think with that, it is a chapter for DarkZero in terms of coming out to another international. And it's a chapter as well for Team Liquid, because they can go home and relax and wait for the game tomorrow. But we have one more game coming your way, and that is going to be BDS up against FaZe, the match of today that you do not want to miss. So we'll be back after the break. Make sure you stick around.
There's a million shining stars, and I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. Yeah. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us, but it's divine. The sun went down, I made my home. I rested my head on a stone. I see the stairway in front of me. Who is this being in my dream?
I was tripping, uneducated, buzzing, riding the wave, spaced out. I left the room, came back again. It's almost noon. A sea of people, their hearts beat. They saw the sounds, witness the crease. They're impatient, couldn't take the weight. And after 40 days, and they met their graves. From when a new generation rises, the truth in their hearts reside. From the east to the western lights, they'll rise up and claim their right. It's in the stars, my friend. Look up again. Oh, no time to pretend. Until we're dead, we fly when we can. Get down with the plan. Adrenaline.
There's a million shining stars, and I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. Yeah. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us, but it's divine. There's a million shining stars, and I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. There's a million shining stars, and but it's divine. They keep on sending us dreams, dreams. It's in the energy all around us, all around us, all around us.
Jackie Jing with the EWC, and right now I am with the Team Liquid. Very honored to be speaking with Nesk and Lagonis. So, how y'all feeling? Are you excited for the EWC?
Yeah, we are super excited. Like, we are so happy that we qualified. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to this champion.
So, what does this mean to your team, this tournament, Nesk?
Maybe it's a great tournament for us because in the last season we don't qualify for that. So it's a new chance, we have a new lineup. So for us, it's gonna be amazing to play here.
How excited are you all to show off the new lineup? I'm sure you all have been grinding.
Our lineup probably is like six months together right now. So we did well in the last major. So yeah, we're very happy. And I think like we can do great in this tournament. So let's see.
How do you think you all have been gelling? Like you said, it's been 6 months now.
Yeah.
So how have things come together since we last saw you?
We're getting better, like because like we have a lot of chemistry, like inside the server and outside. Like we're very friends. Like everyone likes each other. I think that's the most important things because like when you are so close to your teammates, like it's easier to work inside the server. So I'm really looking forward because I think we can do great.
Oh, I love the positivity. I don't want to be negative here, but we definitely need to address the elephant in the room. Y'all need a major win, for sure. Will this be the year?
Yeah, we hope so, but if we don't win, we don't have too much to think. We have a new lineup when we're saying in just 6 months, so we need to work hard, and after that, I don't know what to say. I know I have a lot of people want to me and Paulo win the major, but for us, I don't know how to speak, but we know that we can win the major, but we are just working hard. I like to enjoy the moment. I like to have fun with my teammates, so for me, that is good.
Lagonis, do you feel any pressure? I mean, like, that's a big burden. You know, I feel like people look at your team and they have high expectations and they're like, where is this win?
Yeah, like playing for Liquid, like you has a lot of pressure, like especially in Brazil because we have the biggest crowd, like, so yeah, we have a lot of pressure, but as Nesk was saying, like everything's gonna be like on time, you know, like if it's gonna to win like this tournament, it's okay, but if it's the next one, like we are happy to. So yeah, we are just enjoying the moment and working a lot to.
I do want to look back at Manchester a little bit. So major improvements were definitely made, but didn't quite pull it off, right? Looking back, what changes have you made?
O que não aconteceu lá, quais mudanças não rolaram lá.
Me ajuda aí, que eu não sei falar desse bagulho não.
Like I think on that tournament, like we were like probably just 4 months of lineup, so we need a little bit more chemistry. The thing that like needed on that tournament, like we needed to have a short journey. Like on that tournament, like we start playing on play-ins, like we won both matches, and then we go 0-2 on the Swiss stage. So we lost a lot of energy during the championship. And to like you reach the grand finals, you need to have a lot of energy. So we show a lot of intel about the maps. Like we played a lot of maps here in Brazil and on the tournament. So if we want to be champion one day, like we need to save a lot of energy, like got a short journey like during the championship, and EWC is nice for that because it's only 5 days of championship. So yeah, I think that was the thing that like we miss on that tournament.
I don't think a lot of people get to hear a lot about your individual journey. So I wanted to ask you as a player specifically, how have you evolved and what did it start off like and how do you feel about where you're at now?
Como você evoluiu, como se sente jogando agora?
I'm very good when I'm playing now because I talked with them when I see me in 2018.
2018.
And against me right now, I feel so much better. Maybe it's the time I'm playing. I don't know how to speak and how to say, but maybe my dedication of the game bring me here.
And the experience too, right? Yeah. Do you look back on any experiences and you're like, that was like a changing moment for me, pivotal moment?
Maybe in the 6th Invitational in Paris 2021. Maybe after that, I changed something inside of me.
What changed?
I like to more to compete, you know? I don't lost that energy, you know?
You felt some resiliency.
Yeah.
Like you were like, I want to play even more.
Yeah, I don't care about my age too, so I just want to compete and enjoy this moment because I know if maybe tomorrow can end it, so I need to enjoy it
all my life there.
And age is just a number.
Yeah.
Loginus, let's talk about your journey. Where did you start? How have you evolved? How do you feel about where you're at right now?
One nice thing to say is like my first international championship was on Paris 2021. So Nesk was playing like for long years, and that was my first international experience. So since there, like I played on Team 1, I won a major there, and then after I came to Team Liquid, and yeah, so like now we are working to win that championship like here on Liquid. So yeah, it's a long journey. Like probably if that there's a fun thing to say, like probably if I don't get injured, like I got injured, my dream was to become a tennis player, but I got injured, so I started playing video games. So now I'm here because of that, because it was a different journey. So yeah, that's it. That's some better things on our lives that like at the end of the journey like turns to be a good thing, and that was on my life what happened.
Everything happens for a reason, right? Yeah. I want to ask both of you, what are the ingredients for a solid squad? Like what makes a team the best of the best in your opinion?
You need to have a good like environment. You need to have a good like day by day. Your teammates needs to be your friend. Like if they are not your real friends, like things don't go well. So yeah, we have that chemistry, and I think that's the most important thing that we have right now.
I agree with that. We spend a lot of time together, more than our family. So that become our family too, you know. So you have to have that great relationship with them. So that's, and I really like to say I enjoy the moment. I have fun a lot of this guy.
And in Brazil, like we live almost together. Like we live in the same building. So like as Nesk was saying, like sometimes we spend a lot of time, more time with our teammates than with our families, because like we live in different cities. So everyone lives in the same city, like playing together. So yeah, that's really important, and probably it's our best strength.
What do you think opponents think of your team specifically? Like, what do they fear? What do they target?
So I think, in my opinion, what like teams think about us is probably about Nesk and Paulo, because they has been on the scene like forever. So I think they respect a lot them. In other side, like they see, oh, they never won a like super major champion. So yeah, I think there's these two opposite like points of view. So yeah, I don't know, like each point of view, like our enemy on that day is gonna like see. But yeah, we're a very strong team. So
you think people focus on you and Paulo?
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, what do you think they think of you?
I don't know. Just
like you specifically, like.
Yeah. I know them capable of to play in the game, so I think that is that kind of thing they think about me and Paulo.
Do you think that you're a formidable force? Do you think people fear you?
Yeah, I think that.
I think the numbers don't play,
like
right?
that. He's just like, yeah, they fear me. Sorry.
Like, Nesk and Paulo has like one of the best numbers like on Siege scene, so that shows a lot. You know, like probably like 6 or 7 years playing, you were being so regular. That's very important.
What do you think they think of you?
Of me, I don't know. Like to be honest, I'm not like the best player, but I know I'm a good agile and a good communicator, like inside the server. So that's my strength. So probably like people outside our team don't see that I'm that good, but like inside the team, I know my importance.
So humble. I love that. What's the best moment in Siege for you personally?
For me, is the winning the Pro League on Atlantic City. So for me, that's my best moments with the team.
Do you remember how that felt? Like what emotions you felt?
Yeah, I can feel the same emotion, because winning for me is everything. So when we win that title, it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be a record of my memories. So it's gonna be good.
So what is your ultimate goal? Like what do you want to achieve in the Siege scene?
Of course, we want to win everything, but if we didn't win, I just want to have a good career, a good friends, and I don't know, but just that, you know. Obviously, the winning is everything, but if you have a great friends, a good career, you are a good person, for me is good. Obviously, playing every tournament, for me is a good career too, and winning some things too.
Already doing pretty well, I'd say. What about you?
For me, like a good career, like we're asking. What's my opinion?
Ultimate goal, like to achieve in the Siege scene, yeah.
Probably like in this year is winning the Esports World Cup for sure, but like the ultimate goal is probably win a 6 Invitational one day. And yeah, another thing like adding what Nesk was saying, like for me, I think the happiness can't be measured only because like you win a tournament, you know, like as he was saying, like if you qualify for a tournament, like you need to be happy because like you are living that moment, like you are going to a new country, so that's very important.
So I think everybody thinks y'all are so cool, right? And they think you have a very glamorous job. What are the hardships that people don't see that you deal with?
For me, is to spend a lot of time with them and not with my daughter and my wife. So some people can see, it's easy to play, it's just playing, but we know it's not just playing, we have some difficulties in the way. So for me, it's spend a lot of time with them and not with my daughter and my wife. But now I speak with them, so it's good.
Yeah, for me, it's like staying away from my family. Like they are in another city because we are living in São Paulo. I'm from Curitiba. So yeah, that's a little bit sad, but we know like in our job, like we need to like stay with the team, and that's super important. And so yeah, staying away from the family probably is the worst thing on this career, but it's part of the journey.
How do you both deal with that? Like what keeps you loving Siege? Like how do you stay motivated?
For me, is have a good relationship with the teammates. That for me is really great because day by day, we enjoy it, we are fun, we are laughing. So for me, that's the reason I'm still competing.
Playing here like makes my happy family too. Like they are so happy that like, oh, you qualify to another championship. Like they see all the matches. So even I'm a little bit sad because I'm far away from them, but like they are seeing me on the live streams and playing. So yeah, that's like my happiness, my happy make them happy, so that's very nice.
Aww, okay, we're out of time, unfortunately. I've been having so much fun, but the last question, anything that you want to say to the fans?
Quer falar alguma coisa? Fala aí, me corta a voz. Por quê?
Não, você fala pessoal.
Sure, for us, we are going to work hard for that. Thank you for all the support, guys.
Yeah, for everyone that is cheering for Liquid, I thanks a lot for that. And yeah, as Nesix told you, like we are working a lot, and I hope to win this Esports World Cup, but let's see. Yeah, it will be a long journey.
And don't forget, buy the skin for Mute Liquid.
What a conclusion. Thank you so much for joining me. It's been a real honor and pleasure, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Flash hider is just more consistent, and muzzle brake, it's a weird thing with muzzle brake where, well, muzzle brake only affects the recoil of the first bullet fired in your gun. So a lot of guns with high rate of fire, you'll feel the jarring difference between the first bullet and the next like burst of bullets that you fire. So for me, I'm an anchor player, defensive player. I use a lot of SMG-11 and other fast firing guns like the Vector. So if I use muzzle brake on those guns, it just feels really, really weird. So yes, flash hider for me.
Flash hider, of course. It's way better. I've been using it like since I started playing.
Flash hider, no question. It's like on every gun, so.
Vertical grip by a long shot, horizontal grip, I don't know. Whoever uses the horizontal grip either doesn't care about the recoil or just doesn't feel it at all.
Horizontal. I don't think like the vertical is that good, especially because like when you put in a balance, you know, like it has more like disadvantages than advantages, I think.
Vertical. Just because the horizontal, you gain a little bit of speed, but it's a one-shot headshot game, so you know having those pixel-perfect recoil is very, very important.
I think the OG Tachanka, as a long-time player for me, has a special place in my heart. Just because his gadget was really, really bad back then, that is part of his unique identity. That, you know, even though it's bad, the community still worshipped him and still trying to make ways to make it work.
It was fun to play the old one, but right now, like, it's way more useful the new one.
Rework, even though the rework's not that great either, I'll say that, but the original one was somehow worse.
Defense, because it's easier.
I enjoy a lot the attack because I think like sometimes you can play maybe similar to a chess game, you know, like if you move the right pieces on the right times, yeah, you can make a lot of things with
attack. Yeah, you can dictate the pace on attack, which I like, which defense is more, you know, reactionary.
I really enjoy the new Consulate. I think it's, well, recent times one of the better designed maps along with Nighthaven Labs. But the old Consulate was a really unique map in the map pool in the past because it is one of those maps that the attackers can play all of the bomb sites from pretty much the outside of the map. And as defenders, you have to adapt to that.
I'm gonna say the new one because I used to enjoy the old one, but like I have a couple of bad memories in the old one. Like I lost a final at SI to NIP.
New Consulate, yeah. Old Consulate, I just always think of now DZ, well actually they were DZ back then. Just playing those DZ type of strategical teams on that map was just a nightmare. Like you could just attack every bomb site from outside and it was miserable.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six Siege quarterfinals here at EWC. We have the final game of today ready to kick off. FaZe Clan going up against BDS. I'm Jeannie. We still have Anne on the desk, but we a little switcheroo. Welcome, Tristan. I was specifically told to welcome you to the stage, so please do pretend to be happy. Thank you.
I'm just happy you guys don't have to deal with Fresh anymore. That's all. Like, that's the main happiness,
no, you're
right?
speaking everybody's mind. No, I'm joking. Fresh, right? We're joking.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
we're
All
really
right.
joking.
You know what's not joking though? This game, particularly FaZe Clan, BDS, because at the end of the day, both of these teams are on the chopping block. Not necessarily because they were not great, but there is just no lower bracket. So you snooze, you lose, you go home, and you get your key crushed.
Yeah, and we've seen a few of those key crushes now. It's a little bit dramatic. We've seen a few waves goodbye to some keys as well, so it's not a nice place to be in.
No, one of these keys I think definitely has to go in that trophy, regardless of who ends up winning. These two teams are teams that you want to beat going all the way to the final.
Yeah, when we're looking at BDS as well as FaZe Clan, these are two teams who have had a phenomenal history. BDS, particularly when we're looking at this region, I don't know what it is about the heat or the weather or whatever, just makes them pop. But FaZe Clan as well, when we're looking at SI, when we're looking at Manchester, I feel like it's a team that is always so close yet so far, and to be going out now would be a huge loss for them. But at the same time, BDS, you know, I don't know about you, Tristan, but I thought one of these two, like I thought this was going to be the final.
Yeah, that's what we were saying in a lot of our prep. I think nearly all of the talent team put BDS, FaZe, Furia as our top three for the event, right?
Yes.
And it just so happens to turn out, not just as this BDS versus FaZe, but the next match is very likely to be against Furia as well, right?
I'm pretty sure SSG Furia was done and dusted, and Furia did come out on top. At least the first map was very one-sided. So yeah, you're probably correct. And that is crazy to think about because it's just so quickly, so fast. These teams are going home. But when we're looking at BDS FaZe, if you guys want to cast your votes in terms of the team that you think is going to be coming out victorious, head over to secplays.gg and you can cast your vote and your prediction. But I would like to pick both of your brains about it as well. I'll start off with you, Anne, because we are looking at FaZe and BDS, but BDS particularly, what is that's going to be setting them up for success?
There's a whole lot of background, I guess, that goes prior to putting up a really good prediction for this here, but BDS so far, they haven't really shown a lot yet in regards of what they had to do. They just played two best of ones and made it to the point where they currently are, and we have these high expectations for them, and we know that these players have these high expectations from themselves as well. As we said, you know, previous iterations of an event like this in the summer, they came out victorious. A lot has changed for them, but I am going to put a lot of faith in them.
I would too. I see you nodding and shaking your head. You're like, in agreement, in disagreement, what is it here?
It goes both ways, right?
Right.
BDS have only had to show 2 maps so far. For some teams, that's a dream. You've got to show very few strats. We were speaking about it, weren't we? And that Fabian would probably love that, only showing 2, the hiding strats, that whole meme, right? But equally, you kind of want to warm your way into a tournament before you get to a big game as well, right? FaZe were able to do that yesterday. They played ITB. They had that little bit of, honestly, a reality shock going into that first map, the 7-1 against ITB. I'm sure they weren't expecting that. We definitely weren't expecting that, were we? So is it going to be a little bit of a shock for BDS? Is FaZe too soon? Are FaZe warmed up? Or are BDS just really happy to have that great energy, a day off yesterday? It can go either way.
Teams say that they want to have that kind of reality check before going into the really important games because you know that you're not invincible. You have to keep working on these things. For the side of BDS, I mean, of course, we've only seen them play these 2 maps. The first game they did was against Cruelty. There was a little bit of sloppiness sometimes, maybe on these attacks. Misdroning, miscommunication, maybe thinking a little bit too easy about that game. And then the game they played against W7M on Nighthaven as well. I saw players that are typically on the back line, like Brude, go for a swing as mute with an SMG 11 dive into a player that's outside the window, those are kind of crazy plays. You're not really expecting them, but I'm not sure if you can pull them off against a team like FaZe as well.
But we said when it comes to FaZe particularly, when you throw crazy plays their way, they get a little lost and maybe a little lost in the sauce as well. But when we're looking at BDS, one thing to highlight here, Tristan, is the fact that they have not played a best of 3 yet. Yes, they can come in with that sloppiness. Yes, that first game could potentially be a blowout from the side of FaZe Clan, but they will still have 2 more maps to fall back on. And maybe for FaZe Clan, they're in the driver's seat considering they've already played it. I think you could genuinely argue it both ways.
Yeah, it's like you say, you can argue it both ways. And not just that, our map with FaZe went all the distance last night, right? It was quite a late finish. So that FaZe coach, I know for sure he will have been sitting there doing his work, going late into the night. BDS, nice and chilled. They had a nice day probably practicing, few maps here and there, and then went into things nice and chilled, watched the match. They got, 3 maps that they got to watch as well, so some good sort of feedback for them. For me, I don't think BDS will be too worried. But my sort of perspective coming into this match is we can speak as much as we want about the maps, or the small details. These are 2 of the very, very, very best teams in the world. If this was the final of this tournament, like that's what you would expect, right?
And that's something that we would be looking forward to, if anything. But FaZe Clan is also going to have to prove themselves. After yesterday, they had that wake-up call where they dropped into that lower bracket and they had to fight for a chance to be here. They're now here. How further can they extend this legacy?
It's a good question. I was really happy to see at least FaZe be able to shut down some of the executes that Into the Breach were going for yesterday. Yes, that first map was really tough of them. I mean, KDS also said, you are playing against really good players. It's good that they're never, ever underestimating a team in that regards. But it was also nice to see players like Cyber come alive during that game. He ended up being our MVP of that match. We know that he's a great player when it comes to those entries. Definitely going to be seeing that here today against BDS as well, knowing that that is a side with players that all have such individual skill. But expectations from FaZe, I think they've been having a more difficult tournament than we and themselves probably expected so far.
But realistically, how much can we say that it has been a more difficult tournament due to the fact of it is very quick? It is very quick fire. You got best of 1, you're out best of 3. You could be out again, right? I think, yes, maybe a slower start potentially, but I think the amount of games that we've seen so far from FaZe and the amount of teams that we've seen from BDS as well makes it a little bit difficult to pinpoint on what form they are exactly on.
It's difficult as well because also their loss against Bleed, yeah, it's a massive upset. Like, none of us predicted it. But it was an 8-7, and that's a really close defeat, right? I mean, and then you saw it as well already. They didn't need a whole day to bounce back from that ITB defeat. They needed, what, 20 minutes, and then they were back firing again, you know? So this is what great teams do. Like, this is what the best teams do, and that's all you can say on it.
And great teams they are. I mean, looking at the 2 major events that we just had in Siege, these 2 teams were both the runners-up from those 2 tournaments. So they have a lot to prove here. They probably feel for themselves, but they know that they can be up there with the top dogs as well.
Sounds like a story I've heard before. What team was that? Oh yeah, Liquid. We heard that about Liquid as well. When it comes to these are the teams that are continuously making it to the top end of these tournaments, but there is just a hurdle in their way that stops them from doing so. And you're looking at this, it is FaZe BDS. They're each other's hurdles at this point, and it's going to make that a lot more difficult to move forward because there is no lower bracket where you can just thrive in and maybe not necessarily relax, but at least try and keep yourself in the competition.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we heard ITB's coach Kenny say it yesterday, right? They feel as though they could handle themselves against the big boys, and they put FaZe in that bracket. They put BDS in that bracket, and while, the big boys, the big dogs, they have a big bite, That's what we're going to see. We're going to see a scrap today, I think. We're going to see 2 teams really going at it. As I say, this could easily be a major final, an SI final, an Esports World Championship final. It could be whatever you want it to be. For me, I think
it's the quarterfinal.
Today, it's a quarterfinal, and it's a shame for them. But equally, it's exciting in the same way because usually these teams will be going back and forth. They know exactly what each other's map preferences are. They've seen it the whole tournament. Now you're thrown straight into it. Okay, you're playing against BDS today. You're playing against FaZe today, and you're only in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, surprise! I think it's a delight for us viewers as well to watch because, as you said, usually we have to wait later on in tournaments to be able to see games like this take place. But now, day 3, we're already looking at FaZe Clan going up against BDS, and as much as this may be worrying from the side of one of these teams is going to be going out, it's also like, ooh, we get to say some really good Siege.
It should be really good siege. I mean, it is our match of the day. I'm expecting from both these sides, we know that they all have this individual skill to really be able to step up. For example, if it isn't Cyber, there's going to be someone else on the team to step up and really carry the logs. Same for BDS, if it isn't Shaiko, there's so many players around him that can really step up.
Yeah, and when we're looking at the maps particularly here, and that is something that I would like to dissect, we're starting off with an Oregon and Chalet. But I'm a little surprised here because I thought of any teams, it would maybe be BDS that would let Oregon float.
Oregon is a good map for both these teams, so it would have been one of the very first times that we would have seen Oregon maybe here.
It's Oregon's funeral, come on.
The border ban from FaZe, I'm not surprised by. It's the only map they don't play and haven't played since March. BDS play it, so not surprised to see that go here. For BDS, Nighthaven is one of the 2 maps they have shown so far in this tournament. They've got 2 wins in it so far ever since March as well. And I'm really excited to see Bank because both these teams since March have been unbeaten on this map. However, FaZe have definitely faced more difficult opponents on this map than BDS has. So FaZe have maybe the upper hand going into Bank here. Other side of Skyscraper is a great map for both these teams. So it's going to be good siege, especially with the maps that we're going to.
Yeah, we spoke about this a lot, didn't we, beforehand? And we have so many talking points on these maps, but just to give you guys a couple of them, right? BDS so far, they've only played 2 maps. We just spoke about that.
Yeah.
Those 2 maps, Nighthaven Labs, and what else, Anne? Bank, of course. So again, they're going 100%, they're playing those 2 maps again. If BDS were to 2-0 here, or even get 2-0'd, they would only have played 2 maps this entire tournament, which is crazy from like a strats perspective or a preparation perspective. So that's an advantage for them. However, for FaZe Clan, I know personally from competing against these guys and also from what I've watched this tournament, their coach, their team, their IGL, whatever it is, they love playing teams on maps that they've already played. They did it yesterday against ITB. ITB the previous day had played Chalet and then played Skyscraper.
Yeah.
What did we see yesterday? Chalet and Skyscraper. What do we see today? The 2 maps again that BDS have played.
It's a kind of confidence for FaZe that they know what they're going to be going up against when you go on a map like Bank, if BDS has just played it. For BDS, I guess the kind of confidence for them to pick into a map like Nighthaven as well. That is the map that FaZe lost against Bleed, which was a big surprise, a big upset to all of us. But it was a very close map as well. We saw Cyber have a really slow start to that game. That could just be completely different today. It might be a risk for BDS. I get that they're confident wanting to play the map because it's such a comfortable map for themselves. But I hope both these teams aren't falling for a sort of trap.
Yeah, you'll also be ruining one's winning streak. So one of them is no longer going to be undefeated since March. So that is something to keep in mind as well. A couple of bragging rights that you can add to the tally too. But in regards of who the public thinks is going to be the most influential or most likely team to actually take this win, it is BDS. I feel like we're not too surprised, especially considering FaZe Clan and how they have looked recently. And BDS, as you said, we've only seen 2 maps from them. They look like they're thriving. But when we're looking at FaZe Clan's coach staff, as you said, they usually come very prepared. They love playing teams that they already know, maps that they've played before. They knew that they were going to be going up against BDS. That was already set the day before they went into that game that we saw against ITV. So prep could have been done beforehand when they're like, okay, well, these are the maps that BDS plays. We already know. So maybe a couple hours of extra sleep.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the man on screen right now, Sunny Shaiko. That's the difference, right? Shaiko in Saudi, this is a different level of player.
Yeah.
Like, Shaiko's already one of the best players in the game, but Sunny Shaiko, now that's a different story. And FaZe Clan, how do you prep against that?
But the big difference is the roster isn't similar to what they competed last year with in Saudi. Like you wanted to talk about as well, like this team has gone through a massive change at the start of this year. They didn't participate in SI. They made the massive change from speaking a different language with each other, getting these English-speaking players on the roster. And ever since then, they've been really impressing us in Europe League, even in Manchester. I think everyone said BDS were the team to win Manchester, but they fell short. They have a lot to prove here.
Yeah, but I feel like as well from BDS, with the roster changes that they've had enough time to get accustomed to each other. They have proven what they can do in the UL. They've proven what they can do in Manchester. FaZe Clan, similar tale. They've proven what they can do in Brazil. They've proven what they can do in Manchester as well. And it's just a matter of this is it. This is the moment for both of these teams to sit down and prove exactly which one is the top dog.
Yeah, it's exactly that. It's the top dog, the big dog, whatever you want to call it, whatever other teams are calling it. This is an exciting match. This is one of the best matches that you could possibly hope to see in R6.
And that is us ready to head into the final match of today. We have BDS going up against FaZe Clan in the quarterfinals of R6 at EWC. Let's get it started.
We are back on the Gadia Arena getting ready for some more Rainbow Six Siege. The crowd's here for it, and that is because we have seen Hearts broken, keys crushed. We've seen teams book their spots in the semi-finals, and we've still got another banger best of 3 coming your way. My name's Ian, and this is the one and only Milos.
Ian, I think we're spoiled for choice here.
We are.
EWC. We get 2 games back-to-back that might as well be grand finals quality. I mean, BDS FaZe. Are you joking? In any other situation, this would be the grand final of your event. The desk talked about it, right? These 2 teams have been in innumerable finals, especially this year. So this is a level of quality that we expect.
It's almost bittersweet that we're getting it now. You know, it's sweet that we get to see these 2 amazing teams on the stage here in front of our crowd in the arena, but it's bitter that one of them will exit the tournament here and now. It's tough.
Beauty of it is that neither one of these 2 teams will back down at any moment in time. There's too much on the line, Ian, for anyone to even give an inch.
Should we do this?
We should. Let's introduce our competitors. Let's bring in BDS. Our formerly French squad and now international. They've been at Riyadh 3 years in a row, and every year a completely different roster, either in play or the way that they are as a team. And this time, somehow, they make it look better than ever before, ready to lock in their semis.
BDS could be in trouble here, though, because here comes FaZe Clan! Arguably the most consistent team in all of Rainbow Six. Also arguably the best team in all of Rainbow Six right now. However, they were taken to the brink yesterday by Into the Breach. They've definitely got stiffer and tougher competition here in BDS. Gentlemen, please take your seats. Before you do so, place your keys into their holsters. This is cool.
It absolutely is. Again, grand finals quality level of play between 2 of the best teams in the world. Sure, they haven't won the trophies recently, but they both were in the grand finals. Invitational Manchester, you know these 2. They've been there before.
2 Siege Giants about to go at it. Let's get into it, Milos.
Grand finalists at Six Invitational. Grand finalists at the Manchester Major. 2 teams that know what it takes to get to the very end. But only one will progress forward here in the playoffs to make the semi-finals. The other, we will have to bid farewell.
A tantalizing quarterfinal. Expected these 2 to face off at some point here at EWC 2024, but this early on, certainly not on my bingo card, but keen for this best of 3, as we've seen the veto as well play out. Nighthaven Labs, Bank, Skyscraper, if required. I think both teams comfortable heading into this evening, and this should be one hell of a match.
Speaking of bingo cards, we got asked to do tier lists, by the way, coming into this event, and I put BDS and FaZe in my S tier by themselves, 1 and 2 respectively. The fact that they're meeting here in the quarterfinals feels like a bit of a tragedy. In saying that, for FaZe, I feel like they haven't lived up to maybe said power ranking coming into this event. Many regarded them as maybe the best coming out of Brazil, but Brazil has really stepped it up here at EWC. We've already seen Liquid, W7M make it through, both now playing off in the semi-finals. Furia currently playing against SSG on the other stream at the moment. If Furia beat SSG, BDS will be the last hope for a non-Brazilian team.
could be everyone in which we have 4 teams from Brazil in the semi-finals, and that will guarantee them success at the tournament and perhaps a bit of a rebound storyline for a region that didn't perform probably up to par at the Manchester Major, but still a lot of work to be done here over the course of the next few hours. FaZe, as you've sort of alluded to, have shown weakness throughout this particular tournament, but I think they, you know, showed some good resilience against ITB yesterday, who pushed them. They played fantastically in that first map, did ITB, but unfortunately outclassed by a very experienced FaZe clan roster.
Yeah, I mean, the weakness is not really too ingrained in a team that's incredibly experienced. I think they've certainly got the capabilities of getting back to their best. They've been able to just kind of scrape their way through. But, you know, 7-4 versus Scars to kickstart, you know, nothing too crazy out of the gate. Then they lost to Bleed, got sent down to the lower bracket where we saw them yesterday against ITB. Think back to Chalet, 7-1. I mean, that was a travesty. No Chalet today, though, so maybe no worries for FaZe. In fact, the maps that we do have, Nighthaven, Labs, Bank, Skyscraper. We go to Labs first up. What's your thoughts on that one?
Well, I'm a big fan of Labs personally in terms of the map specific. I mean, BDS starting out on attack. Onus will be on them to get the ball rolling. Probably some big discussion points in terms of the bans in the operator department that we're expecting so far this evening. Shields have been a hot topic at this tournament so far. On the most recent patch, they continue to be very powerful. We've even seen matches where both the Blitz and the Monty have been banned on a single map. We may well see that on Labs, although unlikely, but anticipate probably at least the Monty or the Blitz to be taken out. FaZe on defense, onus on them to stack rounds. But again, back to the operator ban discussion. How defender-sided will the map end up being? The tournament overall has been very, very, very defender-sided, even more so than Manchester. So
Still expected, though, to a degree. It's not like we're sitting here maybe a little bit bamboozled as to the fact that it has been so defender-sided. We got an Oregon, by the way, as well in the other series. That was the first Oregon all-tournament. Not going to happen here, though, of course, for this particular series. Just taking a little bit to get into this opening game. Nighthaven Labs will be the first one up. BDS attacking first in that, and the play style factor of these two teams is going to be quite fascinating. You know, when we speak of FaZe, a lot of the times that more slow, methodical gameplay, Labs defense can certainly get off to a really good start. I would almost go as far to say it's like I'm almost expecting like 5 defensive rounds of Labs from FaZe. It's the kind of map, as we've already seen evidently and historically in Siege, that can have these big momentum swings based on defense on Labs.
Yeah, certainly so. FaZe will want to look to play their particular pacing, especially that we saw last night, and there were times where ITB were able to break that and they looked weakened. BDS might be able to throw that into the mix this evening, especially with some of the hard hitters that we know on their particular roster. Shaiko obviously goes without saying, player to watch, but users. I'll also be keeping my eye on him. As we finally jump into the match, we'll kick things off with the operator ban phase.
Alrighty, big game. Two teams that coming into this tournament, I felt like this could very well be the grand final. Yeah, FaZe haven't quite been at their best, but if they do get back to their best, certainly a competitor that could take down BDS, who have been flying as of recent. Of course, making the grand final at the Manchester Major, but falling short to Beast Coast. They get a chance at redemption. And of course, this is a tournament where they have already been successful in historically. Montaigne, once again, has been banned and is up there with one of the most banned operators at this tournament. In fact, coupled with Ying, those are the 2 most banned operators.
Yeah, BDS took the Kaid off the board as their second ban back against W7M in that 7-2 victory in the upper bracket that qualified them here for the quarterfinal. So we'll see if that gets replicated. And no, it will in fact be the Azami. Oh, sorry, for FaZe, it was the Mirror actually exchanged out for BDS on this particular occasion. So the Kaid sneaks through, Azami off the board. Again, very, very prominent on this map, especially top floor. And with that unavailable, it's going to make things a little bit more challenging, I think, on the defensive side.
All right, let's head into this one. Keen to see how it's all going to play out. Best of 3 here in the quarterfinals of the playoffs. It is technically the last best of 3 to get forward in the playoffs semifinals tomorrow. We do still, of course, on the B stream have Furia and SSG playing it out in, I think, their 3rd map now, as they've gone the distance, and keen to see how this one does play out. Very quickly, Azami banned out again. Most banned operator. Do we need more changes to Azami? Do we need more nerfs to Azami?
Another 20% more damage.
Whatever seemingly is done to her is not enough.
Yeah, I don't know. Just delete her from the game maybe at this point. We'll see if that trend continues as we enter the latter stages of this particular tournament. Right, the stage is set and we'll jump into it. Round number 1, top floor we go. To reiterate, FaZe kicking it off on defense. And in terms of those operators and the most recent patch that we're on, Malusi already entering the fray. We've seen quite a bit of Malusia at this tournament so far, for those unaware, getting that secondary shotgun heading into the last week or so, and an additional Banshee as well.
Top floor, command server to begin. FaZe on defense, and as I was speaking before, I think, you know, speaking candidly on it, for FaZe, 5 rounds might be the required mark on defense. Labs 4 rounds certainly minimum. You can't not be walking away, giving up 3 attacking rounds to BDS. We'll see what they bring to begin early. They do go double hard breach. I imagine they're going to look to try and open up IT, go for a bit of a direct hit, although we have seen teams go for more backwards push when it does come to command server. Handy just loitering towards blue at the moment, looking to deny any kind of maybe swift entry. As lookahead is going to make sure he gets droned out on the mute.
Yeah, Flores has a pretty key role in helping clear some of this utility scattered around, such as those Banshees. If you don't know, elect to shoot at them. And especially at this sort of level of play, teams will ensure that they place those Banshees in positions where it's very difficult for them to clear without entering the crossfire. Double hard breach means that opening up said walls isn't going to be too much of a challenge here for BDS. A lot of the groundwork here should be relatively stable for them. It is going to be the last phase of the round that really dictates how things play out, barring some kind of spanner being thrown into the works. From FaZe, they'll be the initiators if they are to aggress through the mid-round here. Although for now, they're rather content with allowing these lines of sights and entry points to be opened up. And they'll instead fortify on site.
Yeah, certainly command server, one of those sort of sites that can have a little bit more of a slow going pace to begin with, get through the checklist, open up the main breaches. There he is, Handy. Just loitering towards blue. Not a lot of presence has been shown from BDS in towards that direction. Solotov trying to just see if he can find some angles. Selma out, but that's going to get jammed off anyway. And KDS will deal with that one with the impact. 60 seconds, still no contact. Haven't really heard any shots, although it is going to be the opening kill to go the way for BDS. Cyber will fall, and that does open up this defense. Good start for BDS.
5 versus 4. It's the position you want to find yourself in. Vidaking with the lineup outside onto Shaiko. But Shaiko already ready and waiting. Should shoot that out. It does. Souls responds though, so lookahead falls. 4 versus 4. 8 members up. 40 seconds then on the clock as BDS look to formulate this final push.
Quan Hive Launcher just being utilized as well, trying to get some information. Not a lot of time left in this round. 1-for-1 trades again continue out. No one able to get an advantage in this opening round of this series. Kit in hand, 20 seconds. A chance for BDS if they can get the next kill, open up the site, and they do that through users. KDS will fall. Low health for Vidaking. The response needs to be swift, and it is, but he loses his life. Handy now in a 1 versus 1 after dealing with both users and Solotov. Kit going down. Nitrocell thrown out. Does it land? Indeed, it does, and Handy opens it up with a bang.
Nice from Handy. Very, very clean. Finds the multi. Had that Nitro in pocket and timed it to perfection, held down the line, so made it difficult to run away from it in the end anyway, showing the volatility of that pillar position. Clean work overall there from FaZe, keeping the round even throughout the mid-round, and then tidy in the end. Good opening pick from lookahead, able to disrupt that threat of the Nitro down below from the Valk, but FaZe able to still make it work, and they're a team with really strong problem-solving skills. There is that replay of Handy, able to march forward, perfectly lands the Nitro as well.
Good start for FaZe. They did lose at the opening player as well. Thought defensively could look a bit suspect towards the end of that round. BDS, I thought, were able to get through the checklist pretty nicely, open up a lot of the breaches. Got some decent kills, made entry into sight. Eventually almost got the plant down. A little bit unsuccessful. Decent chance for BDS, does go begging. Good job for FaZe. I think that's the kind of round as well, where as a collective team, as 5, they probably felt like they could have played that one maybe a little bit better. Ultimately Handy with a 3K. A handy 3K indeed. They do drop a floor now. We do actually see maybe a bit of a roam game being employed. Vigil being brought out. Got the Legion too with KDS. Amos in response from Shaiko. Along with the Blitz and the Lion. So maybe fast pace for BDS could be the case in this second round.
Yeah, I'm pretty intrigued to see how Brede is going to employ the Mav on this particular setup. Perhaps to help open up walls above or line of sight.
Not often we see storage for the second round.
No, storage, bit of an unorthodox selection, but it is a site that has become increasingly more favorable. Probably, most certainly at this point, edging out Kitchen, for instance. But here is that Mav being employed. exterior wall up above on that terrace position. Elsewhere, Solotov probing top blue, and this is just a good amount of perceived pressure, at least for now. Sol's though still able to collect the first, and it is the danger man of Shaiko. Limited impact in the match so far for him, and Solotov now looking to activate and find something back. But it is Brede to even out the man count.
Yeah, big kill from Brede. A couple more shots just flowing outside of storage. So quite a different start for this second round compared to the opening one. More shots ringing around the map. 3 HP for Liquefact, not ideal on the line. That's going to be the final E1D that has been deployed. Vidiking will finish him off. Advantage for FaZe, approaching the 90-second mark. And the creep push now from BDS not quite playing out the way that would have liked. Losing all of these battles. The users had no idea that KDS was that close. And right now, for the Blitz, for the Maverick, it's a very tall order in this second round. Too far away.
Yeah. I mean, Solotov never really been put in a playmaking position that round. Unable to find an advantageous play. BDS lose the first pick. Attackers then isolated. Not much pressure really on the top floor to enable any sort of vert if they wanted to try and play that, even though that probably wasn't really on the agenda. So overall, this round kind of petering out a little bit, whereas top floor far more competitive, comes down to the trade game and a nice little clutch from Handy. This time around, it's going to be a lockdown from FaZe, barring a miracle from Brede. But that won't happen, and FaZe 2 on the trot.
Yeah, very clinical round from FaZe. Thought they had really good map spacing and control. They were able to take fights on their terms. BDS never really at any point kind of looked likely in that round. Ultimately, the blitz play over towards blue really got them nothing. They certainly weren't able to really get any kind of spacing. Well, that opening kill from Solus is a really wonderful headshot. Not a lot there to look at, but he finds the angle. Yeah, there was a response from Brede, which did bring it back to 4v4, but yeah, as soon as that kill, yeah, and highlighting their users, just having absolutely no idea that KDS was even that remotely close to him. FaZe were on the move. They were moving around. They weren't stagnant. They weren't just holding positions. Yeah, and it just keeps BDS guessing. 2-0 start for FaZe. Decent. Now we go to tank and assembly. Thought we'd maybe get this in the second round, but we'll get it in the third. But again, the reminder really is for this map, defense, defense, defense.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe know better than anybody. It's not over till it's over on Nighthaven Labs.
They certainly do know.
They'll be very eager to stack as many rounds defensively as they possibly can. On BDS's map pick, apply a bit of pressure, see if they'll crack. Some concerning signs in the previous round for the Europeans, but nothing that can be brushed off here on a basement attack. Just a singular hard breach, at least primary, with the ace in tow. And it would appear that FaZe are going to employ quite a roam. It is just Vidiking on the basement floor in assembly. Everybody else currently off-site. Hence the Fenrir being brought, who escaped the ban FaZe, can be used on the peripheral. And Leisure Minds as well to feed information to the rest of the team. The Goyo for site control. Oh, Cyber. You need to win this fight.
Oh no, that's a bit of a calamity. Cyber probably has to get that kill first time. He just wasn't quick enough on the trigger. Loses out, and an opportunity for BDS now presents itself, one that they haven't really had in this match. Deathmark activated. Logic Bomb as well on top of it. Puts the pressure well and truly onto Handy on the Fenrir. One down for FaZe, and BDS with a really good opportunity. And they are hunting.
Yeah, interesting there from Shaiko, right? So he jumps on the death mark, then doubles down on the drone, trying to feed information to the likes of Liquefact on the entry. Now on an island behind Pillar.
Gotta get this kill. Oh, what a shot back from Handy! He got them both! No way! Despite the death mark, despite the pings, despite the logic bomb, and despite all of it, but no, eventually loses his life, but job done.
Yep.
From Handy. 3 versus 2. And we're kind of back where we started in this round with 1 player advantage for BDS. 90 seconds left, and they can start to turn their attention a little bit more towards sight, of which KDS is there. Vidiking close by. And so for BDS now, it's all about the late round site execution that's going to be forthcoming.
Yeah, Vidiking Cafeteria, perhaps contemplating some kind of roam here. And we can see right-hand side of screen, that's exactly what's taking place, but has been droned out. Position compromised. BDS may look to cut him off, could opt to try and go more direct towards site. Either way, Vidiking has been able to escape. Goyo canisters likely peppered around the objective so they can look to stall out time from those particular positions. But BDS with the man advantage in a good position to flood and trade out these picks.
I certainly can't say for BDS, they've really got a lot of utility to help them with this push onto site. What's going to help them the most is the fact that they got the player advantage. A frag grenade available through Solotov. Outside of that, though, very little. Trying to play with some vert here at the moment from users. On the Dokkaebi, no logic bombs remaining. Not a lot of time remaining either, and the longer this game starts to dwindle down, the less this advantage is going to be beneficial. Head peek through the doorway, unsuccessful shot though from Solotov, and the swing back really nicely done from Vidiking. 15 seconds left. Kid in the hands of Bride. They actually double stack together, super risky. But it does mean in any kind of fight here in this position, FaZe should be favorable. 5 seconds left, sticking the plant inside of assembly. They've just allowed them to get into sight and get the plant down. Now it's suddenly a 2v2. Post-plant retake. Huge shot from users. He's got 3 in the round, and Vidiking needs to find the final 2.
Doesn't get it. Clean from Bride. The double stack there from FaZe. An intriguing decision. Trying to bait the push through from BDS. But they themselves play tight. Allowed to get that plant down and then play it well in the post.
Took a gamble.
Didn't pay off.
Didn't pay off. I think actually once you probably get that kill and it becomes a 2 versus 2, maybe you have to split back, play site, deny that plant attempt. An intriguing round though, and we kind of, as we go back through the replays, Handy really salvaged it. 5 versus 3 from this position, getting tracked down, getting hunted. He finds 2 kills and keeps the round alive then for FaZe. Once that kill onto Solotov comes through though, it's time to reposition.
Yeah, they had the Goyo canister as well in this particular position to deny the entry for default. And because they were double stacked on the other side, they obviously couldn't activate it. So that risk doesn't pay off. It was calculated in some respects, but BDS able to play around that nicely. Able to get their first round on the board as we head into the second rotation. Back up above.
Yeah, back over to command and server. So 2-1 in favor of FaZe, but a very important attacking round for BDS that has been acquired and won't really need that many of them in this opening half. Tuberau has been selected by KDS along with the Kaid, so stall out attempt in towards IT, I would imagine. Double hard bridge in response, of course, for BDS. Damos once again.
Yeah, I'm liking this map from BDS. We'll see it here once more, and that will negate the debuff of the Tuberau. Also opens up an opportunity to create line of sight at the bottom of the wall, and someone can sit back on the stairs and get line of sight. Also opens up a route for users to get the wall with an exothermic uncontested. And that will be the option taken here by BDS. So within the first minute of the round, that's at least one key objective dealt with. Con will likely be up next. And I'm anticipating that they're going to stick to their guns, right? We think back to the last time they attacked this particular site. Outside of allowing Handy to sneak forward and find a multi, it was actually rather well played.
Yeah, just maybe like to see a little bit more pressure on the blue side. Didn't really offer a whole lot last time out. Also, I think they had the blitz too. Didn't really do too much. Good drone information in towards Garage. Rafters has been scouted out. Frostmats have also been spotted. So good information has been acquired now for BDS. And again, it's also the kind of site that you do not need to be too rapid. Oh, good shot and the push in from Shaiko. That's a little bit ballsy, and that certainly is, yeah. And Cyber will lose his life. 1 and 3. Not quite a start hit like, but here comes Handy again. 6 and 1. The standout so far for FaZe, who's been so prominent in these opening 4 rounds, continues to just keep them in these rounds. No more Dokkaebi, no more logic bombs.
That play from Shaiko, they're feeling somewhat esque to what we saw from ITB at times last night, where they find that pocket of space, quick call with initiative, find that pick, and then it can roll into more. Shaiko for another.
Straight in towards IT, but he does lose his life to Souls. So the trade is swift. It's certainly going to be an IT push. Users there with the kit. Now watching Liquefac in towards Con. 40 seconds remaining in this round. Okay, you got Rafters, you got Garage, but can you clear out Electrical? Handy's close by. And he's trying to find this kill. Shotgun, good up close. Okay, there's a good push in. The knife kill onto KDS is a successful one. But only 2 players to deal with now. Liquefac, he hasn't got kit. He hasn't got a lot of time. He knows where Handy is. That's a tough position to push in towards Electrical, though. The shield, so strong. 4 souls. He can play behind that inside of command. They don't really need to move. They can hold their locations. Don't need to peek. Don't need to play. Play the time, guys. Force lookahead to push into you. And as soon as he does, and he tries to walk through the doorway, it's an easy shot. 3-1 for FaZe. A little scrappy, especially compared to some of the opening rounds. But yeah, FaZe do come through on the defense.
Yeah, you got to feel a bit bad for Shaiko there in that round. Gets the opening kill, opening pick. Then able to produce yet another kill from an unexpected position. As we see on the highlight reel, there was the first. Oh, that was the one down below. Okay, so Solotov there caught on drone. Shaiko able to sneak forward for the second, but then FaZe able to bunker down on site. And then a really good textbook display in the 2 versus 1. Nobody over peaking, both players in sync. We saw the deployable shield utility here from Souls. Played around perfectly as well. And BDS being shown that if they want to get attacking rounds here on Skyscraper, only 2 opportunities left in the half, they need to step it up.
And it goes without saying, but really well played there at the end from those 2, Handy and Souls. One's in Electrical, which if you're the attacker at that point and you've got 15 seconds and you don't have kit, you don't really want to be clearing that and pushing that and wasting time. And he's got SMG, he's got shotgun, close angle, he's favored. And then if you push Souls, he's playing behind the shield. So what do you realistically do?
Screwed.
So the worst thing that you could do there if you're FaZe is just get over Zealous, peek out, and try and take fights. And they don't do that. They're smart. They calculated. They're up 3-1. 2 rounds to go in this half. BDS, though, they don't need that many attacking rounds. So it's just all about perseverance. What we saw there from Shaiko, really good. 2 kills. Can they bring that same firepower here into this 5th round? The Deimos effectiveness, a little questionable maybe. It has been utilized quite heavily from BDS at times. We're seeing the death marks go out. You think back to when they tried to hunt down Handy with the death mark and the pings, and it didn't quite work out.
I wonder if they try to avoid Handy here, knowing and sensing that he's threatening at the moment 6 kills, or do they actually double down, clear him off, and then know that the rest of the round will be, alleviated in terms of pressure. Handy is up close, first fight.
Yeah, I like that. Handy's taking fights in different ways too. Close contact on the entry. We're seeing him roam where he got that kill onto Solotov in the previous round. He's holding anchor site positions as well. So he's doing it all right now. Being rewarded for it. Just trying to keep the pressure directly onto BDS and say, no, we're not going to allow the swift entry in through IT. Shaiko maybe, though, trying to see if he can just find an angle in towards Rafters. Oh, a random frag grenade, and Handy stays in a pretty dangerous position to then get that kill. Cross back, doesn't get traded. Huge kill onto Shaiko, taking out a big threat from that previous round, and a double down then from KDS. FaZe looking strong. Early days, but Labs right now is theirs.
Yeah, wow. Handy's looking so sharp at the moment.
Oh, Handy's on something. 9-1.
Double digits if he wins this, and he does. Brito falls off the back of the headshot. It's a quad for Handy.
Wow.
Wow. And I was actually watching on our overhead on the side there, right? We saw him prior to that on stream. Flashed, he falls back, immediately then responds and doubly aggressors at the breach. BDS aren't holding down the line. They let him have that space. He's clearly sharp and not missing shots, and so you have to be spot on in terms of positioning in order to try and outmaneuver Handy at the moment, and BDS lacking that sharpness.
It has forced an interesting tactical timeout from BDS, and I think it's actually well timed, even though I'm always one that it's around that 3-round mark that I like it if things aren't working well. But in a map like this, where pre-match I said 5 defensive rounds on Labs, let's be realistic here. It means that for BDS you got one more opportunity to get an attacking round. Take the timeout now, talk things over, right? And give everything you got into this round. You find this second attacking round and suddenly game is back on. If you can't find it, FaZe get to 5 defense and they take a bit of control going into the second half. So this ends up being now a very pivotal and critical round to close the half out. We go to basement, tank and assembly. FaZe are looking good, but how much of that is down to Handy? Here is his POV in these replays. Good shots, but he is getting a lot of these shots outside of that one there onto Uses where it's unsuspecting players, right? But a lot of that then comes down to positioning. The way he's moving and getting around the map, great spacing, good control. He's not just holding a position, holding an angle. He's moving around, he's feeling confident. And that's where it's like that, the question you pose, do you death mark him, do you double down, or do you avoid him? I don't know what you do, but they keep bringing the Deimos, and we're not seeing, I think, the fruits of it.
Well, off the back of the tack, basement, we go round 6. Final opportunity for BDS to put up a respectable scoreline here in the first half. Otherwise, it is going to have to be One hell of a comeback for them. Again, I don't want to bring it up too many times, but FaZe have been up by significant margins here on Labs, and it has fallen apart before.
I've picked at the other stream as well. I was like, I'm going to see how Nade's performing as well. Maybe it's like Twin Moon at the moment. Nade's like 4 and 5. It's not quite the brotherly instinct going on. In fact, spoiler warning in terms of B stream, SSG right now at 5-3 up.
Really?
Furia. Yeah, and of course that is that's map 3. So kind of keep an eye on that one as we get through this one. Final round of the half. FaZe up 4-1. Big round coming up. Cypher's on the move in towards IT. Couple of sprays. There is that early logic bomb, and they've brought the Jackal too. So it's all about hunting down in this round now. If you're BDS, the Deimos, the Dockerby, the Jackal, and then you've got hard breach, soft breach potential to go alongside that. So understanding if you're BDS, you've spoken about this, you've just had your tactical timeout, FaZe are playing a roam game, let's double down into that. We need to try and take them out so that we've got significant player advantage then heading into basement.
Yeah, no final stand up above here from FaZe on the second floor. Instead, scattered first floor. Good work from BDS in terms of baiting out that Nitro. Won't have an impact, although there's still 3 in the pockets of the FaZe clan members.
Yeah.
So certainly something to keep in mind as
I think they might fall back to side here, and an understanding for FaZe right now. If you're BDS and you've brought so much firepower in trying to clear out the roam, well then you can probably then fall back, play side a little early. You've got the Nitro cells for that as well.
Yeah, execute utility will be really intriguing for BDS, what they'll have remaining at that point in time. Second Nitro utilized by FaZe, and again, not having impact. As we're into a critical phase of the round, BDS want to hold on for as long as possible, waste some time.
Play this perfectly.
Or not waste time, rather, and FaZe looking to waste it themselves. But they fall back. Now just 2 players above. Shokos look dangerous. Scorecard might not reflect it at the moment with just the 3 picks. But if there's anyone to open up the round for BDS, it may well be him.
Yeah, I think FaZe have very much understood the mission in this final round of the half. Heavy room clear from BDS to try and play down below as much as possible. Only 2 players first floor at the moment, Handy and Souls.
This is so far away from the objective, 50 seconds, and they're struggling to clear Handy again.
Yeah, just wasting so much time. He's targeting the mute with the Death Mark as well. All it takes is 1 mute jammer, and it does essentially nothing. Look at Fact running around through the hallways of first floor. Shaiko still just wary of the fact that there are roamers and he can't win the 1v1 against Souls. Nothing working right now on the attack for BDS. In fact, they are just being lit up. FaZe too strong defensively. All his time wasted. The roam clear unsuccessful. And when it comes time to hit the site itself, FaZe are just too good and sharp. Liquefact with a good headshot onto Cyber makes it a 1v3, but no kit, no time, no chance. Surely that's the motto.
Yeah, round over. Officially, there it is, a 5-1 half to FaZe Clan. And that last round highlighting some of the weaknesses that BDS are displaying at the moment. Handy over towards Cafeteria, wasting a lot of time with little risk. The castle setup making it very difficult for BDS to find those rotations, to cut them off back towards site. And even those able to get in good positions, like your Shaikos, to find that opening engagement, to apply some counter pressure, not winning ones.
We flip into the second half though, and again the expectation now is for BDS to emulate what we just saw from FaZe Clan. A really, really solid effort though from FaZe Clan. The ability to switch up their playstyle as well, very evident on display, especially what we saw in contrast to a couple of those first 4 or 5 rounds, then that final round of the half. They understood the mission. BDS are coming, they're bringing everything they've got to clear out this roam game. Let's just be a little bit more apprehensive, but then we're still not just going to fall back to side. It's not 5 in basement. You've still got 2 players first floor looking to just go for a bit of a counter-strike, and in the end, it catches BDS off guard. Really well played. And coupling this, it is BDS's map pick. Keeping that in mind, though, defense we go, BDS should be able to get a bit of a roll on. And if they don't, well, man, trouble brewing.
There's no unlimited overtime this time, though. We don't have to get too worried.
Well, it's not like FaZe played unlimited OT anyway.
No, there's also SI flashbacks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It may have been unlimited OT, but they still lost it in 2.
True.
Either way. This is the intriguing thing as well, right? As defender-sided as it is in this moment, if you're BDS and you lose like command server in the 7th round, then you're staring down 6-1. But if there is a team that has ever been up 6-1 on Nighthaven Labs, it is FaZe and lost it.
We need a swear jar. Next person to bring it up, $100 in the swear jar. So round 7 we go, and it is top 4 as anticipated. With the Kaid in play, that will be a valuable tool in trying to keep these walls up. That said, in response, we see the Mav, and we've seen a decent amount of Mav so far this evening here on Labs. Handy this time to give it a go.
Pulse is interesting. Oh, good opening shot. Souls, though, onto Solitop, and that's the Tuberel.
That's very clean. I thought it was maybe just chilling with the secondary hard breach to maybe open it up or be some kind of second line of defense, but not to be. Flashes in hand on the rappel, line of sight, wins the fight, comes across and now opens it up with the Skeleton Key. And that's pretty much a perfect start for FaZe.
Yeah, I don't want to say pure win condition here for lookahead on the Pulse, but he's going to be a big factor in this round. If he can find anything with Cardiac Sensor, Nitrocell kill, get this round back without having to take a contact fight directly. If he can just get something from down below, he does need to also be careful. We know, I think FaZe, the way that they've been playing, they'll probably look to just slip in, try and clear out any potential roamers first floor. So he does need to be careful. He's over towards Garage. In fact, just making his way in towards Rafters now is Liquefact. So he's joined back up. 4 on site now for BDS, sensing the pressure. Big util dump coming in through electrical. If you're KDS, that is your job. On the striker. He's got flashes, he's got nades, Nitrocell, and the peak. That was so well played. 3 versus 4. 12 HP for Liquefact. Still lots of time though for FaZe. BDS are just holding on. Feels like they're on the ropes. Ahead was there momentarily, but Vidiking couldn't find the chance to get the shot. Walks in anyway, gets the kill onto users. Trade does come through from the Pulse. But they're just once again playing from behind. They don't have the numbers. Huge kill though from Brede. Now a 2v2. Numbers evened up. Plant to go down from KDS, and the Pulse is strong again through Liquefact. And that's much better from BDS. Where's that been?
That was explosive. I mean, FaZe were doing a great job of just chipping away, and as you would typically expect, top floor, playing into the man advantage, winning trade fights. Then we saw things awkwardly unlock over towards that Rafters position. And with that plant going down, covered over towards electrical, and in that moment, it's in some respects a 1 versus 2. BDS capitalized in that particular moment. Showed some good sharpness.
I like the way that for Liquefact, when you're playing that Pulse, you almost think organically, it's like looking up, find player, throw Nitrocell. But he's almost used it as a way to kind of push through first floor, then back up to second floor, clears out warehouse, right? So Garage is clear. You can call that out. You can calm that out. Then you can go play site. We know where they're kind of pushing in from. He was so critical in bringing that round back for BDS. His ability to stay alive as well, get into the fights. And I thought he was definitely the star man of that round for what he was able to do. Start to finish, really helps out. Brede strong on site defensively. Still, throughout all of that, and while that was certainly much better from BDS, they were pretty close to losing that round.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, but a round win is a round win, especially on primary sites, so BDS will take that. Not taking any chances here. Round 8 basement, we go the expected rotation here defensively. Well, I said I would shout it out if Sky hit a good free cam.
All right, Sky.
That was pretty good.
He's cooking.
I was hoping we'd stay on it a little while longer and he'd stuff it up, but
I don't know if you could have stuffed that one up.
No, he'd find a way.
Well, what can BDS do off of this now? Momentum needs to be certainly built. You're down 2-5, so you've got to get the rounds ticking over. You need to force FaZe back into the thinking game. FaZe certainly can kind of throw bodies at these sites, at these problems. Yeah, they've got a couple of rounds that they can really use. Certainly banked up in the back pocket. Down to basement we go for this 8th round. 2-round combination with the Kaid once again employed. Not too surprising. Of course, lost the 2-brow very early in that previous round.
Hello?
Hello, Souls, double kill. On the exterior as well, I think in towards vending. He must have vaulted in, then back out. I'm not too sure, we didn't see it. I imagine we'll get the replay of it. Either way, 2-kill start for FaZe, puts the pressure rightfully onto BDS. Behind the tank now, pinged out, users taken down to half health. Straight in for Handy, 11-2. How aggressive FaZe continue to play, and certainly now smelling blood in the water. An opportunity to strike has presented itself here on basement. And a timely logic bomb from KDS to just try and hint out where these last 2 players are. A little bit of a fight back from said last 2 players, and the pistol shot lands on the head of Vidiking. Users and Shaiku, last standing on this site. The head to pop. No, what a shot from below. Users on the low ground gets the kill onto Handy in a 1v1 now. Lots of time remaining. KDS spots him up close. The flash. Does he push immediately off of it? He does, but he misses the shot. Users, that was so strong on site. BDS are fighting strong in these 2 rounds.
Wow. How have BDS gone on to win that round? They lose 2 picks out of seemingly nowhere on the rotation up above from outside to kick things off.
Oh my.
And Users just puts the foot down. He doesn't just place it down, he slams it down.
What do you even do if you're FaZe? You don't take a timeout. There's nothing really to talk about, guys. We're getting entry kills. We're opening up the site. We're doing everything so well. There's the lineup. There's the replay. But like, it's a 5v2 and you've lost the round. Incredibly well played. Look at the positioning. Look at the shot.
Crisp, clean lock.
Handy has got to get that kill there as well. And had he done so, KDS would have got his, and that would have been round over. And BDS are very fortunate, but very stalwart on their defense. 3-5.
I mean, Users certainly had a couple things go his way there, but
you always
he played it as well as he could in terms of like, positioning. He landed the shots he needed to, like absolutely phenomenal. And that's the kind of moment in a match that can inspire the rest of the team as well.
The big thing as well for me is I think BDS can actually play a lot better in these early rounds.
Yeah.
So if they actually start to play a lot better in these early rounds, FaZe aren't going to be having 5v2 advantages all that often. So for BDS, certainly the pathway forward now well and truly there. 2 rounds that realistically FaZe should have won. They have not won.
Double hard breach, Thatcher combo here, round 9 for FaZe.
The issue though is the early contact fights, entry denial has been poor. That's really what they've struggled with so far. On-site defense has been great. But you can't just stack 5 on site.
Yeah, I mean, the lineup here from FaZe would indicate that it'll be a case of opening up above, exterior garage, and then they'll be the sort of team that are going to then analyze what's in front of them, what the setup is. If there's any pockets of space, they can take horizontally over towards cafeteria, for instance. I think that may have now been spotted out. And then look to circle around this defensive setup from BDS. They have brought the castle in play, and that can make cutting off rotations more challenging. Just limit some of the line of sight options available. Handy might be cooking here with information onto Shiko. Although I don't know if anyone's really in position yet to capitalize upon that. Still waiting for vert control from up above. Nomad as well in play, and so rotating back up above to contest that could be a challenge for BDS.
I also feel like FaZe, so far in these attacks, have actually been playing faster paced than what we typically see from them. This might be the round in which they are now actually playing a little bit more akin to what we usually see from FaZe Clan. A bit more slow, methodical, you know, get through these checklists, open things up slowly, not looking to rush and run around. You know, there's just over 60 seconds remaining, and I don't think we've heard a real shot at anybody throughout the map. Oh, that was an interesting angle that was found momentarily. And yeah, getting shot at Bride. He doesn't even know really where from. KDS does get the opening kill anyway into Solitov. So for the second round in a row, it will be a 2-player advantage gained and acquired for FaZe Clan. Make that now a 5v2 for the second round in a row. Down to Shiko and Lickfact. This time, though, no dramatic, strong defense from BDS. Lickfact will need all 5 kills, and he cannot get a single one. Souls will make it a flawless round. Much better from FaZe Clan, and they get themselves map point.
That's how the last round should have played out, really, when you think about it, and the early advantage that was ascertained. BDS unable to put foot down that time around, losing a couple of picks unanswered, not in tradable positions. Once that castle setup was initially broken down, it really did highlight some of the lines of sights that were weakened and positions that were then difficult to hold. FaZe played off good information that they're able to gather. That wasn't denied correctly by BDS. So the tertiary site reaping its rewards. In fact, in some respects, we actually kind of saw the castle on a couple of occasions there, actually, to the demise of the defense with line of sight below them. Either way, though, FaZe now on map point and fired up once more.
I feel like it's very easy after those last 2 rounds to probably be a little bit tilted, especially the most recent one in round 8. But ultimately, FaZe were able to get the job done there in round 9, flawlessly. In fact, and now they've got themselves map point. Looking to steal the map away from BDS, who did pick this map. BDS now require 3 rounds in a row. We go to command and server here, top floor, for this 10th round.
5 seconds left.
And it's been tricky. They keep bringing Tuber out, Kaid. I don't know if it's really stalling out long enough or good enough. It reminds me a little bit of Deimos in the first half, right? We're not really seeing the benefit of it all that much. So a lot of the operator selections, I think, for BDS have actually not really dealt much of a blow to FaZe Clan in this series.
So the striker in play then for round 10, and KDS bringing flashes and frag grenades, the most common combination on striker for the ability to util dump particular positions. And on top floor, for instance, electrical is probably the most likely place we'll see that utility utilized to flush out anybody close by. Users may respond though he's on that warden, and so the best operator in dealing with that.
And just a word of warning here. If you don't want a spoiler of the B stream, the other quarterfinal that's happening right now, of course, I'll give you a 3-second countdown. 3, 2, and 1. 6-6. Overtime.
When you started with S, I thought you were going to say SSG1. I was like, what?
Well, they have a chance. It is overtime. Map 3 over on the B stream. If you want to go check that one out between SSG and Furia. Of course, quite a bit to go still in this particular series. FaZe looking to close out the opening map and take a lead against BDS. Does mean if SSG can't come through in that series and BDS can't come through here, it will be an all-Brazilian semi-final top 4.
They might be back. They might be back. Minute 30 on the clock here, though, for what may be the final round of labs between these two Titans. So far, it's been pretty straightforward groundwork from the attack, with exterior hard breach opened up. Just preparing themselves now in key positions. Vidaking still has 3 samples in hand, and he'll combine with Cyber to help open up Con Wall. That then having a route in towards this pillar position, currently being held by lookahead. And we can see those Zoto canisters from the Tuberel stalling out the breach. But there's still a minute to go, so time not the biggest of concerns here for FaZe. They'll be rather content so far. Frost also in play. We'll quickly note that. There is one right next to the breach, and that could come into play as time becomes more of a pressing issue. Sometimes things can be overlooked.
I mean, typically a site, I keep saying that you don't really need a lot of time. That does get tricked as well, but 35 seconds is not a lot of time. This is a really good round so far from BDS, yet despite that, they lose the opening player of Shaiko to Handy. Now up to 13 kills. Not a lot of time, so you have to basically just send it in. Going through doorways, you don't have the angles. Surely this is a round in which BDS can slowly bring things back. Indeed, they do with 2 quick kills there, though. A 3v3 with 15 seconds left. Huge kill. Link, in fact, love the little swing, though. Aggression from users, not just holding an angle, not just falling back. They want to take the fight to FaZe. Much better from BDS. Certainly a very strong defense, kept them locked out for a good time. The wall denial was much, much better there from BDS. In fact, probably one of their best round, if not the best round when it came to the operator selection and usage. Locked FaZe out, forced them into just a deep rush into sight. Didn't quite work out, even as good as FaZe are in their shooting capabilities, couldn't quite bring it back. 6-4, and a tactical pause as well from FaZe.
Yeah, and I think that round more than anything highlighting that even when Shaiko is having a little bit of an off day, not finding as many opening engagements go his way as BDS would typically rely on. I mean, at the moment going 4 and 10, we cast their minds back. One that comes to mind is the one where he got the double opener, and they still actually didn't, ironically, convert that particular round. But we're seeing the likes of users really step up. I mean, he's playing phenomenally at the moment in double digits, doing well, and even more so than that previous round. A good team effort, as you mentioned. Their composition and the way they played around util was probably the best that we've seen so far. Hitting clean shots, FaZe forced into unfavorable fights. Time then did become an issue as well. That said, FaZe do have their tactical pause still in pocket. They'll bring that out now, and as it comes to its conclusion, an opportunity to just relax a little bit here, settle themselves up for the next primary site of basement, and formulate a plan to lock this out.
Yeah, 2 more rounds required now for BDS to send this one to overtime to complete the comeback. Yeah, unfortunate there, but you can really see it here in the replay at the very least for BDS, showing they're pushing forward, right? They're the ones that are being like, okay, there's not a lot of time left, but let's not allow them in the site. Let's go right at them when they're not expecting it. They're trying to run, right? They're trying to sprint, trying to get in, they're trying to move. That's when we'll catch them off guard. So really good play from BDS. To basement we go. Of course, last time out, we saw a very, very good standing defense from users. Played it well. FaZe got themselves I think it was a 5-on-2 advantage here on Tank Assembly. Couldn't close out that round. 11th round we go.
10 seconds left before insertion.
And the cap can, intriguingly enough, has been brought from Solotov. Struggling to get involved in this game, 2-9. Maybe a couple of those EDDs could go off for him.
Yeah, we did see BDS unfortunately fall to a lineup on the rotation up above. Put them in the 5 versus 3, which compounded. Certainly not expecting that to happen again. Was a little bit of a fluke, but important to note that the rotation back towards site, if there is a roam employed, and there are a couple of players off site currently for BDS, that could be a telling portion of the round if FaZe are able to capture them on their way back to site again. There is some insiders to those players away from the objective. Blue outlines scattered across vending, kitchen, and storage. Of course, that is one of the improvements with the HUD. We know where everyone is all the time.
Yeah, I love that feature.
Lookahead in kitchen, but elsewhere, our eyes on the hard breach. 2-Brown response from Shiko this time around. Stalling out double wall as the single gets opened up. But for now, this will largely be groundwork for the latter portion of the round. Still a lot to be done off-site in clearing up those key positions on the first floor to facilitate any attempt for a plant. Eyes back now to kitchen.
No map control for FaZe though. It's all on the exterior. They're all just so focused on main bridge down below. They're not clearing out potential roamers. Yeah, there's only 90 seconds left, which means if they are going to do so, you know, they're doing so quite late in the round as well. Logic Bomb does get used by KDS, and Sol's actually losing his life to Shiko, who's actually in basement. So I imagine that was maybe just a main breach peak. It's not a good round for FaZe. I don't think they've played this really all that well. They've put the pressure on and opening up. Well, they haven't even got actual main breach. They've only got single wall. They haven't really cleared much above. They're still all on the exterior. 60 seconds left. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to win.
Everyone's in basement, and they're looking to play for cutoffs on the rotation back towards site. I don't know if that's because of a lack of information. Even Handy's being wary of a potential flank.
Well, they were drone. They were heavy site droning.
Yeah,
they haven't really droned off site. You see one there actually pretty nicely placed. 45 seconds. It's literally going to be a repeat of that last round where you, on command server. Rush into site, walk through doorways, walk down stairwells, and see if you can just get kills. BDS are going to be very well placed for that. They've got the numerical advantage as well. 5 versus 4. There's no time left. This can sometimes be really the thorn in the side of FaZe. These slow-paced rounds can cost them.
20 seconds then. Breaking this down will be a challenge for FaZe. Initiation shown. Lookahead wins the fight, no trade. At this point, the round surely over, but Handy able to cover the plant. Push comes through. Cyber will be key, but Handy falls. So too will the diffuser, and now a 1 versus 3.
That was shocking.
Round confirmed. BDS, honestly, didn't have to work for a lot of site control.
That was shocking.
It was...
You could have posted me up in tank there, and I think we still would have won the round as BDS. It didn't have to do much.
Yeah.
So the issue that round for FaZe, one, you don't even get main breach, so you don't get double wall, you only get single wall. That's not really enough because we saw Souls lose his life through that anyway. Shiko gets the kill. So immediately as that happens, then they're like, okay, well, we can't really push through this, can we? So then the last second, with like 60 seconds left, we see them go back over towards storage. By that point, you haven't really cleared anything out. You don't even have the hatch opened up, and it's literally just slow push down towards site. That was a shocking round for FaZe. They've been good here in this map, and well and truly, I still feel like maybe even deserve to win this map, but that was the poorest round we've seen from them thus far, and it's really just giving this potential chance now to BDS. It's 5-6. OT could be beckoning.
Yeah, a lack of pace needs to be made up for in terms of being very in sync and confident and having a very direct game plan and having really good information and not wasting time elsewhere. And it screamed uncertainty through the mid to late round there from FaZe, where they're checking positions where players most certainly are not. Worried about flank game, etc., which was never in play.
5 seconds to go.
So maybe highlighting some issues in gathering information, relaying that, playing off it.
All it takes is this one round. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
6-5. It's still a map point for FaZe. They'll certainly be ruining their chances here in this particular half. You think back to the start of it as well, those rounds where, you know, they had the 5-on-2 advantages, the 5-on-3 advantages, and they were unable to execute a round win. Well, certainly no trouble with that particular breach this time around.
Important round for FaZe. Looking to steal the pick of BDS. But that lead has shrunk. Can BDS push at least one more round here for an overtime? The Docker be in play, and the Logic Bomb rings out. Cyber looking to lurk through lobby. Just the 4 kills for him so far. Gaining space on this side of the map. Shot drones in play from the Twitch. Counterplay on offer. Flammable Maya discs. Mute jammers even. Valkyrie cameras too.
This is better though. They're getting a little bit more first floor presence, moving around the map, clearing out positions like lobby and cafe, and you've also still got a little bit of more direct pressure as well through the breach. Through the hallway, can they take this contact towards blue? If anyone swings that hallway, you're probably in a better position. Well, here we go. Maybe a chance of Cyber does indeed swing, and he does. Reward for moving around the map, getting into key positions, not just hanging outside on the exterior. Lookahead maybe looking to double down. He does make it through the doorway, but not unscathed. Down to half health. Plant as well. So now post-plant retake for BDS, when they have not got themselves into an advantaged position at all. FaZe just through sheer aggression. And I think for Lookahead, the long arm of the law, stick this one, hold it. Although he doesn't really get the opportunity to do so from above on the roof, where you will see the end of Nighthaven Labs. FaZe just able to scrape by in the end. 7-5 this time around. They did not allow the comeback.
Big result from FaZe in this best of 3 in what is sure to be a tightly contested 3 maps.
And at the very same time, I don't want to give away the spoiler again. So the countdown 3, 2, 1. The other result, it actually went to all 15 rounds, guys, on the B-Stream matchup between Furia and SSG. Furia taking it home over the North American team, which does mean if BDS get eliminated in this next map, there will be no non-Brazilian teams remaining at the tournament.
Wouldn't that be one hell of a storyline? I mean, the ball now in the court of BDS to respond on Bank. I think they still have plenty in the tank. BDS have been in these positions, backs against the wall plenty of times before. They'll rest, they'll rejuvenate, and they'll come back fighting.
I actually think for BDS as well, specifically, there were some intriguing rounds. I don't think they played awful. I think they actually played pretty well, but they can certainly play a lot better. But regardless, FaZe take it. 7-5 here in the opening map of this series. We're going to go over to the stage with Ginny and Anne.
Hello, Ginny here, joined with Anne, and we are sitting on the stage after the FaZe Clan BDS match that we've just witnessed. A lot of expectations that we had heading into this, and we genuinely believe that this is going to be one of the closer games that we've seen today. I want to start off with the fact that this was BDS's map pick, but it genuinely did not go in their favor.
No, we saw BDS play this map before, of course, one of the 2 maps that they've shown so far in this tournament. We talked about the importance of BDS having technically only played 2 maps prior to this, and they were definitely facing a difficult team here. It started off with Handy's massive 1v3. I think Handy so far in general had some really big impact plays in this entire game. Ended up going, what, 14-5 or something? Absolute case for him.
Yeah, and I think individual performances from the side of FaZe Clan definitely is something to commemorate. We're looking at BDS's side of things, and it felt like there were a couple of those plays coming through, but it wasn't a consistent factor to allow them to close out the map.
No, actually, indeed. It was, of course, Users having that great play with the Revolver in round 8 to really bring the round back in their own favor. But apart from that, I felt like quite a few of the BDS players were getting caught off guard. There were moments where they were on their drones, just getting shot from behind, as if FaZe knew what their every move was going to be, having obviously seen what BDS has already done on this map. And quite a few times that you see these BDS players like Shaiko, where we know he's a great entry, swing, have the advantage in the gunfight is what you're thinking, and still lose in the gunfight.
Yeah, that is, again, the Brazilian gunplay that was coming out here for the side of FaZe Clan, and they are definitely in the lead to really also highlight the fact that this is BDS's map pick, and going into the next one, that is FaZe's pick. That's where they feel the most comfortable to take this enemy on. I want to look at BDS's perspective and think, okay, you've lost your map pick, you are genuinely 1 map away from being eliminated. What are the changes that you're expecting from their side of things when we're heading into the next one?
It's really difficult if a player isn't having their day. That's the kind of mindset, I guess, that you have to go into. Because you did see these players go for aggressive peaks, aggressive swings. It wasn't as if they realized, oh, I'm not really hitting my shots today, let me just go sit in the corner. That was not what BDS were doing. That's actually what helped them win a few rounds on defense as well, to still be aggressive, still get into these gunfights actively. So that's something they have to keep in their mind. They know what FaZe does. I know they have the support staff to do the kind of investigation to see what FaZe has brought out on Bang before. And you also have to keep in mind, you, as well as FaZe, have been unbeaten on this map since March.
I know, but someone's gonna have to lose that record, right? Because like they're going up against each other, FaZe unbeaten, BDS unbeaten, which one's gonna lose it? And I think with the form that FaZe is coming in today, yesterday's wake-up call seemed to have genuinely shook them.
Yeah, I think the general consensus we had on the desk was that FaZe maybe is having a more difficult tournament than we thought they were going to have. Maybe they're even expecting that or thinking that from themselves rather. But this is looking a lot better. Yes, it was very close, but it was still regulation. And to beat your opponent on a map pick that they picked as the very first map they could select from any of the maps that was left, that's giving a very clear statement.
Yeah, but also BDS has never lost a tournament in Saudi Arabia, so that is something that we're gonna have to keep looking forward to. But we're ready to heading over to Tristan, who has a Telestrator segment to highlight some of the incredible plays that we've seen from FaZe Clan.
Yes, thank you, Ginny, and thank you, Anne. You join me at the Telestration station. I want to take you back now to round 3 of this matchup. There were a lot of really, really close rounds in this match. And just to bring you back again to round 3 here, I'll paint the picture for you. It's a 3v2 for FaZe Clan. For BDS, sorry, against FaZe Clan. But just watch the player movement here, which is so essential. The first gunfight's coming up here. It gets won by FaZe Clan. It's a 2v2. But I want you to really focus on the movement here of Bride, one of the most clutch players in Rainbow Six. What's happening here is FaZe Clan is setting up a trap. If I remove that from Bride and we place it onto the Legion instead, what FaZe want here is for Bride to come in and fall into a 2v1 trap. But what does Bride do? Have a watch here of this outline. He thinks about it, but he backs off instead. He decides, no, you know what? I'm not going to do that. Let me wait a second. Let me regroup with my teammate. Suddenly, there's a little bit of panic in FaZe. They're swinging around of angles. They're not sure what's going on. They're not sure what the execute is. But at the same point in time, again, look what happens. It's this mini chess game of Siege towards the late rounds that great teams do. We have, again, Bride here. He's rotated away with the diffuser, and he's being covered directly by users. What happens here? FaZe now are in a situation where they know it's a 2v1 as the bomb is going down. But again, users, he swings himself out, and now what do we see? The complete same trap set up again by BDS that FaZe Clan initially set up, and it's a 2v1. You'll see it here. The swing comes in from Vita King. He loses the swing, but just again, this movement of users here, he's immediately ready on that door, even if that fight was lost. It's amazing from both teams there, and there's so many late round situations. This is just how it is in top level competitive Siege. So we're going to throw you over now to Jackie, and she's going to tell you what's been going on the B stream.
Furia defeats SSG in a nail-biter, going to 3 maps. Right now, I'm with KZ. I cannot imagine how you're feeling. What an amazing victory.
Yeah, it was an amazing victory. The match was more tougher than we thought it was. So we are like feeling very, very great right now to win this match.
And relieved, I'm sure.
Yeah.
It seems super stressful.
Yeah, it was really stressful. These guys are crazy playing. Inside the game is other things than watching, so it was like very stressful.
Talk to me about map 3. You guys came back, and then also that last round. What were you telling yourself? How were you staying in a good mental game?
Like on 7-7, I know they were trying to kill me on the brown we call it. So I like breathe a lot to be calm, to not to. I know my teammates will help me, so they did it. So I'm very, very happy for them to help me.
You knew they had your back.
Yeah, I trust them.
Okay, so BDS or FaZe, who do you want to play?
Can be anyone. I don't like to choose the opponent, so I just want to focus on the next match. Whoever comes, it's okay.
Okay, you're ready for anybody then?
Yeah, sure.
Looking ahead, are you feeling confident or are you a little shaken up?
No, very confident. So we're going to like rest and focus to the next match.
Okay, great. Anything that you want to say to the fans at home?
Can we Portuguese?
Sure.
Ok. Valeu, rapaziada, que tá torcendo aí pela gente. Cara, foi um jogo muito difícil. Talvez assistindo, talvez não tenha sido, mas, cara, ali dentro do jogo tava muito difícil. Os caras estavam jogando uma ranked às vezes, tipo assim, muito difícil mesmo. Eu só queria agradecer a torcida de geral, é importante vocês estarem torcendo pela gente. E, como sempre, a gente vai estar dando o nosso máximo, podem ter certeza disso. E a gente vai buscar aí esse título para o Brasil. É nóis. Obrigado pela torcida.
Casey, enjoy that win. Thank you so much for the great interview. We're going to send it to a short break. We'll be back in a little bit.
adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Since me and users joined BDS, it's been really good because we didn't have a really good time by the organization, M&M. There was like some big issues happening. Obviously, we were like teammates, it was still good, everything, but the organization was, everything was going bad. So since we joined BDS, everything is going great, no problem. Teammates are really good, the organization is really good, everything is covered up, so it's been going really well. The pressure, it's not really like a big pressure on us because obviously like before us as well, they've been always making to the big tournaments, winning and stuff like this, so it's every tournament, like when you play more and more, you just forget about the pressure and just play your own game. if you get the pressure, you're not going to win anyway. So obviously we became second on the Manchester. We did some like big mistakes on the final, which people didn't expect, but same as us, we didn't expect either. But obviously it's been like 2 months. We've been working on to fix our mistakes and win the tournament. So hopefully we fix our mistakes and we're going to win it. People actually think they didn't speak English really well because obviously they were like a French team for a long time, not like an English-speaking team. But they're all speaking English really well. Like people think they don't speak much because not so many interviews they do and stuff, but their English is actually pretty good. So when it comes to like clutch situations, not even on the BDS, like the whole game and the plays, it has to be Brady. I don't think anyone comes close.
So FaZe Clan have taken the opening map for what is our final quarterfinal that we've got remaining on the schedule. And again, confirmation from the B stream, Furia has taken down SSG, which does now mean if BDS cannot win in this series, if they can't win the next 2 maps, it will be 4 Brazilian teams out of 4, and the dominance for that region continuing on for Siege.
Whew. Means every other region's got to step it up.
Yep.
Potentially. But still some legs, potentially, in this best of 3 BDS. Now need to fight their way back. Bank, map number 2. It is, though, the pick of FaZe. We're speaking to Fresh in the green room, and he doesn't seem all that confident that BDS will be able to get this result across the line and push the 3rd map, but let's wait and see.
Yeah, it's an interesting one as well, right? So firstly, the map pick here of Bank is FaZe. So Labs was picked by BDS, they've lost it out. I still feel like, even though the confidence isn't there for BDS and the results on Bank maybe as of recent haven't been amazing, it's going to be the attacking half that I'm very curious on for them, because I feel like it's the kind of map where, you know, what we were seeing a little bit on Labs, right, with users and Shaiko, the way they were kind of moving around the map and getting some kills, maybe Bank could help facilitate that a little bit better for BDS. They are starting defense first, though, which does open the pathway for FaZe to, like Labs, maybe get off to a really good start.
Yeah, potentially. Bank can certainly be that map where you steamroll momentum. Again, links back often, as is often the case on any map, really, in terms of the operator bans that we do see play out and the opportunities that that then creates, or others that it can take away. BDS as well, we'll see what kind of rotation they want to play defensively, how popular top floor is going to end up being. Is open area going to be early on in the agenda on that rotation? Basement, do we see big roams from BDS? Are they going to look to lock down site? I mean, there's so many different options here on Bank, and I think that's why it is such a, you know, loved map.
Yeah, and obviously, Guz, just for you as well, a bit of trivia, you do realize who the winner of this series now goes on to play, right?
Hit me.
Furia.
Oof.
You do know what FaZe Furia would be.
That would be a rematch of SI.
It would be. For the semi-final. Of course, Liquid and W7M, the other semi-final matchup that we'll be playing tomorrow. So it's just a question of whether or not it will be an all-Brazilian bonanza. As we're getting towards the end of EWC. Not too long until we can get into this map of Bank. Certainly for FaZe, you know, when we kind of look at Handy here, it's so incredible on Labs. Can you back it up? Is it the Handy show? Is it just the FaZe show? But Handy played really well, but they don't really need him to pop off and get 13+. It's a combination of both.
Potentially, right? There were multiple rounds back, even Labs, where he was put in very high pressure situations, isolated on rotations, etc., having to really step up, being fully droned under information, etc. And he was still stepping up, playing his part, winning his 1 or his 2 in a multitude of different rounds that were the difference makers ultimately in the end. Can he be that big clutch factor for FaZe here on Bank? Potentially. Will it even be needed? Who knows? FaZe may well be able to steamroll this particular series if BDS don't play their best form of Bank.
Yeah, just sort of letting everyone know that at the moment, no ETAs to getting into this game, but we can get maybe an exclusive version of the Jake and Guz podcast here as we get into this one. There's a lot still to talk about because, you know, for FaZe Clan, when we kind of think about them as a team, it's always a case of close but no cigar. Now, you think about a lot of 2023, all of the semi-finals throughout the majors, the grand final itself, in which they had a 6-1 lead in the final map. They would have felt like they should have walked away as the SI winners. They did not. And then you kind of look at the Manchester major as well, losing to eventual winners Beast Coast. So kind of, again, falling short. That just seems to be the motto of FaZe in Siege, is falling short. They got themselves a 1-map lead here against a very strong BDS team. In fact, I would argue if you would have done a power rankings with everyone having an opinion on it, BDS would have been number 1 coming into the event.
They were the only team I had in S tier, and I'm likely going to have egg on my face, depending on how the rest of the bracket progresses, assuming BDS do fall here. That would certainly be an incorrect assertion. They could go on to win, take down Furia, which would be a massive result heading into the grand final. I think with that kind of momentum, they likely go in as favorites maybe, but yeah, there's still a long way to go before we even really begin that discussion, obviously. BDS as well falling to Beast Coast in the grand final at Manchester, and so they'll want revenge for that as well.
Yeah, intriguingly enough, as you mentioned, the fact that both of these two teams having their Manchester run ended by Beast Coast.
And they're not even at this event.
Yeah, it's even more funnily enough. So as we did kind of look towards the bracket, and we kind of just want to speculate a little bit now, because I'm very more so curious, as I don't believe we're going to be covering Liquid W7M. How do you see that game going tomorrow? As a confirmed matchup?
Well, I mean, look, so far, W7M best of 3 format, looking really, really good. Absolutely demolishing Bleed 7-3, 7-1. Is that necessarily going to be the same caliber as Liquid? Well, probably not in terms of like for like. So I'm expecting that to be a very, very closely contested series. Liquid looked good against DarkZero, who I probably pitched as being the team to beat in that particular series, but unfortunately they lost. No more North America now in the bracket. And so I think either way, that is going to be an absolute barnstormer to kick off proceedings tomorrow. If I had to pick a team, probably just Liquid.
Really?
I think.
I'm going to agree with you with that. I think when you kind of look at the opponent in DarkZero as well, a very formidable opponent, being able to get over the line in that series, in that matchup. You know, no disrespect to Bleed, but I think for W7M, that's probably one of the maybe, actually would be the easiest matchup when you kind of look at the quarterfinals holistically, right? So BDS FaZe, very strong. Furia, SSG got pushed all the way to quite literally the limit itself, and DZ Liquid certainly was a banging matchup. So it's been a really good quarterfinals today, of course, semifinals tomorrow, and the only result still left waiting is indeed this one between BDS and FaZe. You kind of already touched on it there, but W7M Bleed was the only one that was actually a 2-0. Fury, SSG 2-1, Liquid, DZ 2-1. Does this match go 2-0 or 2-1?
I think so.
Think so what? Which one? 2-0 or 2-1?
I think it will be a 2-0, yeah. I mean, look, FaZe have already done quote-unquote the hard work so far, taking out BDS on their map pick, and did so in a relatively confident fashion and constricted them nicely back on labs. Bank, I just don't think there's enough positive indicators towards the column of BDS, unless there's a world in which they've baited FaZe in with some really good counter prep heading into the map. There is that possibility, but there's also execution that's critical, and FaZe will adapt to whatever BDS bring anyway.
I think it's probably going to come down to whoever starts better here on Bank. Because if BDS can start well defensively, get a bit of that snowball momentum, I think Bank's certainly a map that can facilitate a lot of those attacking rounds. That might just then also circumnavigate a potential loss of morale after losing the opening map for what was their map pick, right? So you start well, you go, okay, we're back into this one, right? If FaZe start well, and they get like 3-4 attacking rounds, and you know what it feels like when you're losing on the defense and you just can't string together any kind of defensive stops. Yeah, the morale starts to continue to dip down even after losing that opening map. So yeah, I'll be very curious to see. I think really whoever starts well here on Bank is probably going to be the one that eventually finishes well as well. So BDS again defending first up. We'll see what that's going to work for them. But what about the last map if we do get to it, Skyscraper? When you think about that too, slow pace. Doesn't that just fit FaZe as well? So BDS are really in a bit of a hole here after losing their opening map pick.
I mean, if we're sitting here in a couple of hours and praising a BDS comeback, I think it would be by far and away the best, most impressive performance that we have seen at the event thus far, and probably unexpected.
Yep.
So is it possible? 100%. BDS have the caliber, they have the skill, they have the experience, the determination. Can they actually connect those dots inside of the server over the course of those next few hours? Well, there's only one way to find out.
I have been told that the game should be starting hopefully within the minute. Fingers crossed. I hope I haven't jinxed it, but shouldn't be too far away from being able to get into this one. FaZe looking to make this a 2-0, get this series done and dusted, and book their place into the semi-final. If they do that, they basically double their prize pool as well with this series win.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of prize money on the line, and also club championship on the line as well. FaZe certainly in contention for finishing up in the higher portions of the standings. But the ban phase is now upon us, and we can jump into the action.
Yep. Yeah, BDS defending first up and banning first up, and it's the Ash first up.
Look at Handy's reaction. Second on the right, he was like, huh? Okay.
What are they cooking?
I'm very intrigued to see what BDS's second ban is. The Monty to follow, far more traditional.
That is the first Ash ban of the tournament so far.
Rip Ashmans.
So what phase are going to bring? It's the Kaid, heavily used by BDS over on Night Haven Labs. And I honestly like the Montaigne Bang. I know that we're seeing it quite extensively throughout the tournament as BDS do get rid of Valkyrie. That one's certainly not going to raise any eyebrows for Handy. But it's probably the kind of operator, if BDS is struggling, you might look to and be like, can we just go shield up, help us out a little bit? Either way, we head to Bang. Second map of this quarterfinal. A bit of a stall, so a bit of a longer break. Don't know who that would potentially benefit. Maybe neither team. Still, as we head into this one, phase 1-0 up. Looking to carry the momentum. That would evidently be a little bit soft reset, right, from that opening map now into Bank. But yeah, we shall see. Again, I'm standing strong on this. I think whoever starts well here probably takes the map. Oh, it's a banger of a song.
Well, let's hope it's a banger of a map. Onus on BDS, though, to put their best foot forward and get themselves back into this particular series. Round 1, we go BDS defending basement to kick things off with hatches open and rotates. Also abundant. It will be a fall-off room to kick things off here.
Yeah, and I'm genuinely curious to see, though, how extensive the fall-off's going to be. If it's really quick, how easy can FaZe just kind of push them back down. You know, we see teams at times get the slightest bit of contact and then they just drop immediately in the hatches and go straight back down to basement. I would like to see BDS be aggressive early, though, on defense. Don't just go down, you know, lock a CCTV. It's very easy to just try and get 5 players back down there, hold one over towards blue, maybe a little bit towards bot main. I saw yesterday in the series that we actually had FaZe play on this map, don't forget, against ITB. A lot of those lurk pushes in towards things like Archives, for example, top square. We saw a bit of a lurk hold up there, if you remember, then the peek down double kill. So you can do some intriguing things on Bank. Certainly plays out in a really fun manner. Cyber, speaking of top square, has made his way in towards that position, uses in towards blue. Nothing in towards garage.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Quad roam at the moment then from BDS. KDS to kick things off, dropping down the main skylight. But again, goes back to the question, how long do BDS hold on? Long line of sight from Handy. And that's probably an answer to our question. BDS not falling off too quickly here.
Yeah, I like that. Users has got to have the discipline to not swing, though, from blue. You just got to hold that angle. Even if you hear shots elsewhere, you feel like maybe you could catch someone off guard. Just hold. 90 seconds left. This is decent from BDS. You know, forcing FaZe to clear, forcing them to push them out. As you kind of alluded to, also not dropping too soon, but they have certainly done so now. All 5 players for BDS inside of basement, but not quite all the way in. Bot main for Lookahead, and he's holding the close angle. There was a potential chance to swing into that, but the shots just kept coming, and he didn't want to push into those shots. Deepest pressure from KDS, and then Lookahead did go for the peak. And KDS just a bit better. 30 HP, though, not a lot, but the opening kill for FaZe has come through.
Gives them that man advantage now to trade out for the late round. Goyo canisters being dealt with in towards side, and 4 Candela still up for Handy for this execute. Shots rain out. Cyber eager for a second, but the swing from Red and Users just gives his team a lifeline.
Not a lot of time remaining for FaZe. 30 seconds left in the round. Over towards server with the kit for Souls. So default will be the plan. Only 1 gas babe remaining from Bride, but that might be all that is required. Candela's to go out from Handy. There is that final gas babe now that has been expended. 15 seconds, then the drop from Handy. Successful in towards CCTV. The EDD, though, not ideal for Vidiking as he loses his life seemingly out of nowhere. No real time. Soul sticking the plank. KDS still up above inside admin. C4, successful. And a successful defense from BDS to kickstart Bank.
Good work in the mid-round for BDS. Didn't fall off all too quickly, but equally didn't give away much for free. Defense weakened over towards main stairs, but FaZe still struggling to capitalize upon that, putting the groundwork for a default plant. Still, though, the utility from the defense enough to just make that a challenge. And then the follow-up from FaZe. Just not particularly great hand. You didn't find much with the LMG. The hold through red from the likes of users. Lurking near gold was great. No one allowed to go deep from FaZe to unlock that defensive stronghold. And the Nitro really just the cherry on top for what was a good opening round from BDS.
Yeah, very basic from FaZe though. Get a bit of admin control through server. Not much else. They didn't really have much else happening. Yeah, the drop down into CCTV almost offered maybe an avenue, but by that point too late. Needed dekill, really just compounding a bit of an average round from FaZe, but a really strong start for BDS. Bank's certainly one of those maps in which you can find success on both sides, defense and offense, and yeah, the good start for BDS, as I said, it's a really good way of just kind of resetting that morale after losing your opening map pick. You start well, you can kind of just maybe calm any kind of nerves. You're facing elimination, essentially, right? So it's very easy to get nervous if you do lose a couple of these rounds early on to FaZe.
Well, the mirror in play then can be largely influential here on Bank. Janitor probably the best example of that in locking down positions inside of CEO. Can they be vulnerable to Vert from down below? And that may be the counterplay on offer here from Cyber. On the Deimos, can Deathmark that position and clear it. Maybe also find a kill for his efforts as well. We'll wait and see if that's the play though. Won't be contested down below, and so he will likely find value. Lickfact finds value of his own though. That's KDS in the grave.
It's interesting as well, that was the player in which got deathmarked and forced out of main. Goes over towards CEO and finds a kill onto KDS. So that doesn't really work out in FaZe's favor, in which the player you pinged out, forced to move, then moves into a position to find a kill. Pinged out again, targeted by Cyber. He's trying to abuse him from below. Shaiko able to double down the advantage now for BDS with the kill onto Handy. That one coming in from second floor hallway and on the rappel now for Vidiking. All over the place now for FaZe. This has honestly been a quite lackluster start on Bank. These attacks have not been really all that clean in sync. It feels like I'm watching a bunch of individuals moving around the map. Where's the coordination that we saw on Nighthaven Labs? Got one square, one stock, one outside on the rappel. No one can really play off each other. There's no team element. Nitrocell does successfully connect onto Souls, further compounding the pain of FaZe in this second round. BDS, yeah, they're going to make this 2-0.
Well, if you're a BDS fan, I mean, you really could not have asked for a better start here. FaZe disconnected.
All those shots land on Labs. All those shots land on Labs. And maybe then it turns into a second kill to the player in the hallway. They don't, though, here on Bank. Dream start for BDS. 2-0 start on the defense. And it forces out an immediate tactical timeout from FaZe Clan. They do not like what they see. Neither do I, Guz.
Yeah, I respect it. Tactical pause very early on here in the piece. FaZe refocusing after what has been a less than ideal start here on their selection of Bank. Basement was tough, didn't get value on the push deep in towards through the objective. And round 2, top floor,
yeah, and
not really pressuring the objective at all.
And that's tertiary as well. I actually think I value probably open and staff a little bit better than we do for top floor. So, I mean, it's all, I guess, team dependent, isn't it? So, the other way, a good time for the timeout. I feel like I've seen enough, and FaZe certainly feel like they've seen enough as well to talk things over, because the opening 2 rounds has only actually net them one singular kill. That's it. These have been very dominant rounds from BDS on the defense, and we will indeed head to first floor staff and open for this forthcoming third round. But yeah, look at these kills. I mean, these are the kind of kills we didn't really see from BDS on Labs, where they're just able to find these sort of tight pixel angles, get the headshots, and a lot of it also just kind of comes down to, when you think about Labs and where FaZe were successful, moving around, getting good map control. They're not doing that here on Bank so far. It's a lot of exterior gameplay. They had a decent push opening round, forced them back down to basement, but they just couldn't push into sight well enough. Staff an open area to come now for the third round, and FaZe yet to get on the board.
First 2 rounds then. A farm for BDS. Will that continue though here into the third off the back of the tactical timeout? Let's see what the conversion is like for FaZe attacking into this tertiary selection, at least for BDS. Castle in play will facilitate the hold up above. No mirror to complement that. Instead, though, we'll see the likes of the Mozzie in play, so set and forget utility. Solotov with the license to run around and farm. Also, a Nitro Cell in hand, and that could be impactful if he's able to lurk on that first floor. And as FaZe look to enter in through the second and establish Vert with the buck in hand, those Nitro Cells can prove deadly.
I'm just not a fan of the repel game for FaZe. I think I want to see them get into the map, try and take these fights a little bit more directly with BDS.
Launching drone.
Obviously, you do the due diligence, do what you got to do to begin with, but you can't just sit here.
Well, they've just lost both drones.
Yeah, I mean, that's just poor. Electric Bomb called out early as well from Handy, but who can really play off of this? Soul's in towards Stock. This is a little bit better. Okay, that's going to be picking up the pace from FaZe. That's what I'm talking about. One in towards Janitor, if I saw correctly in terms of the blue outlines, although it may drop down the hatch. We'll see. There's the final shock drone actually coming through now from Vidiking. Yeah, and Janitor has been cleared out.
And in fact, the whole top floor now vacated. You can see everybody from BDS now on that first floor. And so as we approach the halfway point of the round, we sort of take stock as to where things are at. FaZe haven't necessarily had to expend a ton of utility, and they still have a decent stock of drones still up as well. And so it's rather even.
Yeah, one logic bomb, your shock drone's gone.
That's good info.
Drone game is okay. Yeah, Pest in the way though, can't get anything more than that though. Do spot the Mozzie. 2 Nitro Cells available. Solotov not realizing the fact that he has been droned out, still takes the battle anyway, but he might have to fall out of towers sooner rather than later. Continues to take the fight. In fact, Shaiko's made his way over towards the same position. He's actually just kind of walked into the crossfire without even realizing it. 1 for 1. 60 seconds left. The battle towards main is won by Shaiko. Cyber trying to just push down, play off of the information discovered by FaZe, but unsuccessful in doing so. Souls clears out right side elevator. He's actually he's misplaying this. He doesn't know that this has already been crossed. He thinks he's on the right side tucked in, but he's actually on the left. Kadella either way, and it forces the swing, and he does see that he's now on said left side. But elsewhere, FaZe are just losing players. Souls, good turnaround. And he does know one is pinched inside of elevator. 30 seconds. You cannot stay here forever. You've got to push this eventually. The flash to come through. A bit of help from KDS, and they do indeed clear out users inside of elevator, but little time remains. No kit available. And Shaiko and Bride can just play sight now, both inside a staff but open area, and through Beepers just trying to barge their way through. Into red time we go. Low health for KDS. Surely a round in which FaZe can no longer win. Indeed, they will not. BDS with a 3-0 statement start on Bank.
Everything going right for BDS on the first rotation, and that's the tactical timeout burnt for FaZe. And so if that momentum continues to compound, getting back into this match will become increasingly more challenging here on Bank. I like what we saw there from BDS. Holding some really nice, clean positions. Good crossfires being established. Good moment there from users. Shaiko, we saw him march across and render support. Him having impact as well. Users, well, he kind of just chilled there for about 30 seconds. I don't know what was going through the minds of FaZe there. That was a really, really strange clear. Took way too long.
They look locked in though defensively to begin. I said as well, pre-match that the team that starts well is going to finish well. Have to wait and see the second part of that, but the first part of it has now actually been locked in. BDS starting well and 3 defensive rounds. So they've gone around the world tour now. They get to go all the way back down to basement. They get to do it all again. FaZe need to wake up, but they've already taken the tactical timeout, so they're aware of the fact they're not playing well here on Bank at all, and they've given BDS an absolute dream start. Back to basement we go. Last time out, yeah, first of all, hold, drop down, play basement. FaZe, especially towards site, struggling. Couldn't get anything to work. No kills could be found. Just spent far too long in the exterior, far too long to then clear, far too long to then push into site.
It's got to be an unnerving time for Rafael as well, coach of FaZe. If there's anything that you don't like, or you see something you don't like for the next 30 minutes or whatever, you literally can't say anything about it. You've already used that tactical.
I think he still used it at the right time, because those first 2 rounds were quite poor. Early,
no, totally, but
yeah.
Still doesn't negate the fact that that's a possibility, right? It's all Up the phase now.
Yes, I thought he was going to maybe try to go for a bit of a vault over and go quick, but there was a player on main stairs. Flash in hand, Cyber thinks better of it. Important utility that you need to be mindful of. Not a lot of drones are actually remaining now for phase. In fact, 3 drones remain. That's it. That's not a lot. With 2 minutes on the clock. It's going to make information very difficult to acquire. 1-for-1, that's fine. If you're BDS, you're not too bothered by that. In fact, you lose your hard breach if you phase. And a swing again, although this time Cyber wins it out against lookahead. Finally, something goes the way of phase. BDS can still hold site though, indeed they will. 3 into basement. They've got also the smokes available still. Bride with all 3 in the back pocket. And secondary hard breach available courtesy of Vidiking.
2 shock drones up and ready for Handy. He can use those to clear Goyo canisters on site, and that will help free up the default plant position. And then it will really be on Bride to juggle his utility and time it correctly and ensure that those smokes land in order to deny that space. Here is Handy, looking to deal with that utility. Got 1 canister, but 1 still stands. I also think that that BPC is also up as well. And there's confirmation. And so that's at least something going the way of BDS.
Still 3 gas babes in the back pocket for Bride. That's a huge win condition. Absolutely massive, and makes it very difficult for FaZe to go for default push in towards server. 2 Candelas remaining for Vidiking. Really need to play off of this utility that remains for FaZe. They're waiting for the garage push from Handy. Don't mind this, he's got to win the battle and he loses it out. So successful on Labs, but struggling a little bit is Handy on bank 1-4, but as the whole team are, the drop down through the hatch unsuccessful and FaZe capitulate. Despite the numerical advantage that they had in this round, deep late in this round, they fall short of the mark. BDS too strong on site. Brita didn't even need the gas babes. FaZe didn't even really get into a position to go for a default plant. Nothing default about that at all from FaZe, but for BDS, 4-0 start. They look switched on.
He's gonna hate me for saying this, but maybe there's a reason that Alfama won Analyst of the Year and not Fresh. Because what did Fresh say in the green room? He said that
they're done.
It's over. It's over.
Is it their map pick? And we're like, no, it's FaZe's. All right, they're done.
I don't know, man. 4-0 up and they're looking good. Looking very, very good at the moment, and FaZe, unfortunately,
how much
stalled
of
out.
it is BDS versus FaZe's ability to attack here on bank? Certainly does not look as strong as Labs. No. It's been quite lackluster. Not winning their ones, not able to really get good entry positions. They're not able to push BDS back. The tempo is really set by the defense as well. Everything is going BDS's way, but FaZe are also just struggling. It's a bit of both. It's a bit of both.
Yeah. Can FaZe fight back? It's tall order at this point of the match. Top floor, they can look to find something here though. We'll wait and see. Mirror in play for Janitor. Castle looking down line of sight, and so Repel game is unlikely to yield a lot in this match. Well, this particular round, rather. We did see the Deimos from FaZe previously, and I thought that that was in an attempt to try and clear that mirror position down below, maybe try and establish more vert pressure. Again, though, limited impact. I mean, impact is unfortunately being lackluster from FaZe at the moment. They're not finding themselves in very many favorable, winnable conditions at the moment. Finding those win conditions has been a real challenge for them.
I was looking at some of the statistics as well for Bank, and I will say, FaZe fan, maybe it's not all hope lost. 64% defend decided. These next 2 rounds crucial. Must win those still for FaZe. You cannot be giving up 5 defensive rounds. If they can win the next 2, then it's game back on. But otherwise, BDS certainly have responded in the best fashion after losing their own map pick of Nighthaven Labs. Again, confirmation. This is the map pick of FaZe. They have struggled immensely to attack into the defensive BDS. Cyber in towards square. Oh, chance. Couldn't quite land the shots for KDS. Nothing is going the way of FaZe.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been
Cyber down below.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
At the 417, that DMR can suddenly pack a punch. Information now being gathered by Vidiking in towards site. calling out that configuration with the rotations, the castle barricade, the mirror window as well, facing in towards site. All key factors that need to be considered here by FaZe. Stock not being directly pressured outside of Cybertop Square. He's eager to try and find that pick. But Shaiko's not going to give that away easily.
Just all around the map, right? Handy playing by himself. So if Handy gets into a fight, no trade potential. Same as well towards Square with Cyber, then 2 on the Repel. We do have Souls, though, looking to just push in, maybe go for a bit of a slip push, and does have the kit. Doesn't go for the plan. He's got a very deep here. They did lose KDS. Now he's going to go for it behind the bomb chassis. Will there be a response, though, from BDS? Are they even aware this plant has gone down? No Nitro Soul to come through. Now the Repel can also get aggressive with these angles they've opened up towards Square for Cyber. 2 left, though, only up for FaZe, so it's not exactly unwinnable for BDS, even though typically on this site it can be very difficult to retake. They do get a very intriguing angle. The jump out is successful. Solotov with a quick double. 5-0 BDS. And even with the plant down in towards CEO, FaZe still can't get the round win. Nothing working out for them on Bank.
It's not every day of the week you see a successful retake Bank top floor. That is quite rare. I really did feel as if once that plant went down, Brede unable to find the Nitro denial, it was probably going to be over. But some really nice shots being taken, great timing, Solotov there confirming it.
Oh.
And I think BDS are living a bit rent-free in the minds of FaZe at the moment, despite trailing in this series. They are making a statement.
There. I mean, I'm not a lip reader, but definitely some fighting words.
Well, I don't speak. Maybe it could have been in French as well, and I definitely don't speak French.
I definitely don't speak French. Although they do speak English now.
In-game, yeah.
5-0 for BDS. Talk about a perfect response, though, because, I mean, to me, Labs, it's not as if I felt like they were bad. I thought it was a decent little map. I thought it got all the way to 7-5, right? So it's not as if BDS were embarrassed. Sure, FaZe got off to a good start, but a large portion of that was because they started on defense. And Labs defense, yeah, we know what that's like. So
5 seconds remaining.
This is actually the most dominant, I feel like, of the 2 teams that we've seen in the series by far and away.
Yep. FaZe just haven't been able to wrangle much in this matchup. A lot of the 50-50s going the way of BDS.
Posted as well before I said, is it a lot of it down to Handy, 1 and 5. He can't get anything going here after an incredible performance on Labs. It's not just him, even Souls. Souls was kind of his right-hand man as well on Labs. He's 1-5, Vidaking's 1-5, Cyber's 2-5, KDS 2-3, all going negative. No one on FaZe is having a good game.
And Chaco's back online, and that's always scary. Always has been.
I saw a post on Reddit. Apparently he was washed after the first map. So is he unwashed?
I don't know.
Information found with the shock drone from Vidaking, but he does lose that again. More utility being lost early for FaZe. Only 1 shock drone remaining. Still 2 logic bombs though, and a slip in towards Garage for Handy. 5-0.
Soul's cooking with Candelas. He'll enter stock, take that ground. 2 keeper barriers in his way. Shaiko eager to peek. Nitro from down below, but the desk position to play coverage. Shaiko still good for 1 though. Nitro lands. And BDS surely for a flawless
Didn't need to
half.
do that. Did not need to do that. That was a heat check from Solotov. The Nitro Soul from deep, from downtown. Don't need that vault out. Definitely did not do. Definitely did not need to do that. 3 versus 2. Okay, so we have a very intriguing 30 seconds. BDS, though, feels like they are certainly hot right now. But it does slow down. KDS and Vidaking, final 2 remaining for FaZe. Not really playing off each other at the moment. Certainly don't have the kit. Time is certainly still a friend and ally for FaZe. Vidaking and KDS to work things out as to how they can maybe win it from here. Lookahead is also only on 40 HP. Kit in towards stock. May as well maybe go grab that one, but leave it there.
Well, they didn't collect it, so something to note. If they do find a couple of picks here, planting is not a win condition, at least at the moment, unless KDS rotates for it in a moment.
Gonna have to. KDS is gonna have to be the one to go and get that kid. 30 seconds. Vidaking, can he find a way to get a pick? Make it a 2v2. Near the hatch, which is open, can drop down. So maybe that's gonna be the play for KDS. Continue to play stock. Find that vert. Can you find an angle? Diffuser has been recovered. He's going to go for the drop down, but it's never an easy one. Unfortunately, Vidiking has not been able to find anyone. He's going to have to just push through. He's going to have to push through something. He needs to be the one. Unfortunately, the drop down for KDS. Well, he's spotted on the drop. Vidiking does find a kill. Not a lot of time remaining. Going to have to stick this plant. There's one up above. Love to rotate as well. That was from Lookahead, by the way. Round over because of it. There's nothing you could do at that point. Yeah, BDS have made very quick work of FaZe here on Bank. 6-0. That's the half done, and that could be the map done as well. One to go, potentially, for BDS.
Yeah, they look really reassured, and I think users playing that position perfectly, not stressing. Despite the drop from the hatch coming through, BDS did not panic. Played time, rotation was available as well, even if users was to fall. So that round never really looking like it was going to go the way of FaZe. Who on the flip side look quite deflated at the moment. Perhaps sensing, much like us, that this map is over in a third. Is very much brewing.
It's just not the kind of map that you see 6-0 comebacks on, is it?
No.
It really isn't. It's not a Labs. It's not even a Skyscraper, of which we, I think, are heading to. Tremendous performance from BDS thus far, though, on Bank. It's been, well, flawless. Literally. Literally flawless. They just need the one attacking round. That's all that is required for them to send us to a third and decisive map. Boy, that's going to be an intriguing one. Skyscraper to follow. BDS haven't played it so far at the tournament. Obviously saw FaZe beat ITB on it yesterday.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
But the bad news for FaZe, though, is this has been such a beatdown, whereas Labs were certainly competitive from both teams. BDS are going to take all the momentum into that third map. This one not done yet, but yeah, FaZe are going to have to be quite literally perfect for 6 rounds straight. And that's just going to be a very tall order, you would imagine. Pretty standard hold for FaZe down into the basement. I'll play off of the smoke to deny the plant. Mirror also in play. Triple stack first floor up above. Death mark, it's KDS though, that does get the opening kill onto Lookahead. Good start for FaZe. They can drop off that, and this is where you can play basement. If you do get that opening kill, don't have to get too aggressive up above. And immediately, as soon as they got that kill, it was a triple drop for FaZe back to basement.
No Goyo in play from FaZe. They'll be heavily relying on Souls on the smoke to stall out space at the default plant. FaZe are mirror tricking the wall. That's to make opening up said route to the default plant more challenging, and Solitov has now spotted that and will relay it to the rest of the team. Eager to open up the window inside of red and nails it perfectly. Cyber unable to block that shot, and that just weakens that red hold a little more. Even with that mirror trick in play, with Habana available, users should be able to come across and open up that default plant position. And again, it goes back to the discussion before. Souls on the smoke needs to try and balance this utility cleanly. Opening up the wall proving to be a little bit of a challenge. Brede actually comes alongside to help. Wall opened up, and now they can look to draw out utility.
Oh, what a shot from Solitov. KDS went for the peak, didn't really need to. Certainly not at that point in the round. Gas waves will start to flow from Souls. He's thrown one out already, 2 remaining in towards Admin through the hat.
Oh, he missed
it. One more gas babe in the back pocket. Death mark out as well now onto the Warden of Cyber to find out his location. Does have a Nitro Cell, 1 as well. 2 still with Vidiking. Tricking angle here for users. BDS are just making this work. Love the angle for users. Still a couple of Nitro Cells that need to be navigated. 1 remaining. No gas babes. Brede just trying to get himself in to a position where he can stick this plant as close as possible. Users can cover. Nitro Cell shot out successfully. That would have blown him up. Brede would have been dead to rights. Instead, though, the shots land not just onto the Nitro Cell, but onto the players as well. And potential perfection for BDS now. Certainly possible. Vidiking wanted to get brought back up, and he couldn't. It's all done. 7-0 BDS. Statement made on Bank. And a third map is required in this quarterfinal matchup.
All smiles for BDS, and why wouldn't they be happy after that map? 7 rounds back to back. They looked really clean. And FaZe left shell-shocked there on a map where they went in as the favorites. But now Skyscraper on the other side.
You know what's one of my favorite stats here is not a single player on BDS has got double-digit kills. So very team-centric performance from BDS. And I think anytime you see a team go flawless 7-0, it typically is a team-centric performance across the board. Defense, attack, didn't really matter. They were just far and away better. I'm staggered that that was a map pick of FaZe.
Staggered. I think that's putting it lightly, Jake.
Alrighty, well, we got another map, of course, and it's we're going to go to the studio, though, before we do get to it.
You're right. That is the map pick of FaZe, even though it didn't actually look like it at all whatsoever, in no way, shape, or form, because we got a 7-0 on our hands from the side of BDS.
I think that's one of the very first, if not the very first 7-0 that we've had so far at the Esports World Cup. Very dominant from BDS. What a way to deliver your opponent's map pick as well. I think we voiced a few concerns we had going into Bank, considering both these teams were flawless. FaZe now no longer flawless on this map, but the teams that BDS had beaten on this map were a lot less good than the teams that, for example, FaZe had beaten on this map. Starting on their defense, I think it looked very good. My little concern I had was going into attack for BDS, considering that the game they played against Cruelty was also good on defense, but a bit more struggles on attack. However, this time around, there were some really good moments from these BDS players, stepping up individually better than they did on Nighthaven, in my opinion. That post-plan recovery, I think it was round 5 as well, also a very good play.
Yeah, I mean, that's a crazy one, especially like a 7-0 on a map that you're 6 unbeaten on as well, and it's crazy. Yeah. The teams that they played against to be unbeaten as well. And not just that, they started on the defensive side of Bank BDS. Bank at the Manchester Major was, I think, possibly the most attacker-sided map across the whole event. So for that to happen and to start on defend is like, that's crazy. And that's now back-to-back days we've seen FaZe get 7-1 and then get 7-0'd. Not only get 7-0'd, but starting on the good side and it also being your choice. I don't know.
But if history repeats itself, they can crawl back from this, rise from the ashes, like whatever, however you want to say it. FaZe has dealt with similar situations, they have dealt with disappointment, and they were able to crawl back from it. But it was really BDS this time around that after that first map that they lost, which was the first loss for them as well in the entirety of EWC, they cranked up the heat as well.
Yeah, and for me, it's just crazy seeing just how much difference a map really can make, because not only was this a 7-0, but there wasn't really that many close rounds either. I feel like on Nighthaven, there's an argument to be made that that could have gone either way. There was a lot of late round clutches. I mean, we've seen Handy's amazing 1v3 round 1, right? That kind of could have gone either way. But with this, BDS looked in control of everything. I mean, you're watching the highlights right now. There's players dropping, you know, almost a 4 or 5 KD, and they're making it look easier.
Yeah, but also something that I guess we don't really get to see all too often is Shaiko becoming a vocal player all of a sudden, getting half out of his chair, shouting towards the enemy team. That's not something that I'm used to seeing from him, and if that's the kind of energy they're bringing into this third map as well, that could mean something very good for BDS.
Hey, it's all about mind games, and mind games, they're coming out on top, 7-0 from the side of BDS on Bank, which wasn't even their own map pick, but again, to highlight, they have had a phenomenal streak on it so far, and they get to be the team that clings on to the undefeated trophy for a little longer, just on Bank, though.
Yeah, just on Bank, for now.
For now. You never know.
They'll still remember map 1 a little bit, but I think that will help sort of wash it away a bit. I mean, Skyscraper up next though, and we saw FaZe Clan yesterday on Skyscraper look very good. Historically, an amazing Skyscraper team. They've played this at, you know, in the finals of major events, right? And won it. So it's going to be tough for BDS regardless. Like, map 3, we won't see the same. If we do see a 7-0, again, I'm sorry, BDS. Like, you're just really good. Sunny Shaiko and everything.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I can't see it being like that again.
Oh, we're gonna have to wait and see. You know, I mean, I'm not gonna be disappointed if we see 7-0, but would I like a little bit more of a back and forth between these teams? Absolutely. But we have Skyscraper coming up next, so make sure you stick around because we're gonna be back after the break.
Ready, set, go.
Well, Skyscraper is required to separate these two behemoths as the quarterfinal matchup, final one of the day, will go the distance after a 7-0 stomping from BDS against FaZe. FaZe are going to need a response, a swift one at that. I feel vindicated though, guys. I did say whoever would start well would finish well. Technically right.
Well, better than well. Flawlessly, really. FaZe not really getting any in at all throughout the match. I mean, even the rounds in isolation are rather dominant. To the side of BDS, how much of that form and momentum, though, can they carry in towards Skyscraper? A formidable map for FaZe.
Yep. I mean, look, honestly, right now, to be genuine 50-50, really difficult to actually grasp who's going to take this map. Because you can make arguments for both of them, certainly so. I think you can make very valid arguments for both of them. I think that when you kind of look at what we just saw from FaZe, can they replicate the dominance that we saw from Bank, bring that over to Skyscraper? Hard to say. We don't know for certain. Maybe, yes, maybe no. For FaZe, though, it's all about the response. And it has to be a swift response as well. They will be attacking first on Skyscraper, and that might make that difficult. When I say you want a swift response, and you want to respond to a 7-0 beatdown, and you've got to attack into Skyscraper, hard to do that. That means BDS can get some rounds on the board early.
I mean, yeah, trial by fire for sure. FaZe are really going to have to step up their game. Hopefully they've been able to take a good rest and mentally reset heading into this third and final map of the best of 3. If they win this, as we've mentioned a couple of times now, it will just be the 4 Brazilian teams remaining in the semis.
And if they lose this, it would be their second tournament in a row where they can't make top 4.
And they may well be losing to the eventual champions, provided BDS continue their run as well.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, and it would set up a fascinating matchup as well tomorrow. BDS versus Furia be kind of just doubling down for BDS. They'll be the, of course, only team that's non-Brazilian progressing forward if they can win it. So fascinating way to close it out. It's been a great day for the quarterfinals. All of the matches, probably bar the Bleed one, have actually been quite close, quite intense. Even DarkZero able to get a map earlier today for North America, but ultimately falling short. Same as well said for SSG, falling very, very short, agonizingly close. But yeah, for FaZe Clan, for BDS, both teams will have had the aspirations to make top 4, and falling short of that is a failure in my eyes. BDS should be, you know, the favorites for this tournament. They should be looking to make grand final. FaZe, again, grand finals are what they're made for. Semi-finals have been on the reg outside of Manchester. So really, there is no honorary loss here for either of these two teams, of which you could maybe make for an SSG, potentially even a DarkZero, and certainly for a Bleed. For either of these two, absolutely not. This is not a pass mark by just making the quarterfinals.
No, and that's why it's really a case of which team can rise to the mark, with the pressure beginning to build. Last map, clearly some cracks beginning to show for FaZe and unable to recoup any momentum on that particular map. And as we've already mentioned, now attacking into Skyscraper. Sure, we could preface that it's a great map for FaZe, and that certainly stands the test, especially defensively, but they need to lay down the groundwork to give themselves that buffer heading into the second half.
Somewhat similar as well prior to Bank, where we're just taking a little while to get into the map itself. I said actually at the time, I remember back saying, I don't know who that would actually benefit. If anyone, maybe it ended up benefiting BDS, maybe. Hard to say. I certainly wouldn't put too much stock. I think that the kind of team that wouldn't really be too phased by just having to sit around. Also more time to kind of just talk about things. And for FaZe, well, that actually is the case for them, where they do get the time to kind of just talk things out. And you kind of said it before as well. For them, having taken their tactical timeout, second round in on Bank, they had to sit through for a long time before they could really, eventually with their coach, talk things over. They've been able to do that now. They go to Skyscraper. It's all about the response for them.
FaZe's key on full display. Of course, if you may be just tuning into EWC for the first time, you get to crush your opponent's key, quite literally, with a press, if you are able to win the match. I wonder if this is a match where, if they do eventually go on to win, are they going to put the key in the trophy? Is this a matchup where you would give it that much credence, given that they are potentially vying for the trophy at the end of the day?
Yeah. I mean, certainly when you kind of talk about the team's caliber, that would be up there for either or. That's a good point. We'll see. Obviously, right now, something to get through is this map, which we are now getting into Skyscraper. Very quickly, final prediction before we see anything of Skyscraper. Who you got?
Well, I said BDS heading into this tournament should be considered a favorite, the favorite. So I'll stand by them and should be winning this one out, but expecting FaZe, especially defensively, to put up a one hell of a fight. So BDS just maybe give an OT.
I'm going to just go to BDS as well. I felt like that was an incredibly dominant bank, and while FaZe were good on labs, they weren't as dominant. We'll see what can happen here on Skyscraper, though. BDS beginning on defense, FaZe will attack, and as has been, well, variably in most of the matches of this tournament, Montang taken off the board.
So the follow-up is then from FaZe, and they will double down with the Blitz. Now, I can't say how many matches throughout the tournament so far have seen both taken off the board. We had one yesterday, ITB FaZe, where both were taken out. And so that will reoccur here in EWC. Tuberel to follow up, just to alleviate some of the pressure felt in terms of opening up Heart Breach. And now BDS with the final defensive ban before we can jump into the action, and it will be the Valkyrie.
Almost an exact replica of what we saw from FaZe and ITB yesterday. Blitz, Tuber, Montang ban. The only difference, the Valkyrie versus the Kaid.
Okay then. Let's prepare ourselves to jump into the action then. BDS defending, of course. And it looks like Karaoke will be their first sight. Very eager to carry across their momentum from Bank. 7 rounds in a row. Do not see that every day of the week, especially in a matchup
not
as
this
even
level.
as this.
Yeah, not at this level, not against that kind of level of opponent as well in FaZe, and on a map like Bank as well, where there's certainly plenty of avenues for the attacking team to find rounds, but FaZe just could not get anything to work. They're going to have the test as well here on Skyscraper to attack on a map, which at times can be very difficult to attack. So if they can find like an early attacking round, whether it's round 1, 2, or 3, that's certainly going to relieve a little bit of pressure, and certainly the mental pressure as well after losing at 7-0. But these guys are professionals. It's all about just forgetting that previous map. Both teams probably need to do that, right? Like for BDS, you can't ride that high too much coming into this final map. Forget about Bank as much as you would forget about Labs. Basically comes down to a best of one now for these two teams. BDS on the defense first, T-Room and Karaoke to begin. FaZe, as much as they need to forget about it, we certainly don't. We need to see a response from them swiftly.
Yeah, looking like a map clear approach here from FaZe as expected. That will be facilitated by the double hard breach Thatcher combo to help open up lines of sight through single and double walls respectively for the top floor clear. How eager will BDS be to defend this side of the map? Sometimes we'll see defenders lock it down, play for their life. Others will elect to rotate. That can pose problems though with the terrace and thrown cross. Once FaZe position themselves there. And so for me, this is a really pivotal point in the round, and we're only a minute in.
Oh, a little bit aggressive. Yeah, Souls might have to just fall back momentarily, maybe expecting a bit of a push here from BDS. Look at Fact just holding towards Exhibition, and Solodkov kept peeking in through Terrace, taking this fight with Souls. He comes off worse though, despite being the aggressor in the fight, but eventually the swing from Souls, which was not required, doesn't go his way, courtesy of Shaiko, but Handy, Cyber, they give the advantage to the FaZe. Certainly a better start than what we saw from anything on Bank for FaZe, although they retake the advantage. 3 versus 2 with that kill onto Solotov, putting him out of his misery and down to Breda and Users.
Yeah, Sol's really the linchpin in that position. It was reliant on his team helping support that position and trade it out, and that's exactly what they were able to do. So a hard-fought man advantage now with the map clear now executed upon. It's now Breda and Users both towards the objective respectively. Breda looking down the drum doorway. Users focused for the throne entry in towards T. And FaZe, the game plan from here is just a clear, concise trade out. But easier said than done. Brede, one of the best anchor players in the game, and Users can certainly have his moments as well.
Handy through drum. Has the diffuser, 30 seconds. Gaspe pushes him away towards the mezzanine. Inside a tea room for users. Oh, did he spot the head close by? Oh, he could almost get to both. They lined up momentarily. And Vidiking is down, and suddenly the Cyber is soloed. And he loses out. Users too good with a shotgun. Really well played defensively from BDS. Somewhat shades of what we saw from them actually all the way back in Nighthaven Labs when you think about those like 5v2 rounds in which FaZe capitulated. While not quite the same level here, certainly a winnable round. Well done for BDS. And it was actually a team knock there over towards Terrace. FaZe had a lot of advantages in this round, but they couldn't get the round win.
Yeah, they flooded really nicely on the clear. Users hitting a nice shot there and then double down on side. And that's the key thing. He was able to get back, repositions nicely on that T breach, or that T line of sight. Lines them up. Bride applying nice pressure and had control on the other side, and he didn't have to concern himself with that. And BDS keep the good times rolling.
Yeah, they certainly do. That's a little bit of a demoralizing round for FaZe after losing Bank the way that they did. A winnable round presents early in the opening round on Skyscraper for the attack. And they squander it.
That's
really nicely done though from BDS.
And that's the thing, you don't get a ton of those opportunities typically on a Skyscraper with close rounds like that.
And on a primary site, Tea Room Karaoke as well to boot. So yeah, chance goes begging.
5 seconds to go.
BDS will also take some confidence from that.
Attackers are heading out to use the bomb.
So offers an exhibition now for the second round. Bandit being employed here by Bride. Thermite, Thatcher combination and with the ace as well. So you would imagine they should be able to deal with any wall denial set up by BDS. Izami has made it through as well here for Skyscraper. Something to note, of course, the most banned defensive operator at the tournament. Should also know, I guess, potentially the Ying as well. Tied with the Montang, although I guess with Montang banned out here and Ying not. Second most banned attacking operator at the tournament.
So Office Exhibition round 2. Again, double hard breach Thatcher combo here for FaZe. With the two brow banned out, they shouldn't have too many concerns opening up walls outside of a potential Bride juggle on the Bandit. Didn't find success though over towards single wall. And in fact, he's stationed on the other side of the map near Geisha at the moment. So good pressure established here early on from FaZe. Souls again looking to aggress and maybe find something early. Shaiko close by though. Keep it barriers, will fortify himself behind that bar.
Cheeky angle.
That's a one-way.
Yeah, Shaiko could be good for one if Souls continues to get aggressive as he did somewhat in the opening round as well. Shaiko with a lot of work to do, but playing the Izami and has those keeper barriers and has a certainly very deadly angle out towards the balcony, and he gets aggressive, and it's a 1-for-1 down each way. BDS will probably take that. That is the hard breach off the board in the ace. Almost expended anyway. Down to 3 though for both teams. Although a quick lineup and they both fall. KDS and Handy done. Vidiking last one up. BDS continued this streak for what's going to be 9 rounds consecutively between the two maps played out. 4 versus 1. Technically 3, of course, with Shaiko on the floor. But Vidiking with so much to do. Really no space either outside here on the exterior balcony. BDS have locked down though, not giving him anything.
He's on full view of the BPC, so he won't be winning this one out. Flushing straight into the Warden as well. And it's users to clean it up for BDS. Primary side's looking good.
Yeah, FaZe just can't really get anything to work in the opening 2 rounds in terms of the late round execution, but the earlier portions have actually not been all that bad. You think back opening round, they got the kills. Second round, they actually got some decent wall entries as well, opened up, single wall, the left side over towards Office. Like, they're not playing awful. It's not awful siege here from FaZe. Certainly a lot better than I think what we saw from them on Bank, but evidently when it comes down to these late round executions, BDS are just better. They're getting on the front foot, they're swinging these angles, they're taking these fights. They look like the aggressor in this matchup. They certainly were on Bank, and to begin in the opening 2 rounds defensively on Skyscraper, that is the case. Huge round coming up though. Tertiary sites is where you've got to go to after you win those 2 primaries, and that's what BDS are going to have to do here.
I mean, take your pick at what to point out. Of course, tertiary site. I thought maybe we'd see the Glaz, but that then gets attacker repicked on to the Dockerby Striker in play for KDS. You also have the Solace as well, which still has seen some game time at this event despite the nerf. Ella also in play.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Not running impacts.
This is a very pivotal round though for FaZe. I don't want to overstate it, but I also don't want to understate it right now. If you lose this round, then you've got to go back to 2 primary sites. BDS will actually then be in the driver's seat to go and find 5 defensive rounds. That might be enough. While I don't want to put the label of like must win, it's certainly a very, very crucial round now for FaZe Clan.
Well, let's see if they can cook it up. Striker with full belt of throwable utility, but the frag grenades and the flashes in hand, and that could be used to flush out key positions, especially over towards Geisha, if that is to be the plan. Shock drones as well, to deal with some utility, and Cyber very aware of a potential jump out, could find the head, but again, it's those small moments that continue to go the way of BDS, an opportunity going begging for FaZe.
Logic bomb used by Vidiking, and you're right, there's small moments of which the small moments on Nighthaven Labs all went the way of FaZe. Certainly none on Bank, and so far here on Skyscraper, not really working out for them. They're still largely just out on the exterior for FaZe. Where's the map control? Just finding it difficult to even get inside of the building. Second Logic Bomb utilized, of which it won't really work. Consulate on, playing off the mute jammer. The other 4, though, have, of course, had their locations revealed based off of the Logic Bomb, of which now has expired, and of which there are no more. Same with no more shock drones. So utility slowly being expended for FaZe, of which what have they really gained?
It's that slow brewing, calculated phase at the moment, but they need to find results. They need to find a round.
Flash dump. For what, though? For where? Again, more expended utility. I mean, they've got 2 drones remaining. They've got a couple of flashes remaining. And it's Shika that gets the opening kill. Can't really say that I'm seeing a lot from FaZe right now that I like. BDS is strong defensively because they're just holding strong. They're holding their key positions. KDS into Geisha, finally something for FaZe that actually is quite successful. That's a big position to get in a round like this. But Liquefact doubles down for BDS. 2 kills for them in this round means for FaZe down to just 3.
I don't really know what they have to show for it. They likely need to go for a hatch drop and a mainstairs push, potentially. You still have Shiko up above, a flank threat. This is going to be tough, and not made easy with Liquefact finding that kill.
Not even expecting the close angle. I mean, it's a 3-0 start for BDS. It's 10 rounds in a row. FaZe can't get anything to work right now. I wonder, do we see a tactical timeout? Is it time? 3 rounds in. A chance for BDS to go around the world. I don't see it.
Maybe Rafal hesitating after the
yeah, I mean, maybe feeling like last time on Bank, right? Oh, I've gone maybe a little bit early. This might be a case of then going a little bit too late. You're going to primary sites though, I guess, right? So it could be a case of almost somewhat forfeiting the idea of talking about things like Tea Room Karaoke or Office Exhibition, and then maybe calling things then going into that final round. Regardless though, BDS have just been far and away better. Ever since we exited Labs, they've been the best team inside of the server. 10 rounds in a row as well for BDS put on the board. You do have to add the caveat, the little asterisk. Of course, it is Skyscraper defense. We are aware of that. But that tertiary site being won is a little bit different to winning just the primaries.
Yeah, and again, it's the context of just the round streak that's been built over so long. It eventually gets to a point where even some of the strongest players mentally are going to begin to shut down.
And doubt yourself.
And you need to find that round, that moment to inspire the team to find that confidence to get themselves back into the game. Because at the moment on attack, they do look a little bit lost. Their decision-making isn't quite there. BDS are being allowed to play the play style that they want, the positions that they want with a lot of freedom. Their game plan isn't really being put into question.
Well, the
default
onus,
camera, guys. Like
default camera up. The onus is right now on FaZe to turn things around. It's the little things as well, right? Default camera. Struggling to clear out positions. Utility usage just completely awry. Whereas for BDS, they haven't really made any mistakes, right? Like, they don't have to play perfectly, but as long as they're not making mistakes, FaZe then don't have anything to capitalize upon. You're not giving then FaZe a bit of a look back into these rounds. They've been, yeah, largely clean in the rounds themselves. Again, a reminder for this round, Tea Room Karaoke, bit of an extension horizontally for BDS. Solotov extending all the way over towards Office. Not too sure if he has been droned out. Sol's over towards the Geisha balcony right now on the rappel. Black Stairs controlled by Brede. So again, in terms of site control right now, well and truly established positions for BDS. All down a phase to try and clear out said positions. But if they haven't droned out Solotov, he becomes a bit of an X-factor later in the round. Users does get the opening kill over towards Black Stairs. Currently, there is 2 stacked over there for BDS. Solotov does lose his life in a little 1v1 with Handy. That was crucial. If Handy doesn't win that, BDS would have been up 5v2, and the round likely over. Instead, though, 4v3. Handy deals with that X-Factor, deals with that Lurk Roamer. Still a lot of time to salvage this round, but BDS still, of course, in the better of the 2 positions.
Yeah, man advantage for BDS. We know, and it's proven, that users can lock down T. So this is a tough road ahead for FaZe. Ground now for Handy, so drum control at the very least. KDS has made a long rotation around now as well to offer support on Striker. And that's a nice
good
pick.
shot, Handy.
And this is a good position to now station themselves inside of Geisha. Handy has a critical role now in holding the cross.
Yeah, 2 massive kills in this round from Handy. A 1v1 on the Lurk Chrome, and then a little bit of a push in on the entry as well, close to sight. Into Geisha, they've got control of drums and Geisha. Wikifak, Brede and users to try and hold on. 1-for-1 trades brings it to a 2v2. No advantage for either of the 2 teams now with 30 seconds remaining. Slip in towards Karaoke with the kit available. Handy has so far done just about everything for FaZe to try and win this round. Down to Brede and users though to shut these guys down. Smoke bomb is good. Forces him off the plant. Low HP now for the 2 remaining members of FaZe and users, and Brede too strong again on site defensively. That's been the case and a very common factor in this series. BDS on site have been far too good for FaZe. Handy doing so much in that round, but in the end, not enough from an individual standpoint. Great from a team standpoint, again for FaZe, not great. And you see the little timeout called 4-0 BDS. Tactical timeout. FaZe, it's not looking good for the Brazilian team.
Yeah, I mean, rough for FaZe, testing some different ideas there in the late round, but still having to push into a formidable anchor duo. Brede, users, holding down the line, doing some really good work. Users was in a particularly vulnerable position, yet still able to retain his life, had the cross, could deny plan, or was in a position at least to do so. Forced the clear, forced the hand of FaZe, and the execution not quite there. They're not winning these key fights, and that has been the trend now for what is encroaching on a dozen rounds in a row for BDS. And this is now crisis hour for FaZe. This tactical timeout has to reap benefits. It has to refocus the team and convert into a round, or this series is over.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to probably be this specific round going into Office and Exhibition. I think you can probably find a way on a map like Skyscraper where like a 5-1 half is manageable, but not ideal, right? It's not a situation you would like to be in. So it does still put heavy emphasis going into these next 2 rounds that for FaZe, they've got to probably find success in them. And certainly well better in that 4th round again, Brede users. We saw it back on Labs, and then obviously on Bank, probably to a higher level. But I like to reference Labs a little bit more because that was actually a map in which BDS struggled at times, especially on their attack. But on their defense, we saw a lot of rounds like that, right? Where they actually didn't have the numbers. There was maybe only 2 on site, but those 2 players on site stood really, really tall, really, really well. And that's what got them back to a 7-5 loss. Yes, ultimately a loss, but got them into a position where maybe they could have forced an OT despite being like almost 6-1 down at one point, right? So they've been able to, I guess, build off that, then into Bank, now into Skyscraper, and again, showing really good resilience deep into these late round scenarios. 4-0 in this particular map. 7-0 in the previous map means it's 11-0 in terms of rounds for BDS.
Bomb diffuser has been dropped.
The groundwork for FaZe on this particular objective over towards Office and Exhibition hasn't been too shabby in terms of the hard breach department. Second layering of utility with keep it barriers though, and clearing those has proven to be a problem, and Shaiko with some really nice lineups and anchor positions has proven to be a threat. So maybe the addition of Flores could aid in that. Perfect example on cue of those keeper barriers. Vidiking trying to trick the ball. But Lickafak's mute jammer
Just making that a little bit more cumbersome.
I think he's trying to outrange it there with that second placement down, but yeah, clearly I think he's going to have to find a different avenue. Hey, he has found it. Is that going to be in range though?
No. Yeah, what is going on with FaZe at the moment? This is uncharacteristic.
They look a little bit bamboozled and shocked a little bit. Like they almost look a bit confused as to what to do in these scenarios, and that's not typically what we see from FaZe, because usually they're the team that we call like the problem solvers, the puzzle solvers, and well, they're not doing a good job of that right now. The pieces not quite fitting together. BDS look very confident in the way they're holding these positions. Look at Shaiko there in lounge.
And they don't have that X factor about them, a player that can, despite maybe some utility issues, can just maybe go and pluck a kill or find some space or do something.
Yeah, Handy 5-4. The rest of them, though, with 4 kills combined.
I feel like I cursed them. I said how good the hard bridge game was, and at the moment, these mute gems are killing them.
Yeah, and there's under a minute left. This has been a round where the time has completely evaporated. Not a lot left. BDS have done a great job in denying these walls. Oh, beautiful trick as well from Bride. Talk about everything going the way for BDS. They are making life very difficult for FaZe here on Skyscraper. A 5th round looking very likely now, unless FaZe can just basically waltz into sight and hit all of their shots. And maybe they will do that. Vidiking with 1. Although the trade does come through quickly. Handy pushes through as well. Handy with 2. Team kill from Vidiking, but it doesn't really matter. Down to just Bride by himself behind bar. Handy then gets a 3rd. Okay, maybe they can just waltz into sight and kill everyone. FaZe finally able to stop this streak of BDS, and they get their first round on Skyscraper.
Next time you're playing ranked and someone says, oh, we need the Thatcher, we need the pocket EMPs, just tell them, no, I saw FaZe do it without it. You don't need it. You just jump inside, overwhelm,
I saw
trade
FaZe
out.
waste 2 minutes trying to open up the walls. They didn't, and then they just walked into sight and killed everyone.
Yeah. I mean, that's the X factor that I was talking about, right? If you're having issues in other departments of the game, you need to be able to open up space elsewhere. They did it on that occasion. I think VDS will be a little bit disappointed they allowed that to take place. Good opener from Vidiking off the back of the hard breach that actually did land, and then it was this play in particular from Handy, right? Jumps in, deep, 2K, despite the team kill, didn't really matter. And unfortunately, then Bride on an island.
Yeah, really nicely done from Handy, and he was the best player inside of the server back on Nighthaven Labs. He, along with all of his teammates on Bank, certainly couldn't get anything going, but he is doing everything within his powers here on Skyscraper to get them back into it. 8-4. Certainly a standout performance for him. For BDS, the streak does come to an end. 1 round to go in the half.
5 seconds to go.
Sitting pretty. Intriguingly enough, they actually don't go back to the primary side of Office and Exhibition.
Yeah, not wanting to double down in that position, probably sensing that FaZe would have brought a slightly more favorable comp in clearing out those mute jammers or any other pieces of utility such as Band of batteries that were also employed to deny hard breach. So to Kitchamu go for the first time in this match. Based on spawn positions currently here from FaZe, anticipating a full map clear. Nomad then to cut off any retake potential from a flank. Frost in play, and so utility a long way away from the objective that FaZe need to be mindful of.
Still, a 5th round for BDS would be such a hole for FaZe to climb out of. So still at a very important round. 4-2 suddenly then looks a hell of a lot better and opens up the potential for FaZe to get themselves right back into this match. Crucial round. Makeup opened up. Shaiko by himself in Geisha. Really hasn't got too many other players though around the area. Lookahead trying to just stop a little bit of this entry. Flash to go in. Head jab as well from Handy. 90 seconds left. Final round of this particular half. And Cyber with an opening kill on to Solotov. Caught running around. Through Dragon for Lookahead and trying to maybe just get back over towards the site, or at least above on that top floor, keeping that vertical. Handy's been slow in his approach, but getting these air jabs out and making sure that BDS are having to get back towards site. Shaiko, big kill onto Souls though. Brings it to a 4 versus 4 as Handy slips in towards Terrace.
Still though, a lot of ground to be contested.
60 seconds on the clock. Again, to reiterate, a kitchen defense from BDS. Geisha control still yet to be forfeited by said defense, and it's Shaiko to hold down the line, keep the barriers in play, pinch to come through, but it doesn't work out. Lookahead lands the shot, and both him and Shaiko are able to escape.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Cyber. I thought maybe he was going to at least get one, then potentially traded. A little bit of damage on Breda and Shaiko, but they've got the advantage now for BDS. Not a lot of time remaining. KDS with the kit on the striker. Handy up above. We know how good he's been in these late round scenarios. He's probably required to do so once again.
And Lookahead going for the flank. I mean, what the hell? They've got the main advantage though. 20 seconds on the clock, and I don't think it's even going to be needed.
Yeah, uses with a kill onto KDS. Kumine gives away the position of Handy. Somehow turns around, gets the kill. 2v2 with 10 seconds left. Maybe it might be needed. Not a lot of time, sure, but still a chance. Vidiking up above, has to drop, and as soon as he went to do so, BDS waiting for him on the other side. They find that 5th round, a 5-1 half for BDS, 2 rounds away from sending FaZe out of this tournament.
BDS will be very pleased with that half, but if there is any team in Rainbow Six that could bring back a 5-1 deficit on a Skyscraper defense, it is FaZe, so they cannot lift the foot off the pedal.
I feel like there's a couple of teams.
Not many that have proven it at this level.
I said before as well on Bank, right? Like it was one of those maps where you probably don't anticipate a team being able to bring back a 6-0 deficit. Well, Skyscraper is the opposite. 5-1, and with FaZe going under defense, yeah, it is actually very possible. Like it is a thing that we wouldn't be surprised if it does happen. You are right, though. Of course, FaZe certainly one of those teams. I think you would not be surprised for them to do it. BDS, though, well, that's the issue. The opponent. It's not like they're versing some team from APAC or LATAM or whatever.
Yeah. Don't talk badly on APAC, mate. Come on.
Oh, I'm from APAC, so I can.
True, you get the license.
It's those bloody NA and EU talents that talk too much shit. But anyway, 5-1. Yeah, FaZe can certainly do it. On the defense, go to the primary sites first up, get a couple of rounds, get the confidence flowing. You know, 5-3 scoreboard looks a little bit nicer and gets the morale certainly boosted up. But if BDS come in on Tea Room Karaoke and make it 6-1, yeah, then it becomes really, really difficult. BDS also still have their timeout, something to consider, of which FaZe do not.
Okay, BDS might be cooking in this round though. Brava in play for Shaiko, Capitao as well. The latter good execute utility goes without saying, but I'm intrigued to see how these Clutch drones can impact this round from the perspective of Shaiko. No BPCs in play, but can impact the mute utility and default cameras. And said mutes may actually be a bit of a menace, depending on where those necessarily are placed around, although the first already dealt with. Exothermic over the woods. The Geisha belt from Bredo. That too, I assume, muted out, or at least delayed at the moment. Not muted, so wall will be opened up. Not directly contested just yet.
Interesting lurk down below, Souls, and just as I said it, he gets 2 kills. Playing around that kitchen pantry position, I think he wanted to deny any kind of entry into that first floor, and he does do so successfully for FaZe. BDS certainly probably not aware of that. And on the Vigil, certainly wouldn't have been drawn down.
Timing.
It does make the cross, and with that, Solotov finds a kill. There's nothing KDS can do right now. He's completely just blocked out of this game, and suddenly BDS have got themselves an advantage, and a massive one at that, with so much time left in it.
You got to feel bad for KDS. The timing absolutely awful, and may well cost his team the round and forfeit match point the way of BDS.
What?
He's gotten 3 kills because of that cross.
Oh no. KDS had 1 job on the Warden, and unfortunately, as you said, the timing, it was so poor. It's a 4K from Solotov. Quad kill. Match and series point now for BDS. KDS would be fuming with himself.
Well, he doesn't even know what happened yet, right? I mean, maybe off the back of the call that there was a player deep in Geesh, he's probably panicked a little bit and be like, oh crap, that was kind of my job. What's happened here? If you had to reposition,
it's always the worst when your teammate's like, how am I dying? Hello, KDS, are you watching this? How did he get through?
Yeah, if you popped the glasses half a second earlier, he probably would have caught him. So that's rough, but a game of fine margins in a matchup so tightly contested, it's those moments that can be the difference maker. I mean, tracking back Souls 2K down below, yeah, that was big.
Yeah, he was looking to deny any kind of first floor entry, but Solotov finds a 4K. Oh, I mean, like, why is Cyber swinging that in the window at that point? You don't really need to. So some questionable plays there from FaZe in a round in which they had a 5-on-3 advantage. They squander a huge opportunity to, kickstart their defense. Not only that, but now you give match point, 5 of which to BDS, up 6-1. And this series is looking just about over. The all-Brazilian dream is looking to not be on the cards as BDS looking to be the sole team outside of Brazil, I should say, to of course advance into the final 4, looking to maybe book a date tomorrow with Furia.
That would be one hell of a match, and it feels increasingly likely at this point in time. FaZe over the last hour and a half in this series.
It's been a shocking hour.
Have really struggled.
It's been 1 round.
Yeah. That's rough. Really rough.
Yeah. It's a really rough way to actually end your tournament, isn't it, when you kind of think about it? You win the opening map and then you lose 14 out of 15 rounds and then you're done. We'll see if they can get one here. Off us an exhibition for this 8th and maybe final round. Well, it's actually ended up being a bit of a speed run from BDS in these 2 maps of Bank and Skyscraper. FaZe were very disappointed with the way that their tournament has concluded if they cannot win 5 consecutive rounds.
BDS getting good value from the floor as Rotero drones and helping clear Banshees. I don't know exactly what Shaiko's been targeting, but he's been lurking down below with Clutch drones, maybe seeking default cams or just additional utility. We'll track him now up main. And actually, it's the Bandit battery on Geishwal, which will be alleviated. So that's good work from him. And minute 30 on the clock, ground work from BDS, good. Time mark also very respectable. Not really too much to complain about at the moment. And FaZe will soon be sensing some pressure.
Still got a Logic Bomb, still got 2 Candelas, still got some Selmas. Rotero, Clutch drone. Oh, never mind. No Rotero with the kill from Vidiking. So 5 versus 4, just over a minute. What have FaZe got left here? They're going to have to fight tooth and nail. They can make no errors from this point onwards. Very small advantage in this round. No more Candelas, actually 4 users just run straight into the doorway. Gun was not up, not ready. Cyber punishing him. And finally, FaZe might just find a round in which they can be ultra successful to the point that it's almost flawless. We haven't seen this from FaZe basically since Nighthaven Labs. The pistol, all but denying the flawless round, but still a round win for FaZe. They continue to stay alive in this tournament for how much longer though?
Yeah, heads above water. Good work from FaZe. The Ying not having as much of an impact there as I think BDS were entrusting in helping unlock that position in towards Terrace. It's been a struggle for both teams though. Getting groundwork down has been okay, but then taking that next step forward and unlocking these positions, or at least keeping them tradable, has certainly been a challenge as we look back. Souls in the round prior. He gets 2 goes at it. But here in round number 8, it was Cyber up close, and he actually swung before being flashed by that second Candela. So that was good initiation from him. Those outside on those rolls to cut off the cross, also unsuccessful. And FaZe looking mildly fired up after that round.
I mean, you have to, right? They know as well as anyone, and especially the experienced teams, that the comebacks do happen. Got to just kind of believe in that. 1 round at a time mentality. 4 rounds for FaZe defensively on a map like Skyscraper is not impossible.
10 seconds to go.
Intriguingly though, we do go over towards Barbecue here in this 9th round. Huge opportunity for BDS to close this out on one of the tertiary sites.
Are moving to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, let's see how they approach it. Shaiko, I'm looking at the player cam there, a little bit animated, making some kind of call early on into the piece. He's on the Deimos for this particular round. Now we'll be looking to garner information for the rest of his team. We've even seen in this series, Shaiko double down with both a death mic and drone to try and isolate a particular roamer. ironically, it was actually Handy on screen now inside of Geeshot, back on Labs, who was able to sustain that pressure and in fact sort of step up to the mark.
Yeah.
10 kills for him so far. The only player alongside users in the double digits. And so an intriguing face-off for the remainder of this map.
Yeah, but again, FaZe have got to be perfect the whole way through. That's so difficult. All it takes is one, you know, maybe fortunate / lucky round for BDS, and then it's all done. And that's somewhat kind of the way that things finished on Nighthaven Labs. You know, BDS were making that comeback, and then FaZe, they got to 6-5. They were able to just win that one last final round to close out the map. And that is certainly what could happen here as well. Now, against them. 3 targets available for the death marks there on the Deimos of Shaiko. 90 seconds remaining, so time to get a wriggle on. Deathmark has been well targeted onto the Frost of Souls. Again, still no real contact made, and BDS need to get a wriggle on in terms of gaining real advantage inside of the map, inside of the building. Really just on the exterior, still just not really gaining a whole lot of control.
Yeah, I mean, it might end up being some kind of backstairs stack from BDS. And look to avoid these vert lines of sight from the likes of Handy. Lookahead at least gets the first, and he now has this lurk factor.
Bit of information as well on a couple of players. They pinged out Handy, Souls. He was, of course, tracked earlier, losing his life to Solotov. 2 1v1s going the way of BDS. Now puts FaZe in an incredible predicament. All really on the shoulders of Handy, you would imagine. Inside of Geisha, Nitrocell in his hand. He's thrown that one out. And the shots land onto KDS. Shaiko too strong with the Deimos, and it's all falling apart for FaZe, as it really has over the last hour or so. Down to Handy in a 1 versus 5. He's been great, sensational, and he does get one. 4 more required. He can't take out users, and BDS take out FaZe, sending them out of the tournament. BDS progress forward to the semi-finals tomorrow against Furia.
BDS survive, and with it, EU, the sole remaining team from Europe to wave the flag through the remainder of this bracket. And for FaZe, oh, the nightmare, I mean, it just continued. They couldn't wake up from it over the last hour or so.
2 tournaments in a row now for FaZe where it's top 8 and bust. No top 4 appearance, where as last year, you know, you kind of think about back-to-back semi-final appearances in the majors, the grand final at 6 Invitational. Ultimately, though, 2024 hasn't been too kind to them so far.
I mean, the biggest question that I cannot wait to get an answer to now, is this another case of FaZe losing to the eventual champions of an event? Can BDS go on now, take down Furia? That's going to be an insane matchup, and then potentially pitch themselves as favorites in the final?
Oh, BDS and Furia tomorrow. Liquid and W7M. So you have the all-Brazilian showdown in one semi-final, and then EU's final hope. Really the world's final hope outside of Brazil in that match against Furia, as the teams, of course, shake things over. We did see some fighting words in that particular series, but when it's all said and done, of course, sportsmanship does ring out here on the stage. But ultimately for BDS, I mean, they had to work for it. The opening map, less than ideal, but boy, did they respond, not just on Bank, but then into Skyscraper.
Yeah, absolutely. They played some really, really good Siege throughout the remainder of that series, and with it, FaZe having to hand over their key club championship as well. Now may also go a rise for FaZe Clan as well. And ultimately, they'll be doing some soul searching before stage 2.
Yeah, they certainly will. And we're going to be doing some searching as well. I want to find out where Ian is and who he's got on the stage.
Thank you very much, guys. FaZe Clan drop out of the tournament here and now. One of the top favorites to potentially lift that trophy behind me. But there is something in the air that Team BDS absolutely love when it comes to Riyadh. They have nothing but success when they step on this soil. I'm standing by now with Lookahead. What is it about this place?
The place is amazing, like all the activity, all the people are so kind. So yeah, I guess you can just have fun, play good in game, and that's it.
FaZe Clan started really strong, but then something changed. Gear, you went into a whole new level from map 2 onwards. What was it that you found within?
I think they played yesterday. We didn't with the off day. We were a bit sleepy in the game. Also, we never played FaZe before, so it was kind of first time. So we fixed the mistake for the second map, and I guess the mistake fix was really good with 7-0, and we keep continuing on Sky 7-2. So.
Last time we saw you guys in action on the stage was at the Manchester Major. That did not end how you'd like. Did that drive you forward a little bit? Did it leave a little bit of a chip on your shoulder?
To be honest, yeah, we are a bit sad after losing. Because, I mean, it was their event, I guess. They play really well. But we never give up. We keep working. We have things to fix before the Esports World Cup. We fix it, and we are here to win the competition now.
Well, you're not going to fix this. In fact, you're going to destroy it. We've got our key standing by somewhere here with FaZe Clan. Here it is. You can hand it over here from the Ledge of Vita King. Are you looking forward to destroying this? I know you're a good sportsman.
Yeah, no, to be honest, they play really well, but this is what it is, and I will destroy this with pleasure.
And briefly, you feeling good about Furia?
We know Furia. Last time we beat them last year in the Gamer 8, so we'll do it the same.
Congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us. Back to you guys to discuss it all in our studios.
It is what it is, but I will destroy it with pleasure. Yeah. What a way to end that interview. All right, yeah. I mean, I know where that key is going. Straight to the hydraulic press.
It wasn't just destroying the key with pleasure, but also destroying FaZe with pleasure, especially on these last two maps. Absolute fire coming out from BDS. I mean, the second map, they definitely showed they were still here in that competition. It wasn't looking like they might win this out still after the first map, but they did it for sure.
Yeah, I think that we heard mentioned in the interview as well is the fact that they didn't play yesterday, and they haven't played FaZe before, which really that first map was a let's throw stuff at a wall and see what sticks, adapt and change the mistakes. And coming into map 2 and map 3 as well, Tris said, we can tell that has worked.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about it before the game about how, you know, FaZe's coach will have to be staying up real late to watch this. BDS, again, they had quite a chilled day yesterday. I mean, you just seen as this went further and further on, maybe FaZe are a little bit tired, maybe a little bit stressed. To be honest, I think for a team of their caliber, they'd be used to it. But, yeah. I mean, BDS just came out firing. You're watching the clips here. These guys are running around about, you know, a worry in the world, right?
I think it was a big concern on that very first map, and they just weren't winning their gunfights, even though swinging these players on the side of FaZe, where you think they have the advantage going into the gunfight, but they weren't winning it. Not like you'd expect from the players on the side of BDS, and like you say here, they're running around like Skyscraper is theirs, and they're making it look like that as well. The way some of these players, I don't think, died up until like, what was it, round 5 or something? Was it Usus going 8-0 or something in those first 5 rounds? Absolutely insane. A really good performance from these players here. And also, I'm just happy we're keeping some EU hopes alive here.
Yeah, actually, that's a really good point to touch upon. The fact that BDS is the only team that is not from Brazil that will be heading into those semifinals tomorrow. Something to keep our eyes up for, because especially looking at the BDS and how they have been performing against FaZe, once they were able to polish up some of those mistakes of map 1, phenomenal. I mean, flawless, dare I say, in quite a lot of their rounds, if not even that second map that we see come out from them. And I think that paints a picture in terms of the competition when it goes to these best of formats, how teams like BDS, who have that infrastructure behind them, who have the skill behind them, their adaptation knows no bound.
Yeah, and I would say as well, like we've brought it up quite a bit, that this has now transitioned from the previous BDS teams that won in Saudi. It's not Shaiko reliant. You saw it there, he was at the bottom of the leaderboard. And we've got amazing players now on this BDS team. It's so well-rounded with talent. They have everything that you could ever dream of as a coach. Like from my perspective, they've got a primary entry player. They have players who can lurk. They have incredible clutch players like a Brede. You've got users who barely died once in like, what was it, nearly 12 rounds or something like that. I mean, they've got all the pieces right now, and they've got FaZe's key piece as well.
That well, and then you know what? History, if it repeats itself and BDS has a chance to claim that trophy here in Saudi, they could put that FaZe key in there as well as a reminder of one of the teams that they took down along the way. And I think BDS particularly looks like a very well-rounded team. It feels like, as you mentioned, every single one of those puzzle pieces is now coming into place. For FaZe Clan, however, not necessarily so much the case. I think they've very much shown what they are capable of. But again, a learning experience for them to take what they've had here and go back to the drawing board. And they have a couple of weeks ahead of the Brazil stage start. So a couple of changes could be coming through from them, or at least some adaptations of what happened here today.
100%, because I think if we look at FaZe and the performances they've had at the most recent events that we've had, coming in second at SI, top 8 at the Manchester Major. This was not what they wanted. Falling out top 8 here as well, they were obviously looking to progress from the Manchester Major where they got top 8 to now making it further here, especially with their performance at SI. So this is definitely something they're happy with, and I'm assuming they will be working very hard coming into Brazil League.
Yeah, absolutely. But yes, although they are singing a different tune, they are very happy to destroying the keys with pleasure, but also when it comes to their run historically here in Saudi, it looks like there's some magic to it.
I mean, it was emphatic, right? A 7-0, a 7-2. If you forget that first map, like I said on the desk, they easily could have won the first map as well. There was a lot of really close rounds, Handy's 1v3, loads of late round situations. Like this honestly, it could have been a 3-0 for BDS. Not just that, as we're speaking about with a little bit of prep or changes that might need to be made for FaZe heading into the Brazilian League season, they also lost 7-1 yesterday. I mean, a 7-0, a 7-1, and a 7-2 across 3 of your last, what, 5 maps? I mean, that's tough. Well, unlucky for them, for sure.
You gotta look at it either way. But either way, when we're looking at BDS, they were lucky. Well, not really. They were just really great. 7 was their lucky number today. And when it comes to the MVP, one of the players that stood out to us throughout the entirety of this series uses, particularly when it comes to the lack of deaths at multiple rounds.
That's insane. 29 and 13 over 3 maps is a very good performance. I mean, very consistent as well. I think that's something that we really spoke out to us today. You have these players on the side of BDS that can perform very well on one map and then be a little bit more quiet on the second map. But it felt like Users was consistent over all these maps, and like we said as well, like not dying in the very first few rounds of Skyscraper. A great performance.
Yeah, I mean, a superstar, right? Literally a superstar of his game, a superstar of his role. It's kind of what you expect. You're seeing his clips now on screen, whether it's clutching up, whether it's opening up rounds, not dying, whatever it is, he can do everything. He's been spoken about this for a long, long time now. I know many teams will have wanted him. BDS have got him, and I mean, I'm sure they're really happy with their decision.
Speaking from experience here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit. I mean, you know, maybe we're touching that a little bit later, but I mean, like, who wouldn't, right? You're seeing the performance, you're seeing the clips, and yeah, a superstar for BDS. Took a little bit of the weight off of Sunny Shaiko. He didn't need it. I mean, it's a little bit late now, right? The sun's not out, so, you know, he didn't need to be at his absolute best, and still, they're dominant.
It is surprisingly cool outside, but I think as well it highlights the picture in terms of when it comes to a team like BDS and how they are now very well-rounded. I think that makes them an even scarier team to deal with, and at the end of the day, and also the last hope of every region that is not Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost looking like we were going to have a full-on Brazil part from the semifinals on, so it gives everyone but Brazil something to cheer for as well, especially for people in the crowd, because it seemed like there were some BDS fans, especially sitting backstage. You could hear some people go crazy when BDS are picking up rounds.
That's what happens when you win here back-to-back 2 years in a row, and now you're back for a third year. Users, thank you for joining. You were hearing us sing your praises as the MVP, but I would like to ask your headspace after map number 1, because that was a back and forth that didn't necessarily go in your favor.
To be honest, after map 1, it was just like, EFAC was like, oh, they're shooting our bodies. Let's just not even care if we lose map 2 or map 3. Just play to shoot their bodies back. Just play angry.
Okay.
That was literally it.
So you played angry.
Yeah.
How did you get in that mind? How did you get in that mind state?
They just shot our bodies after they won. That was it. Nothing special.
So, in that regards, do you know how the trophy system works, by the way?
Not really.
So you get a trophy. No, okay, it's fine. I'll explain it. Don't worry about it. You get a trophy, and you have like 3 slots where you can put 3 different keys from 3 different teams in there. You can choose whatever team you want. Would you put FaZe's key in there now that you crushed it? Would you pick another team?
I'd pick FaZe, yeah.
Yeah, and any other 2 that you would add on to that, or?
No.
No, you don't want to jinx it too?
No, I don't want to say anything.
You just want to leave it until
I've
then?
already jinxed myself last major, so...
Okay, history's not going to repeat itself in that regards, I guess.
Given the, of course, like what BDS did prior years in Saudi, how is the pressure for you? You were in here in the last 2 years with this team. Are you feeling the pressure to do it again, or is it a bit quieter from your side?
A bit, yeah. Me and Solitov obviously like just joined and we've not won Game as 8, but I think it's not really pressure. It's more like, I don't know, it's like excitement because we're like kind of the favorites and like they just don't have pressure, I guess, the rest of the people, EFAC, Striker and Brid.
Do you feel like the favorite yourself coming into this?
I didn't, but like everyone keeps saying it, kind of, so.
So now you do?
A bit. I thought it was like Furia, to be honest, or FaZe, but I guess it's us.
You have to play Furia tomorrow, though.
Yeah.
Are you nervous, excited about that?
Excited. I've only played him 2 times, I think, and I lost both times, so I'm hoping that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I guess we're going to have to wait and see. Thank you for joining us. We do appreciate it.
Me.
But you did send FaZe home. So we had an excellent interview with them as well with Jackie. So let's head over to her and check in with what they had to say.
FaZe is going home, defeated by BDS. I am catching up with KDS, and really, really difficult loss there. Can you tell me what emotions you're feeling right now?
We are very sad because we are working a lot this tournament. We are going last year we are not here, so we are very happy to be here this year. So we work a lot, and these results against BDS is very sad, but you know, it's the game. So we are going to back and work more to be in the major.
On to the next one, right? You know, it was a difficult 3-mapper. It did seem for map 2 and map 3, was there some sort of mental breakdown? Did you all feel like you hit a wall? From your perspective, what happened?
I think the map 2, they just destroy us, like in the ETB in Chalet. I think we play very bad in some aspects of the game. We are not giving, like in the Night Heaven, we are going to gunfights. In the bank, we are just get destroyed by them. In the Skyscraper, I think we have the mental break, because when a 5-1, it's very difficult to win, to come back, and they deserve that. They play very well against us. Sorry.
Well, I know finishing top 8 probably wasn't the result that you wanted, but are there any positives, any big takeaways you're taking from this series?
Yeah, I think the positive things is always the things we have we do in the game. So we are going to back and try to fix these issues to BR6. And for BDS, congratulations to them and good luck tomorrow.
Aw, I love that. Good sportsmanship there. Is there anything you want to say to the fans at home?
Can I say in Portuguese?
Sure.
Pra todo mundo que torce pra FaZe aí, infelizmente não deu pra gente. A gente tentou muito aí, mas a BDS foi superior a gente. E até o BR6 aí. Obrigadão pela torcida aí.
KDS, I'm sorry about the loss, but good luck with the future, and thank you so much for that fantastic interview. And we're going to send it back to the studio. Bye.
Hi. It is what it is, but I will destroy it with pleasure, and the man gets to do just exactly that. That has to be a soundbite, because that was probably my favorite quote of the day today, of the tournament so far. And BDS gets to crush that key, and Uncle Ian helping with the setup.
I think it must feel like sweet revenge as well, hearing from users like, oh, they were shooting our bodies. Generally, that could be seen as a toxic thing. It caused that reaction to go really crazy at them, so getting to crush their key now probably feels like sweet, sweet revenge.
They poked the bear.
Yeah, I mean, we commented on it in the green room. They looked really excited. They were given a lot of energy, and now look what's happening to poor FaZe Clan's key. We won't see that in great condition again, will we? But we may see it on the trophy, like users said.
We could. I mean, so far, that's the one key that they will be taking along with them. I guess we're going to have to wait and see how tomorrow plays out in the matchups that we have going on. But another crushed key added to the tally that will be added to the totem if it doesn't get picked to put into that trophy. But I don't even want to know what he was saying. You know what? Cut the tape. We're good. We're going to be talking about today's, in terms of the expectations that we've had. And I feel like FaZe Clan BDS, we genuinely thought this was going to be a very close game. I think DarkZero Team Liquid was a much closer one, because this one, BDS, when they found their swing, they were swinging.
They were. I think today kind of played out as we expected it in regards of who came out victorious over all the matchup that we had today. Because we did have 4 games going on at the same time, technically. I do agree that Liquid DarkZero game probably was closer than it should have been, but it's really nice to see from DarkZero that they were able to put up such a fight.
And it also impacts what we're going to be looking at tomorrow, right? Because as we mentioned, besides BDS, every single one of the teams here is from the Brazil League. We have Liquid, we have W7M, we have Furia, the holy trinity at this point from the side of Brazil. You know, you can swap out FaZe Clan for maybe Liquid every now and then, but BDS going up against Furia, so that grand final, there is a 50% chance that it's just going to be Brazil v Brazil. The best region, like, wow.
Yeah, I think what I would say as well, if you were to see BDS in the final, if you just think about it for a second, that means they'll have beaten FaZe Clan, they will have beaten Furia, and then either Liquid or W7M. So no matter what, they will have taken down, no matter what, if they win this tournament, the 3 top Brazilian teams. Just one team alone, BDS will have taken down all 3 of the top teams from the best region in the game. If that's not a way to win a tournament, if that's not free keys to put in your trophy, I don't know what is.
If that's not EU on top, I also don't know what else would be. But we have the Kyria play of the day because today was very exciting in regards of the games that we had, especially when we're looking at every single one of these maps. I'm not even going to lie, they were all phenomenal. Going to start off with Team Liquid against DarkZero because this was an ace.
Yeah, a wonderful ace, I mean, from Pambazoo. The way they defended that, absolutely great. Coming from a place where it wasn't looking like they were going to be able to pick that up, but definitely did. I think I selected this one as my play of the day here, playing it very close on time. We saw DarkZero had some struggles with their attacks. They were looking like they were going to be able to put the plant down here, especially in the smoke. We're seeing the player miss, unfortunately, there, but Lagone is able to get that kill on the person that had the diffuser, and that caused the round to further.
And my pick of the day here, Handy, we've gone back-to-back clutches, and that C4 just hits perfectly to get the 3K, the 1v3, the very first round of the game. You're thinking, wow, this is a great way for FaZe to start this off. I sure hope they end off that well.
Well, I mean, you might have jinxed them. How does that feel?
Well, it's a little bit bittersweet, but equally EU on top, like you said. I mean, we can be full biased now, right? There's no NA here.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I usually host NA or Brazil. I tiptoe around these two regions, so I'm gonna take a step back and instead guide us towards a schedule for tomorrow, because let's talk about that, because that is unbiased, because we do have Liquid going up against W7M as the first match of the day, followed by BDS into Furia. Honestly, I'm not even gonna ask you guys to pick which one is your favorite, because I already know.
But I wanted to talk about these matches in depth, Ginny. Please let me, if I can.
You're on the clock, but go ahead.
Okay, well, what I'm looking forward to for the Liquid or W7M game is that we had Maya here. He said, I've teamed with these people before that I'm going to play against tomorrow. That always brings an extra element to the game, in my opinion. I'm looking forward to that. We also had Hughes this year saying, you know, we lost to Furia twice. Unfortunately, one of those games being a 7-8 at the Manchester Major. They're looking to get that revenge. It was very close. I think we're going to get some really, really good games tomorrow.
Oh, I know it's going to be good games. I think today were great games. The B stream was done. Like, we were starting the first map of the second series, and B stream was like, bye. But there's no B stream tomorrow. There is just going to be the A stream. I'm excited to see how this is going to unfold, because there is a chance that we get BDS against a Brazilian team or Brazilian v Brazilian. So that is an exciting thing to look forward to. But thank you guys both for joining today. Any closing words, comments, thoughts, wisdoms that you'd like to share?
Wisdoms?
Yeah, wisdom.
Wear your seatbelt.
That is okay. Okay. Wear your seatbelt. You heard it here first. Tristan, can you
I
top
don't know
that
how
one?
to follow that up, and honestly, that's some of the best wisdom I've ever heard. I think anything else I could say is that's not going to top, but that might be my new one for the players every day. Before we go into scrims tomorrow, wear a seatbelt.
Keep your monitor on. I feel like that's also great. Take a shower, touch some grass or some sand or whatever it is. Wherever it is you are, the beach. Thank you guys so much for tuning in for today. I was your host, Jeannie, and I will be your host, Jeannie, again tomorrow. We're going to be back with some more Siege action, so make sure you tune in for that. Take care of yourselves. See you tomorrow.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?